Dragon Ball getting stronger from signing in Chapter 261 to 280. Chapter 261 The Ninth Floor of the Realm of God. Boom. The energy column soaring to the sky is like a ray of light, radiant. The terrifying arrogance directly flew the slag Shizun out, and Chumo in the center of the energy column showed a strangeness. Smile. The body was suspended in the void, looking at Yamozi who was shaken and flew out. The silver pupils glowed with 2 red streaks. Color light. Ha ha. 2 rays of light penetrated Yamozi's chest immediately, and then a burning smell came. In an instant, Yamozi knelt down in the void clutching his chest, and his face became extremely pale. I really want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to break through the 9th floor of the realm of God in 08. Chumo sneered. Originally, he was equivalent to the strength of the 9th floor in the 8th floor. Now on the 9th floor of the realm of gods, he felt that his strength was no worse than that of the original great priest. Even, he faintly felt the strong pressure exerted on him by the rules of the whole universe. It seems that as long as he uses more than the energy limit of the entire universe, he will be ruled by all the rules of the entire universe. Bomb kill. At that time, either he will die, or the entire universe will be destroyed by him. Cough. Impossible, your power of God is only the 9th level, why is it so strong? Yamozi couldn't imagine that he was already on the 9th level of the realm of the gods, but it was just that. I didn't expect that Chumo would be able to defeat him on the 9th floor at the 8th floor. Could it be that the younger Saiyans can actually beat him? Enough to surpass them, the original Saiyans. How is this possible? You don't need to understand some things. You have the power of God, but you don't have the realm of God, how can you understand? Chumo said coldly, he only now understands how great it is that he can achieve Godhead. Even Yamozi has not really achieved Godhead for countless years. However, this may have something to do with his rebellion. King Quan represents the rules of the universe, and he rebelled against King Quan. That is, he rebelled against the rules of the universe. How is it possible? Achieve Godhead. And Chumo's Godhead was forcibly taken from the entire universe by the system, so Chumo could not follow the rules. When the rules of the universe are in place, they can still achieve Godhood. Now that Chumo and several wives have obtained the blood of angels, they are beyond the rules of the whole universe. The universe is destroyed, and they can continue to survive. Then wait for the start of the next era, and then you can register in the universe of this new era, just like the current angel clan. However, no matter which race, in the universe of the new era, the energy used is destined to not exceed over the entire universe. Otherwise, the entire universe will be destroyed because the energy of the other party is too strong. The rules of the whole universe are also self-conscious, and they will directly punish the energy individuals who want to surpass them. Kill. Therefore, the highest God realm in the entire universe is the 9th level of God power. 9 is the ultimate number of 990, and it also represents perfection. After reaching the 9th floor, it is the control of one's own energy, so that the energy can exert more powerful power. The Great Priest and the Dragon God are the best among them, and their use of energy has been superb. Therefore, even in the 9th layer of God's power, the strength of each absolute powerhouse is different. Although Yamozi is also on the 9th floor, his control of energy is far less than that of the Dragon God and the Great Priest, so he don't dare to provoke the High Priest. And although Kessie also broke through the 9th floor, but she has just broken through, it will take a long time to reach. Degree of Yamozi. Chapter 262 Try the power of magic sealing wave. No, you can't be this strong. Yamozi felt a pain in his heart. He was actually hanged and beaten by a junior. But soon Yamozi laughed again. Gaga, even if you are powerful, so what, I can't kill you. Even the Great Priest can't kill me, you. How can I be patient? If Yamozi could be killed, this would not be the case. Really, do you think I can't do anything about it? Chumo smiled coldly, and then took out a universal capsule. With a bang, a row of small jars appeared in front of Chumo. The surfaces of these small jars are all inscribed with runes, and there is also Zhang Fuse on the side. What is this? A bad feeling emerged from Yamosi's heart, and this thing gave him a very dangerous feeling. This is a house specially prepared for you guys who are immortal. You can live forever in the future. Live in. Chumo said coldly. The voice seemed to come from hell, and Yamosi couldn't help shivering. After speaking, Chumo opened his hands directly, and a strange green energy suddenly appeared in Chumo's hands. When Yamosi saw that the situation was not good, he immediately got up and prepared to avoid it. Time pause, 11. Chumo suddenly used the law of time and temporarily stopped Yamosi for a few seconds. Magic seal wave. Chumo waved his hands, and two strange green energies flew out immediately and rushed towards Yamosi's body. What? Magic seal wave. Yamosi's inner unease became stronger, but he was unable to move because of Chumo's time rule. Bomb. Ah, what is this? As soon as the green energy came into contact with Yamosi's body, Yamosi instantly felt a strong dizziness hit. The body was pulled up by some force. Yamoshi, who was originally 3 or 4 meters tall, now looks like a lump of noodles, becoming long and thin. The green energy flows up and down, involuntarily. Shish. Yamosi was made like a roller coaster by Chumo, flying back and forth. In the end, it turned into a green light and got directly into a small jar. Of the small jar, everything subsided, and Yamosi disappeared. Only Chumo was left hanging in place, staring at the small jar in front of him. Get it done, and then deal with the immortal body like this. If you live forever, then you will never die. Exclamation mark. Hey only. The strength has gone one step further, plus a powerful enemy has been solved. Chumo is very happy, and put the small jar. Received in his own different dimensional space. Get ready to find a better place to seal these guys up. After doing all this, Chumo pulled his hands towards the space in front of him, and a door of space appeared in front of him. The next second, Chumo returned to Earth. Okay. Hearing that Brawly was still killed, Chumo didn't feel much regret. It's just a tragedy. I can't control my power. From birth to the end, I have been living very hard. Tragedy. Now that he's dead right now. Chumo, when we killed Brawly, we also met a guy who claimed to be the King of Darkness. This guy came out of Brawly's body and it's amazing. Vegeta suddenly said to Chumo. Chapter 264 Is the Dark Demon King God powerful? Dark King God. Mechkapra. Chumo, Lang, is this thing resurrected? He doesn't even know what the plot is about this product, he just knows it's awesome. What, is this guy great? Sun Wukong asked suddenly. At this time, a few of Kessie came over, and when she heard this, Kessie explained, Mechkapra is not very powerful and yes, he is the king of the devil world, the ruler. What about the former Dapra? He seems to say that he is the demon king of the demon world. Sun Wukong suddenly remembered a person. Dapra. At best, 947 is just a pawn under Mechkapra, and his strength is very weak. Weiss said with a smile, but Mechkapra is different, he messed up the whole universe in ancient times. It turned the world upside down, 18 universes, and because of this, 6 were cleared. What about the back? Later, the great priest personally took action to defeat him. Then Lord Quanwang will seal him. They all have dead body, so it won't really perish. Every 100 million years, he will be resurrected. Kess explained. And he also seduced a lot of powerful people, such as Demigura and other celestial mages. They all betrayed the heavens and became the demon gods of the dark world. The demon god can also be interpreted as the king god of the demon realm. Corresponding to the gods of the whole universe are the god of destruction and the god of Kaio. But the demon god has a very strong strength, more like the combination of the god of destruction and the king of the realm, compared with the king of the realm of time. More similar. What about the strength of this Mechkapra? GT Monkey King asked. To them, all the dark demon kings and gods are false. The important thing is whether the opponent is strong or not and can fight. Nonsense. You can become the king of the dark demon world if you are not powerful. You can't even defeat the demon gods, let alone the dark demons. God of dark demon realm. Chumo rolled his eyes, and he really dared to mention these goods. Then, how powerful is the demon god? Sun Wukong asked. Damn, I was really defeated by these two goods. Chumo covered his forehead with a helpless expression. Similar to Yamozi just now. No way, Chumo had to satisfy one sentence. The four of Sun Wukong were speechless for a while. If the demon gods are so powerful, then they are still in trouble, they can't fit together every time. Let's continue to practice hard. Thinking of this, the two Monkey Kings and the two Vegetas had no interest at all, and continued to practice in the gravity room. Knowing how powerful the enemy is, they will naturally work harder. They don't want to continue to be viewers, participation is the most important thing. However, most of the earth has been destroyed, and human beings have also become extinct. Now if you want to cultivate, you can only use Dragon Balls. Back to normal. Chumo originally wanted to try magic, but he could only restore the earth and revive billions of human beings. Ben can't do it. Fortunately, the Earth Dragon is still somewhat beneficial, and restoring dead humans is not a big problem. After half a day, the Earth recovered and human beings were resurrected. And Kessie and the others have also temporarily left the Earth. Now more and more strong people have appeared. The three of them want to go back and retreat for some time. It's just that the angels' time is too long, at least hundreds, thousands of years of retreat. Chapter 265 Just a Trick. Suddenly, Chumo looked up at the void, where Hats was. Hearts, who was collecting energy, suddenly felt a chill in his heart. If he was discovered, he would run away immediately. However, it was too late. Chumo slapped it directly from the air, and the energy quickly passed through the void and disappeared in the main time and space. In a different dimension of time and space, a huge and lawless palm suddenly appeared. Seeing this palm appear, Has suddenly felt a sense of suffocation, and seemed to be unable to breathe for a while. General. So strong. Ah. Of Chumo, but now he has no feeling at all. It's not that he has no fear, but that Chumo has exceeded the range of fear at this time. That is to say, it surpassed Haz's feeling for the Dark Lord God Mechkapra. In this case, it is because the gap between him and Chumo is infinite. So big that he could no longer perceive Chumo's existence. Had it not been for him remembering some impressions of Chumo before, Hazy would have no idea of Chumo's existence. This is the difference. At this time, although Haz was already full of the energy of the seed of the universe, in the face of such a powerful energy of Chumo before, there was no ability to fight back at all. Even now, he doesn't even have the ability to escape. Are you going to die? Just when Haz thought he was going to die, a purple figure appeared, and then a purple giant sword appeared in front of the giant palm. Several hundred swords were swung at once. Hundreds of powerful energies gathered together, and then slammed forward. Fu, hee, you are showing loyalty. The person who came was Fu. He came to Haz and used the magic sword of the dark world to directly blast hundreds of powerful beams. Incomparable energy, trying to boom. A chaotic flow of space-time power flies by in the entire different dimensional space-time, constantly bombarding the space-time wall. However, although Chumo's palm was thrown at will, at this time, Chumo is not what it used to be, and it is powerful. How can they easily block the energy of? Under the trick, Fu and Haz were immediately smashed into scum by the terrifying energy. However, after a few minutes, the two lumps of mashed meat began to wriggle. Yo, it's immortal again. You two brothers and sisters still have a lot of feelings, let's fulfill you. Flowers. Chumo smiled coldly, his eyes passed through countless spaces, and the figure disappeared immediately. At this time, Fu and Haz's bodies finally recovered, and they saw Chumo in front of them when they recovered. When shocked. But before they could make the next move, Chumo slammed a palm again and slapped Haz's body directly into crushed. Then, while Haz was recovering, he suddenly condensed a blazing flame in one hand, and threw it away. Past. Ah! The flames of up to tens of thousands of degrees burned directly on Haz's meat mass, and a tragic cry sounded. Very horrible. Hazy's flesh mass is constantly being burned, and even if he can recover, he is constantly consuming energy from his body. Fu wanted to help, but with just one look from Chumo, he didn't dare to move. He has never felt such a situation. Obviously the opponent is terrible, but he just can't perceive the reality of the opponent. Where is the power? As if it didn't exist at all. This feeling is completely different from the one he felt in Demon God Demigura. Fear. I don't know what it feels like. Towel. Chapter 266 Killing Haz with a Backhand. Soon, Hazy's flesh mass was almost burned by the flames, and the energy inside was burned out by the flames. Haz, the SS-level undead body, died after all, and was burned to death by Chu Ma Sheng. And Fei looked at all this, and his heart was very uncomfortable. But not much fear. Because he is not even qualified to fear. Why is this? Your strength. Looks like, 770s, we didn't die unjustly. Fu was silent for a while, and finally figured it out, and looked at Chumo in front of him calmly. If he hadn't seen Chumo, he would have thought that there was no one in front of him. It's not like God's voiceless. Chumo seems to be fused with everything as a body now. Impossible to perceive at all. Chumo didn't say anything, and looked at Fu. He wouldn't be misled by these words, thinking that this guy had already let go. Abandon and flee. Do you know why I can use the power of time and space to travel through time and space? Actually, seriously, I envy you very much, being able to travel through time and space with your own power. Fu looked at Chumo with envy in his eyes. However, Chumo saw something strange from the depths of Fu's eyes. This guy is greedy for his ability to travel through time and space. Sure enough, death does not change. Alas, if I really had the ability to travel through time and space, the current situation would not have happened at all. Indeed, if you had the power of time and space, maybe you could hunt me down earlier. At that time, I still. Not your opponent. Chumo sneered and didn't take this to heart. Yes, unfortunately not if. Fu also said lightly, as if he really accepted his fate. Chumo didn't believe it. He was waiting. He wanted to see what else this guy could do. At this moment, Fu started to move. His figure ran directly to the seat of the universe, directly controlled the energy of the seat of the universe, and then immediately urged. Stand up. Boom. The huge energy was vented and slammed into the boundary wall on the side. Fu's idea is very simple. He can't beat Chumo. All he can do is to open this different dimension space and run for his life quickly. He figured it out. Chumo had deliberately brought him in before, otherwise he would have killed Haz long ago. Now, for the sake of this chance, Fu frantically urged. Chumo has a playful look. He didn't expect this EPH can also activate the seeds of the universe. Unfortunately, Fei's idea is too naive. Even if the seed of the universe has the energy of the universe, it is still not enough in the face of Chumo at this time. With just a wave of Chumo's hand, the boundary wall of this space immediately surged, becoming more solid and solidified. The energy of the seed of the universe blasted on it, leaving no trace at all. Feeling the power of the boundary wall and a powerful energy suppressing him, Fu felt a strong, intense despair. 4.0. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Want to kill my son? You haven't asked me yet. You are too arrogant. Just when Fu was desperate, a voice sounded, which immediately made Fu ecstatic. He used to be arrogant because Chumo couldn't really kill him. But after witnessing Has being directly killed by Chumo, Fu was already scared to pee. How dare you fight against Chumo? Wong, remember me. Chapter 267 Mira is here to die. Father, help. Fu hurriedly shouted, and at the critical moment it was still up to the parents. Boom. A huge amount of energy flew over, and actually broke through the time and space cage arranged by Chumo. Chumo squinted his eyes, put his hands behind his back, looked at Fu, and the figure that was about to appear. Any worry? If it wasn't for the sudden withdrawal of the general law of time and space, this energy alone would not be enough to blast. Broke his time-space cage. How powerful these demon gods in the dark world are. In his heart, he has already planned whether to go directly to the dark world, so as to save people. One by one to find the door, the efficiency is too slow. A few seconds later, a figure appeared. A head of white hair, very similar to Cheosai's hairstyle, but with a taller body. EPH is much higher. Mira. As soon as the visitor appeared, Chumo had this feeling in his heart, although he had never seen Mila. But it doesn't matter, Chumo saw that someone had arrived, and with a wave of his hand, the space instantly turned into a cage. Mila and Fu were locked up again. It just happened that your father and son came together, which also saved me a lot of time, and just let you go on the road together. Chumo said coldly, and his voice suddenly formed a terrifying sound wave. Fly out. Feeling the horror of this sound wave, Mila's face suddenly changed greatly, her hands stretched forward, condensed. The powerful energy directly pushed up against Chumo's sound waves. Zzz. Myra's black energy wave collided with the sound wave casually emitted by Chumo, emitting a sound like boiling water. Sound. Chumo still stood with his hands behind his back, but Mila's face turned red, and her body could hardly stand in the air. Within the room, the strength of the two was immediately revealed. Chumo has almost reached the level of Fa Suian, and can use energy to form a powerful attack at any time. Seeing how hard you are, let's take you on the road. Chumo glanced at Fu lightly. This guy has been completely frightened by himself, and it has no meaning. Mira was shocked, but he couldn't free his hand at this time, he could only blush. Chumo raised his finger and said softly, Death Beam. A huge energy beam flew out, directly passing through Fu's body. Boom. Fu's body was suddenly blasted and turned into purple flesh. Looking at the still wriggling flesh mud, Chumo sneered, raised his left hand, and directly condensed silver flames. Under Myra's desperate eyes, the silver flames flew over. Huh. The silver flames burned violently on Fu's flesh in an instant, and quickly consumed the energy on it. Ah. 7. Verna's tragic voice came out, very mournful. But he couldn't resist, he hadn't even recovered his human form, let alone resisted. Damn, stop it, I'll tell you to stop it. Mila shouted, and the dark purple aura on her body soared, actually pushing Chumo's sound wave back. It's interesting. Father and son are deeply in love. Seems like this guy just uses your blood, plus Tova's blood. It's done. Do you have feelings too? Chumo sneered, for these restless guys, must be punished. Death is the best punishment for them. Chapter 26. Chapter 8 Devouring Bird Eggs from Time to Time, 3 shifts, please subscribe. Chapter 268 Devouring Bird Eggs from Time to Time. You are courting death. Mila was instantly furious. Although he didn't have much affection for Fu was an important part of his later plans. So Fu couldn't die, and Mira rushed over. But now, under Chumo's silver flames, Fu's breath has dropped sharply, and it is estimated that there will be another one. In minutes, it was completely useless. But no matter how powerful Myra's energy was, Chumo could always suppress him easily, as if he was teasing him. Ah. In the end, Fu's breath disappeared completely. Myra's eyes were already red, he was completely angry, and his body began to be filled with extremely strong energy. Quantity. Hateful. Under Mila's anger, the sound wave in front of her was blasted back, and Chumo's body paused. Well, it's interesting. You're a big outbreak. Chumo squinted his eyes. He felt like a big villain, killing the protagonist's relatives, forcing him to. The protagonist explodes. This kind of situation really made him feel very interesting. You forced me for 11 hours. Mira suddenly pulled out a bird egg with colorful colors on it, very dazzling. The power of time and space on this is very strong. What kind of egg is this? Chumo was a little curious. Haha, this is the egg of the bird of time. I stole it from the king of the realm of time, Cain, by all means. How? Mira was very proud. He knew that Chumo was Cain's man, so he was naturally very comfortable. After finishing speaking, Mila swallowed Shishi bird's egg in one mouthful. Chumo didn't make an interception. He wanted to see how powerful bird egg was at this time. Boom. The entire space began to riot, and the power of time and space began to become chaotic. Even Chumo set the cage of time and space was shaken by this extremely powerful force of space and time. However, Mira, who has merged with the eggs from time to time, seems very proud. In this environment, he can play a better role. Great power. Haha, it's the power of time and space, it's too strong. Chumo, you're dead. Your biggest mistake was not stopping me. You must regret it now. Mira was very proud. It turned out that he did not control the power of time and space, but by devouring this bird egg, he is now able to use the power of time and space. And it's still such a huge power of time and space. With Mila's roar, the power of time and space in the entire space was violently disordered, and the river of time and space was also lifted. There was a huge uproar. Myra's outbreak made this nameless space collapse rapidly, as if it was about to collapse. Yo, it looks strong. Chumo still squinted his eyes. However, you can't let you ruin this place. As he said that, he waved his left hand, and the power of time and space moved along with it. The originally turbulent scene, immediately, was stunned by Chumo again. Wong Nuos. You. Mira was horrified. What a powerful space-time power this is. But how is this possible? He devoured Shishi bird egg to have such a powerful space-time power, but Chumo just waved his hand, that the power of time and space released is actually stronger than him. This shocked Mila, but the more it happened, the more unwilling he was. He began to apply all the power of time and space to Chumo. Chapter 269. The Duel of the Power of Time and Space. More. Please subscribe automatically. Chapter 269. The Duel of the Power of Time and Space. More. Ask for automatic subscription. Well, the power of time and space is very strong. Chumo's eyes stared, and now he is no longer fighting with energy, but using the rules of time and space. There was a sneer on his face, which was interesting. Heavy. Chumo let this power of time and space fall on him. He wanted to try. It's unbelievably heavy. There is not much weight physically, but mentally, it has become very heavy. However, the pressure is okay. This incomparably powerful force of time and space, to Chumo, seems to have the weight of a whole universe exerted on it. Added to him. 493. He didn't expect that these time and space powers were so powerful. However, the power of time and space on Chumo's body is not covered, and it immediately rises up to protect the body tightly. Stand up. How is it? Chumo can't stand it. Gaga. Mira was very proud, as if she saw Chumo being crushed under the power of time and space. Hey, there are 2 hits, but the level is too bad. It's not enough, let's work harder. Chumo sneered. He was already prepared. On the surface, he is still struggling, but in fact he is fine now. However, Mira was very excited, as if seeing the dawn of victory. Go down. Mira tried to use the power of time and space to crush Chumo directly. It has to be said that the time and space power of Shishi Bird Egg is still very strong, and the weight acting on Chumo has already reached several universes, like. Mira summoned the other space-time forces of this universe together to form a particularly powerful weight force. Feeling the pressure, Chumo felt that his body was almost at the limit, and then immediately put his body. The power of time and space rules spreads all over the body. Get up. Chumo stood up straight, and abruptly carried Mira's power of time and space. What's going on here? Mira was shocked. He actually saw such a terrifying scene. BAFD said he was just teasing himself before. Mira didn't dare to underestimate at all. He became serious, and frantically stimulated the power of time and space in his body, trying to dealt with Chumo again. However, Mira soon regretted that he was not the opponent's opponent at all. But the arrow had to be shot. Mira knew that he had no room to retreat, his only life now. It is to defeat Chumo. Hurry up and roll as far as possible. But Mira's own energy is not Chumo's opponent. Although the power of time and space is very strong, it can encounter stronger Chumo. Mira was saddened and suppressed everywhere. Forget it, for a guy like you, I will give you 100 million years, and it is not my opponent. I will solve you directly. Chumo sneered. He was going to separate Mila and Shishi Bird Egg. Birds are very rare at this time, so saving one is one. Chumo believed that as long as the eggs were knocked out of Mila's body, Mila and the eggs would be cut off. The link, this guy, is more than an opponent. At that time, it can not only solve an opponent for Kane's wife, but also save a pet for her. Count. This is the time. Chumo immediately discovered Mira's flaw at this time. Although Mira devoured Shishi Bird's egg, it did not fully fuse, so Shishi's bird's egg did not become part of Mila's body. So Chumo's opportunity is here. Network. Remember me. Chapter 270 Killing Mira. Chapter 270 Kill Mila. One more update, please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Found you. Chumo sneered, and the figure immediately flew over and shot directly on Mila's body. Did Chumo have a relationship with Shishi Bird Egg through the rules of time and space? Then it just jumped out. Mira was terrified. He didn't expect that no matter how powerful he was, he would still be easily defeated by the opponent. There is nothing to return, the power of the hand. After losing Shishi Bird Egg, Mila's face instantly lost a trace of blood, originally just a head of white hair. Now even the skin tone is the same. Incredibly pale. From time to time, the black egg leaves the body, and Mira feels that the originally incomparably powerful power is rapidly fading away. Damn. With the sound of pop, Chumo had an egg in his hand. Feeling the power of time and space above, a smile appeared on Chumo's face. Not bad. Bird eggs are already in hand. Chumo looks at this guy Mila, a scourge, kill it sooner rather than later. Passed. With Chumo's palm, the entire space became trembling, and Mira trembled in horror. Why is this guy still so strong? I shouldn't have come. Mira was very remorseful, but now that he has reached the moment of life and death, regret is useless. Mila was photographed by Chumo into a mashed meat, and a mass of white mashed meat was constantly squirming. However, Chumo would not let Mila continue to recover, and a silver flame flew out from Chumo's palm. Mira cried out in pain, and he finally knew what Fu's pain was. After a few minutes, the energy on Mila's body became weaker and weaker, and in the end, it was directly burned into slag by the flames. Done, call it a day. Chumo smiled faintly, and then his figure flashed, and he came to the palace of Kayan, the king of the realm of time. Dear, why are you here? Kane was very happy to see Chumo, and immediately jumped over and threw himself into Chumo's arms. She has been here all the year round and has no way to go out at will. Look, what is this? Chumo palmed his hand, and a bird egg appeared in his palm from time to time. Wow, hubby, you are amazing. I'll just say, there's no problem with my husband. Ask for flowers, 0. Cain happily took the eggs of Shishi and said happily. You don't tell me if you have anything. It's such a big thing. Tell me earlier, and I can be earlier. Hands on. Chumo scratched Cain's nose. Cain put the chicken eggs in place, and then fought with Chumo in the dark. At this time, in the 7th universe, Demigula quietly appeared. He is finally out. A few months ago, he broke free from the seal while taking advantage of the power conference. This time he didn't rush to do it, just surveyed the environment. Demigura was originally one of the strongest magisters in the heavenly realm in ancient times. At that time, he was highly regarded. Very scenic. But due to lack of greed, Demigula finally betrayed the heavens, betrayed the whole king, and surrendered. Entered the dark demon realm King God at that time. And he has also become one of the great demon gods in the dark demon world, and his strength is very powerful. However, because of his opposition to the contemporary king of time, he was sealed by the other party. The seal of more than 70 million years has not wiped out Demigura's ambition, and he came out to harm the universe. Thank you for visiting 5G Small. Dragon God appears. Dragon God appears open black lens bracket second update, please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Demigura has become a lot smarter now, and he didn't shoot right away, fell as his most capable subordinate, no. He was naturally unwilling to be killed by Chumo like this. As a magus of the heavens, naturally he has some skills. The dark dragon god Salama was sealed by the king of all nations for an unknown number of years. In order to deal with Chumo, Demigura directly destroyed the seal of the dark dragon god. Chumo just wanted to return to the 7th universe, but 877 found that after tearing apart the space, he did not return to the 7th universe. Looking at the two figures in front of him, Chumo looked at them coldly, without any feeling of fear. Appearing in front of him was a figure somewhat similar to Yixinglong, with spikes on his body, but it seemed there's no such grim feeling. Contrary, there is a sense of majesty, but the familiar power of the devil is surging. Chumo asked, the opponent's strength is very strong, not weaker than the great priest. Salama. The visitor said lightly, his tone not fluctuating at all. Just looking at Chumo made Chumo's heart startled. Is this the dragon god Sarama who turned the whole universe of Dragon Ball upside down? Suddenly, the space fluctuated, and another figure appeared. Salama, you sinner, finally appeared. But it was his father-in-law's great priest, and he also felt the abnormal energy fluctuations, which came directly from the Temple of All Kings. Come over. Yo-yo, old friend came so fast. Salama looked at the figure of the great priest, but there was still not much fluctuation. However, a figure behind him hesitated, glanced at the great priest, and stepped back. Demigura, I didn't expect you to be in trouble as soon as you came, and you released Salama, you don't know. Is he also a disaster for your dark world? The great priest looked at the figure behind and said coldly. You want to destroy, then everyone will destroy it together, I will not mind. This era should end, and the creation of it is not better to create a new era. Hearing the voice of the person who came, Chumo suddenly moved in his heart. Demigura, is that the master of Fu? Here he is, where is the future Bulma? Where is Bulma? Chumo snorted coldly, and the figure flew over immediately, about to catch Demigula. Demigura is naturally very powerful in magic, but his melee combat ability is weak. Demigura, I didn't expect you to get into trouble as soon as you came out, and actually let Salama go, you don't know. Is he also a disaster for your dark world? The great priest looked at the figure behind and said coldly. You want to destroy, then everyone will destroy it together, I will not mind. This era should end, and the creation of it's not better to create a new era. Hearing the voice of the person who came, Chumo suddenly moved in his heart. Demigura, is that the master of Fu? Here he is. Where is the future Bulma in 4.0? Where is Bulma? Chumo snorted coldly, and the figure flew over immediately, about to catch Demigula. Demigura is naturally very powerful in magic, but his melee combat ability is weak. Loud noise, a terrifying shock wave burst out from the starry sky. Chapter 27 God Chapter 2. Chapter 272 The Great Priest Takes Action, 3 shifts, please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Ha. Ha. The two figures retreated, and Chumo's figure flew back dozens of meters. The figure on the opposite side was also shaken back by more than 10 meters, and the two looked at each other. Chumo glanced at Salama, the dragon god, and did not expect that Salama would be so powerful. It was a hasty strike, but it also used 80% of his strength. At least there won't be too many opponents. It seems that this time there is something to fight. You want to protect him? Chumo said coldly. Salama glanced at Chumo, then at the great priest, with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. 12 obviously, yes. Salama said lightly, however, it would be too arrogant for me to hit the two of you alone. Come on. Come on out, friends, Ares. Salama said to avoid, we are just 2 on 2, Ares, the high priestess handed over to you. Fallen angel, Ares, unexpectedly, you came out too. The great priest said coldly. Then he said to Chumo, son-in-law, it seems that we are going to fight to the death today, don't let go, these two. Great guy, Salama handed over to you. Great, Your Excellency the High Priest, it's time for us to settle our grievances too. Ares is also very handsome, but his face is grim, obviously resenting the great priest. The great priest did not speak, flew directly to Ares, and confronted Ares for a while. Neither side gave in half a step. At this time, the great priest tentatively took a few steps towards the other party. Ares immediately reacted, and suddenly moved from the same place. Disappeared and appeared in front of the great priest. Ha! The great priest immediately raised an arm across his head, blocking an attack from Ares. Transmitted to the various universes in the form of space tremors. The 9th level of the realm of the gods is the great perfection, you really broke through. The great priest's face changed a bit and became serious. The other party is also a master of the 9th floor of the realm of the gods. This is a powerhouse that even the great priests have to take seriously. Looking at Ares calmly, his eyes suddenly burst into light, and the two figures disappeared at the same time. And appearing somewhere at the same time. After tentatively testing each other a few times, the two sides began to fight at high speed. The surrounding void, like fragments, fell one by one, and because it was the 9th realm of the gods. The masters of the layers fight against each other, and the rules of the whole universe are avoided one after another. The broken space was not repaired the first time. Whoa! The surging energy swept in like a tide. Chumo and Salama could only retreat. Next few steps. But, it quickly exited a star system's distance. But these distances are still not enough. As the 380 level of the battle is getting higher and higher, the scope of the spread is also getting bigger and bigger. The surrounding space has accumulated too much energy and has become a high explosive danger zone. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling flash of light climbed up, and Chumo found that the void in his sight had already begins to collapse, shrinking into a little bit with nearby stars. Boom! Immediately following a huge explosion, the entire star system disappeared. Very powerful destructive power. Seeing with his own eyes that a star system was condensed into a small dot, Chumo had to sigh, such strength. Sure enough, it is the top powerhouse in the entire universe. Battle Dark Dragon God. Battle Dark Dragon God open black lens bracket second update, please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. At the same time, the aftermath of the battle has been transmitted through space to all parts of the universe. Beerus had just used to destroy the alien life of a spaceship, and suddenly felt a keen sense of space in the universe. There was a terrifying wave in the air. The worry in his eyes just appeared, and before he reacted, there was a loud boom, and the violent fall shook him. Staggering, the whole person was very embarrassed and lay directly on the ground. Woohoo, something is wrong. In the Realm King God realm, the Old Realm King God and the Eastern Realm King Shen Shen nervously watched the changes in the lower realm, while the entire realm was of dust as if an earthquake had occurred. Kakarot, do you feel it? Vegeta stopped the attack in his hand and nodded seriously with a solemn expression on his face. In his perception, the entire universe trembled. It is conceivable that a fierce battle must be taking place somewhere in the universe. It was horrible, I felt like my whole body was shaking. It seems to be a subconscious fear, even Sun Wukong himself can't say why it is like this. In the unknown space, the Great Priest and Ares are still fighting. As the battle became more intense, wounds appeared on the Grand Priest. Wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, he glanced at the gradually fading figure of the other party, and the Great Priest was silent for a while. Continued to fight with Ares. Every attack erupted with devastating power, and the extraordinary speed had already surpassed all perception. Seeing that the Great Priest and the Dark Angel were fighting together, after Chumo and Salama watched for a while, the two also fought. Come together. Although Chumo has just broken through the 9th floor of the realm of the gods, he has the power to surpass the 9th floor in the face of Salamana. The quantity is also not bad. The figures of the two have surpassed the speed of light by an unknown number of times, appearing in various spaces and times. One in the future, one in the past, one in the present. Every collision causes the fragmentation of time and space, and countless time and space are destroyed as a result. And with the battle between Chumo and the Dark Dragon God Salama, the rules of the whole universe also began to cause harm to them. Destruction to suppress. The incomparably powerful destruction energy blasted past from all directions in the entire universe, as if to directly destroy it. Destroy the entire universe. The Grand Priest and Ares were both shocked. The battle at this level was too tragic, although they could also issue this powerful energy, but once surpassed, there are only two results left. One is to be bombarded by the rules of the universe, and the other is to escape from this era, otherwise we can only follow this era. Yuan perishes together. Although the Grand Priest and Ares are rivals, they are also a family of angels, so they are for the sake of the tribe. Can't and dare not, so recklessly use, the energy beyond this era. Otherwise, even if they can survive, other angels will be killed and injured. Many angels are still apprentices, not even apprentices, and cannot survive without the whole universe. Only Chumo and Salama dared to explode like this. But Chumo couldn't do anything about it. If he didn't explode with such power, he would be bombarded by the Dark Dragon God. In order to save his life, he can only go all out. Joe. Chapter 274 A New Era. Chapter 274 A New Era, 3 shifts, please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. This battle, Chumo and the Dark Dragon God Salama fought for 1,000 years. In the place where they fought, the cosmic space collapsed countlessly, forming terrifying space caves. Even the god of destruction Beerus and others can't get close to the 100 million light-year range of this location. The High Priest and Ares have already stopped fighting, and they dare not approach this kind of battle rashly. It's too dangerous. Although they can withstand it, it is already a restricted area in the entire universe. Once they are contaminated with the breath there, the rules of the whole universe will continue to chase and kill until the other party dies. No one knew the result, and no one knew who Chumo and the Dark Dragon God Salama would win. The only thing I know is that Chumo and Salama have disappeared, and the Dragon Ball world will no longer have them. Film 637. And, from this moment on, Super Dragon Ball and Diablo Dragon Ball are useless. And the Dark World and the whole universe also entered a so-called balance, which lasted for a long time. Long time. When Chumo woke up from the darkness, he suddenly had a severe headache. Where is this? I am. Chumo suddenly felt that he was different. System. Chumo immediately called the system, but there was no response at first. Just when Chumo felt like giving up, he finally remembered the system's voice. BDCD. Host, here I am. Although there was a sound from the system, the sound was relatively weak, as if it had suffered a lot of damage. Great. You are still here, where am I? Chumo asked. Here is a new era. Chumo was startled and quickly asked, New era? How long have I slept? After systematic elaboration, Chumo finally understood what was going on. He fought against the dark dragon god Sarama for 1,000 years, and then fought with Sarama in the Dragon Ball World universe. Under the bombardment of the rules, the two entered the time-space cave at the same time. Due to the fierce battle for 1,000 years, the energy in their bodies has almost been consumed, and they were expelled from Dragon Ball. After the entire universe of the world, it is no longer able to survive in nothingness. In the end, the two of them were in nothingness for an unknown amount of time, and after an unknown number of epochs, the energy consumption of the two of them, exhausted, entered the tunnel of time and space, and came to this world of immortal cultivation. Who was once killed by the rules of the Dragon Ball world, Chumo came to this world and was immediately slaughtered. Tiandao's pursuit, set in order to keep Chumo as the host. The system can only fuse Chumo's body with the world of this era, and it also consumes a lot of money. Less energy. And the dark dragon god Salama was not so lucky. He was directly bombarded by heaven, and his soul was estimated to have disappeared long ago. Lost. Although Chumo has successfully integrated into this world, the Saiyan has no physique and no immortality. Even magic could not be used in this world, and his consciousness finally fell asleep to the depths of his mind. Then the body regenerates a new consciousness and also joins a medium gate of the world. Promise. After digesting all the previous memories of this body, the system also temporarily fell asleep due to excessive consumption. However, the system said that it will still publish tasks from time to time, but due to it and the heaven has met once, so it cannot appear often. Otherwise, once Tiandao recognizes that it is in Chumo's body, Chumo will be bombarded. The way of heaven in this era is stronger than that of Dragon Ball world. After all, the second dimension and the third dimension are not the same. Class. Chapter 275 Chapter 275 Disciple Big Buy, 1 update, please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Finally digested. After Chumo merged the memories of this world, he was very excited. There are fairies in this world. From here, starting from the cultivation of immortals, from low to high, the strength can be divided into bone burning, foundation building, golden pill, and transformation. God, pure young, true immortal. The bone burning stage is divided into 9 layers. Through the exercises, the spiritual energy in the body is stimulated as much as possible, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth is continuously absorbed and grown. Meridians. When the meridians in it have grown to the extreme that immortal cultivators can bear, they will reach the 9th layer of calcined bones. Peak, began to try to enter the foundation stage. Among them, the 7th layer of bone burning can have the ability of binocular night vision. The foundation building period is divided into 3 phases and 9 floors. Early stage of foundation building, the 1st floor to the 3rd floor. Middle stage of foundation building, the 4th to 6th floors. The late stage of foundation building, the 7th to 9th floors of foundation building. Jinden stage is also divided into 3 stages and 9 grades, but there is one more peak. So-called Jinden stage is to fuse the Jinden in the core space with the spiritual sense transformed from the spiritual consciousness. The integration process is divided into 9 stages. After each stage, the connection between Jinden and spiritual mind becomes stronger, and Jinden itself is forged. After 9 stages, the golden core and the divine consciousness are completely compatible. The process of the fusion of Jindan and spiritual mind is itself a process of refining and purifying the Jindan itself. In order to achieve this process to the extreme, it is necessary to purify the golden elixir by heaven and earth spirits and strengthen the potential of the golden elixir, so that the golden core can be tempered and forged by divine sense to reach a higher level. When reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of forging elixir, smelting the spirits of heaven and earth will make the elixir attain the rank and reach the pinnacle of elixir. 1% chance of entering the divine transformation stage if one achieves a grade 6 golden core. And even if the 6th grade golden core has entered the spirit transforming stage, it cannot go any further. And the 7th grade Jindan can steadily step into the evolutionary period, or even go further. Needless to say, as for the grade 9 golden core, the potential is huge. The divine transformation stage is divided into 4 stages: beginning, middle, later, and peak. After the divine transformation stage, there is the pure young stage, also known as the pure young ancestor. As for the realm behind, it is not the news that Chumo's previous body can know. Even the Promise sect does not have a pure young stage powerhouse now. Chumo is now only a cultivator on the 7th floor of the bone-burning stage, not even a cultivator. However, it is different now. Chumo has regained his self-consciousness. He will not continue like this, to be the strongest. Night passed, and the morning sun was like the disciples of Wuji Biyuan, with a strong vitality. Today is the promotion competition for the 2nd level disciples of Wuji Biyuan, which is held in Biyuan Square. 9 arenas rise in the center of the square, of which 8 small arenas form a circle, guarding the central one. Arena. Below the central arena, a total of several hundred 2nd level disciples were divided into dozens of teams. The number of each team varies, as many as 14 or 5, but the minimum number of teams is 10. Each team is led by an immortal in the foundation building period. Outside the 8 small arenas, it was already crowded with people. He also ran over to watch the level-up competition of the 2nd level disciples with the 1st and 3rd level disciples. There are other outer disciples. There are tens of thousands of people. In the midst of the commotion, only a clear shout was heard: "All disciples, be quiet." The whole square was silent, and a middle-aged immortal walked to the central arena in the air, provoking all the younger brothers in the audience. The child was whispering again. When Chumo looked at it, he also remembered that this was Shanchang Li of the 1st team. Headed by. Legend has it that the immortal chief already had the mana of the late stage of foundation establishment, and this was the last 2nd level disciple he brought. After that, I will be in charge of the 3rd level disciples. Li Xian had a majestic appearance, and when he walked to the stage, his eyes swept away, and he shouted, "Leader of the team, go to the central ring. Brothers. Son and we welcome the real dean together." Soon, 20 people got up and flew to the ring, saluting with all the disciples, and shouting in unison, "Welcome to the dean, the real person." Quote. Ha ha. Only heard a loud laugh. The voice was not loud, but everyone heard it very clearly. Every 5 years, the disciples are upgraded to the big competition. Every time I have to trouble you to wait here, the old Taoist is quite embarrassed. When the laughter sounded, the dean was nowhere to be seen. But when he started to speak, everyone saw 3 blue rays of light shot from outside the courtyard. The words were finished, an old man was already standing on the central ring, followed by 2 middle-aged Taoists. Beginning to the end, the voices in the ears of everyone did not change, if not everyone watched the old man fly from a distance. I thought that the old man had been standing on the ring talking all the time. This is flying. Chumo's eyes were hot, and the air dance technique couldn't be used here, let alone teleportation. Ask for flowers. So, he was very interested in this flight. But if you want to fly, you must improve your strength. The old man was dressed in a grey Taoist robe, and he was the head of the Wuji Biyuan, the real person of the Jindan stage. This Zan Taoist has an approachable appearance, and he is very respected by the disciples and professors of other courtyards. I saw him standing on the ring, with 2 middle-aged monks dressed in Taoist clothes standing beside him. Master Zan said with a smile, "The disciples have cultivated hard, and you must have made great contributions to leading the team." The immortals quickly thanked them. Master Zan Dao pointed at the 2 people beside him and said, "You two want to come and know each other, but the younger brother below, I'm afraid I don't know him, so I'd like to introduce some more." Finished speaking, he pointed to the tall and thin cultivator on his left and said, "This is Master Xuansu." Then he pointed to the red-faced monk on the right and said, "This is the real person Zan Ce." All the disciples were taken aback, they were actually 2 real people. On weekdays, these disciples are the only real people of Jindan stage in the Wuji Academy, and Dean Zan is also a rare one. See. Most of the disciples only met once during the 5-year competition. This time, there are actually 3 real people coming. Why not make the disciples excited? If you perform well in the competition and are favored by one of the real people, you can immediately become an inner disciple. Son, the foundation building period is in sight. Chumo looked at the 3 real people on the stage. Although he admired them extremely, he kept a trace of clarity in his heart. 3 real people came to a competition of bone-burning monks. It seems that this competition is really extraordinary. Chumo can't understand is that there is something that can make the real people of Jindan period pay attention to them. A test of some little bone-burning monks. After a few hundred disciples drew lots, they were caught and killed, and the competition was held on 8 small arenas. In the first round, the top 128 will be decided, 2 rounds a day. On the first day, the top 64 will be decided. A small shield was raised on the 8 small arenas. Chumo knew that this was the use of a formation that could avoid attacking. Hit someone outside the ring by accident. In each arena, an immortal leader of the foundation building stage presides over the fights. The real Zan Zan did not hesitate, and directly announced the start of the competition. The disciples immediately went to the central arena to draw lots in the jar with the red and blue bamboo sticks. Thanks again for visiting 5G Small. Chapter 276 Chapter 276 Improve the State of Art, Second Update, please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Chumo felt that his luck was not so good. He was able to draw a bye, but it would not be so bad. The opponent of the 8th and 9th layers of the bone-burning stage. After all, more than half of these hundreds of people were at the 7th level of the bone-burning stage. His opponent in the first round was also a disciple in the middle stage of the 7th floor of the bone-burning stage. Smaller than him. Tall and thin, with a hint of arrogance in his childish look. Li Sheng does have the capital to be proud of. He is only 15 years old this year, and he has already reached the 7th level of the bone-burning stage. Moreover, he is not only talented in cultivation, but also works hard and is no worse than other disciples. Not only the family, but even the immortal chief praised him, and there is absolutely no problem in entering the foundation establishment stage. There are 5 geniuses among the 2nd-level disciples. They are the 1st team's Guangyu, the 5th team's Admiration, the 7th, 7 square team Asterisk, 14th team Zhangqian, 18th team Yang Hengrui. These 5 people are known as 5 Shou. At least they were the 8th and 9th layers of the bone-burning stage. Because these 5 people all entered the 7th layer of the bone-burning stage before they were 14 years old. Li Sheng has always thought that he is the 6th Shou, second only to these 5 people. This time, he heard the rich award from Zongmin. Encouragement, the family has prepared a high-quality low-level magic weapon for it. There are also a lot of Fu Ce, he can be said to be rich, and he is even more ambitious, conscious that even if he encounters senior brothers on the 8th floor of the bone-burning stage can also defeat them. Of the ordinary bone-burning stage are not invincible. Therefore, when Chumo, an ordinary bone-burning stage 7th layer opponent, appeared, Li Sheng naturally recognized it. For this is a stepping stone to advance to the next round. And Chumo looked at this half-year-old child, smiled for no reason, took out his upper-level magic soldier, and put it on his face. An introductory swordsman who can afford to move, said to Li Sheng, "Junior brother, please." Li Sheng saw that Chumo actually used this basic swordsmanship, and it could be seen that he was also an ordinary disciple with no family background. The color of contempt on his face is even worse. With a sound of ting yo yo, he showed off a top-level magic soldier and displayed a set of skills handed down by his family. Husband's start. Thinking to myself, my father said that the power of this 24 gusty wind swords during the bone-burning stage is quite impressive. Other party has no background, and I am afraid that he has never even heard of this sword technique. Chumo has never seen this set of swordsmanship, just looking at this child who is showing off his toys. Little monk, I think it's very funny. But he still sensed the danger contained in it through this unfamiliar sword style. Ding! Congratulations to the host for starting the disciple competition and getting the sign-in package. Do you want to open now? Open now. Chumo was overjoyed. He didn't expect the system to issue sign-in packages so quickly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the gift package and obtaining the mood enhancement pill. Do you want to use it immediately? Use it now. As Chumo's voice fell, he felt a heat flow in his body from the soles of his feet straight to his mind. Comprehension, from the realm of law to the realm of art. Immediately, I was overjoyed, and the strength at least increased several times all at once. There are 4 realms of cultivators: law, technique, potential, and intention. Cultivator learns various spells according to the requirements, draws tigers according to the cat, knows what it is and doesn't know why, saying that. The legal realm. Afterwards, study the spells diligently, practice makes perfect, erase the mortar, the axe chisel gradually disappears, and the moves are opened and closed. The time is suitable for one's own body, which is called the realm of art. Reaching the 3rd level, the monk obtains the principles of the use of spells. Inside and outside the table. During spellcasting, cultivators can maximize the power of their own exercises through spells, and even exceed them. The power that can be achieved by the technique itself. At this level, the monks follow the law, as if the general trend, and cannot compete with them, so it is called. Situation. On the 4th floor, it is necessary to achieve the 3 realms of practicing swordsmanship, sword light and spirituality, and swordsmanship. A realm is collectively called mood. Above these 4 realms, there is a very mysterious supernatural power, just because the supernatural power is a cultivator relying on his own cultivation. A kind of powerful created by all the comprehensive factors such as magic, wisdom, realm, and comprehension. Infinite magic. The original Chumo was still in the law realm, but now it has been upgraded to the art realm. The understanding of the basic exercises has been improved by a level. The strength has increased several times. Now he is more confident. Ding! Release a new sign. In this competition will defeat one of the 5 shows, and get the corresponding sign-in package. Exclamation mark. Damn. Chumo wanted to scold people, but suddenly felt that this was what he should do. Even the so-called 5 show can't win, how can you reach the top? Done. Li Sheng moved the top-level magic soldier in his hand, and a white light flashed like a training, Chumo suddenly felt. A mana was hidden in the white light emitted by the magic soldiers, and it quickly came towards the face. The move is not old, and the face has been cut and it hurts. The 3-dimensional battle is really different. Chumo responded calmly, turned around to dodge the white light, and the magic soldier in his hand was also a sword energy that returned to Li Sheng's wrist. However, Li Sheng didn't care at all, relying on the sharpness of the soldiers, he pushed Chumo's soldiers to the side. The left hand pinched a hand tactic, and at the same time, there were words in the mouth, and a flame rose up. Just after Chu Mo's magic soldiers were separated, they showed an empty space and caught the opponent by surprise. Unexpectedly, the two magic soldiers met, and Li Sheng suddenly felt a strong mana spread to his own magic soldiers. After a while, the strength was not enough. Not only did he not set off the opponent's French soldiers, but he was pushed by this force. It took 2 steps back in a row to resolve it. The flame art in his hand was rushed by this mana, and it was deflected in the direction, and was easily dodged by Chu Mo. The flames that exploded, let Chu Mo blow cleanly with a simple breeze. 4.7. The look of contempt on Li Sheng's face suddenly subsided a lot. This man's mana is so strong, he is not in the mood for it. Under him, it seems that some have been beaten. But thinking of the net worth in his storage bag, he suddenly felt a lot more confident. That had been cut out on the top-grade French soldier's sword in his hand. There was a wry smile on his face. This magic soldier has only been in his hands for 3 months, and he has only fought twice before suffering such heavy losses. It seems that good weapons are not the same. The French soldiers in Li Sheng's hands swayed and attacked again. A set of 24 swords of the wind. 1 sword is faster than 1 sword, and 1 sword is as fast as 1 sword. At the same time, 1 spell in the hand is better than 1, and sometimes there are several talismans mixed in it, covering the face. Call towards Chu Mo. Chapter 277 Meeting the Prodigal Child. Chapter 277 Meeting a Prodigal Child. Open black lens bracket 1/2. Please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. For a while, Chu Mo felt a little bit in a hurry. Li Sheng's swordsmanship is like a gust of wind passing through the border. Ju, Wind Blade Ju, Golden Sword Ju, Giant Wood Ju and other spells. When I finally got a breath of relief with a solid foundation, I haven't waited for the first half of my counterattack. The other party filled it with another talisman. Chu Mo watched the other party beat him with low-grade, even middle-grade Fu Ce without money. Come. Like pieces of spiritual stone floating in water in front of his eyes, he cursed the prodigal son in his heart. Fortunately, this Li Sheng is still 13 and is a bit sensible, and he didn't regard the high-grade Fu Ce as water. Just when Chu Mo sighed in his heart, an ice blade talisman burst open in front of him, and the vast spiritual power fluctuated. Startled Chu Mo. He can't wait to slap himself. This is clearly a top-grade talisman. The icy cold air, before the 3 crystal-clear ice knives hit him, had already blown him away. The cold hairs on his body stood up in fright. Chu Mo secretly scolded his crow's mouth, while urging the spiritual power in his body to put a cloth on the outer layer of his body. Layers of golden light protection. 3 crystal-clear ice blades collided with the protective golden light one after another. Only a harsh sound was heard, and the 3 ice blades turned into ice slag all over the ground, and Chu Mo's body. The golden light was also dimmed by most of it, but it still showed a thin layer around Chu Mo, guarding it tenaciously. Chu Mo's safety. This is what Chu Mo stimulated the fluorescent energy shield of Dragon Ball World with spiritual power. It seems that it is powerful. It is not inferior to the power of high-grade talismans. Li Sheng originally thought that if he issued this top-grade Fu Ce, Chu Mo would only be able to defend, and even more so, to injury. In this way, he can have the absolute upper hand. Who would have thought that Chu Mo also has a top-grade talisman? It also neutralized his own talisman offensive, making his next means useless, just like his own. The prepared punch hit the cotton, so depressed that Li Sheng wanted to vomit blood. He originally planned to change the offensive and continue to put pressure on Chu Mo, but suddenly discovered that the opponent's high-grade talisman effect of the technique did not disappear, and a layer of faint golden light still appeared. How is it possible? Li Sheng was shocked. The spell effects of the 2 high-grade talismans should cancel each other out, right? Just when Li Sheng was interrupted by 2 accidents in a row, Chu Mo did not hesitate. He didn't hesitate at all now, instead he was a little angry. If he hadn't just comprehended the art realm, and could trigger the energy shield, he would at least be seriously injured now. Maybe even hang up. These guys, taking advantage of their background, don't take other people's lives as their lives. Fit of anger, Chumo resorted to the 437 technique he had learned not long ago, and used the basic sword of the Promise sect. Fa Wu turned into a huge ball of light, rolling towards Li Sheng. Chumo's cultivation base is higher than Li Sheng's, and he has a solid foundation. Chumo was at a disadvantage just because of the inferiority of the French soldiers and Li Sheng's talisman tactics. Taking the initiative this time, the counterattack attacked one wave after another. Li Sheng now fully understands what it means to be foolish. I still had the absolute upper hand, and I was satisfied. Suppressed object. It's okay to take advantage of yourself, and it's not that you don't have a chance. After all, you still have a few high-grade talismans. There is even a magic weapon that has not been used. Chapter 277 Meeting the Prodigal Child. Chapter 277 Encounter with a Prodigal Boy. Open black lens bracket 2 halves. Please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. But the problem now is that he doesn't have time to activate the magic weapon at all. He has already been attacked by his opponent. The move was completely suppressed. And the complete suppression, Li Sheng can't understand. How could it be possible for the basic swordsmanship to suppress his own 24 wins? Not to mention this basic swordsmanship, he is also very skilled. Why is the opponent able to make this basic swordsmanship so fast? How can the power be so great? Li Sheng was a little flustered. After all, he was only a child less than 15 years old. If he can hold his breath and carefully observe Chumo's swordsmanship, he will find that Chumo makes a very rounded, smooth, no trace of axe. Perhaps the conversion between moves is not very standardized, but the moment of each conversion is more than itself. The situation encountered by Do is very similar. There is a freewheeling feeling. It can be said that this set of swordsmanship is not the basic swordsmanship of other courtyards at this time, it is already Chumo's own swordsmanship. This is the realm of art, separated from the sword, the normative rules and regulations of the law, and integrated into their own understanding. Make it a sword technique. At this time, the monks watching the battle also saw that Li Sheng was about to lose, and he had no room to fight back. Failure is only a matter of time. After all, Li Sheng is a little genius, and he is still somewhat famous in Wuji Courtyard, so the people watching his games are still. There are some people who were friends with Chumo in the past couldn't help cheering when they saw that Chumo's victory was in sight. Among them are the senior brother Yao Yang, the second senior brother Dufeng, and the fourth senior sister. Said with a smile, I didn't expect this Chumo to also understand the realm of the art, and in the last competition, there was no figure it out. Yao Yang said, the last time the fight was short, the two of them only had 20 or 30 moves to decide the winner, not to mention that Chumo should have just realized the realm of art, so it depends on each individual's performance. Nodded and said, what the senior brother said is, I remember that you and the second senior brother were both in the bone-burning period. Only at the 8th level did you realize the realm of art. Yao Yang Dao, yes, but junior sister, you are more powerful. You realized this realm on the 7th floor. Besides, junior sister was only 15 years old. Non-committal, but said, I didn't expect Chumo to have a high-grade talisman, but I am willing. Yao Yang said, after all, it's external forces, and cultivators should fight with their own strength. Not much use. Giggle, smiled and stopped talking. Yao Yang said, let's go, this game is about to end, and there is still a second round to prepare in the afternoon. After that, the three walked to the resting place, but Dufeng didn't say a word from beginning to end. The three of them had already finished the game. On the central arena, the inner disciples of the 20 square teams gathered together, and there was a lot of discussion. This time, Lu Lorong, the inner disciple who led the 7th team, can be said to be quite satisfied, whether it is the 7th team. Overall number of promotions, or the number of people in the late bone-burning stage, is among the best among the 20 teams. Received the Jia Wang Laohao award from the real person Zhan Zhuang. He also received a generous reward, and with this wealth, he can enter the late stage of foundation building, so that he is one step closer to the golden core stage. Junior brother Lu's 7th party team has a gratifying result this time. Fang Buan, an inner disciple of the official 12th party who spoke. Fang has won the award, and the team of senior brother is also good, and 10 of them have entered the later stage of the bone-burning stage. Lu Lorong spoke slowly, but his eyes were shining. Thank you for visiting 5G Small. Chapter 278 Entering the Third Round. Chapter 278 Entering the Third Round, 3 shifts, please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Haha, the two of you don't need to be so polite. In previous competitions, each team had to gamble. This time it seems that no exceptions. What do you think? It was Wang Junhu, an inner disciple of the first team. The rest of the inner disciples who led the team also took the opportunity to shout, that's right, gamble. You must gamble for a fight. Fan. It's still the old rule. Each team produces 20 mid-grade Ling Shi, and the 5 teams with the best results lead the inner door. How about the rewards for the disciples? Yes, the team with the best results won 3 layers of spirit stones, and a half layer of spirit stones decreased, and the 5th placed team of 680. How about getting a layer of spirit stone reward? Very good, I still need the witness of the Xuanzhang Academy. The inner sect disciples were chattering, and in the blink of an eye, the rules of gambling were clearly stated. Obviously this game is not the first time. The respective teams have to pick out a few disciples in the later stage of bone burning, and participate in the mission after the sect has tested the big competition. Zhenren Zan smiled slightly and said, Old Taoist will be a witness, just don't forget it. The faces of the inner disciples suddenly became solemn, and they answered in unison. The court, Chumo didn't give Li Sheng any more chance, and the suppression of him continued to increase. There is no chance for the magic weapon in his hand. He didn't even have the chance to issue high-grade talismans, but only took a few pictures of middle and low-grade talismans, but even the golden light on Mo's body didn't break either. Li Sheng was very unconvinced, but was stabbed in the shoulder by Chu Mo's sword. The inner disciple who presided over the competition had already sent out a spell, attached to Li Sheng and blocked Chu Chu. Silent soldier. Chu Mo knew that his strength was not enough, and he was too lazy to offend the inner disciples and stand up. Chu Mo won and entered the next round. The second round of the afternoon, he was still a disciple of the 7th layer cultivation in the bone-burning stage. However, this disciple did not have the wealth of Li Sheng, and only used a high-grade magic soldier to meet Chu Mo. Fight. Chu Mo took this opportunity to familiarize himself with the artistic realm that he had initially mastered, and easily entered the top 64. Everyone returned to the residence in the other courtyard under the leadership of senior brother Lu, the inner disciple of the team. On the first day of the competition, the 7th team performed well, and the 12 disciples of the 7th floor of the bone-burning stage actually all. Entering the second round, senior brother Lu enjoyed the surprised eyes of other disciples who led the team. It's a pity that in the second round, a few disciples were unfavorable by lottery. Successively eliminated. Even Guo Jing, the strongest on the 8th floor, unfortunately met a disciple of the 9th floor in the first team. In the end unfortunately lost. The remaining 7 disciples entered the next round. Good spirits, Lu Lorong commented on everyone's performance against the enemy. Everyone felt that they had benefited a lot, and even the 5 people who were eliminated were in a much better mood. Only then did Chu Mo know that the other brothers and sisters had already reached the realm of skills. It seems that this genius much is. And Chu Mo also comprehended this realm, and it also surprised the rest of the disciples. When Chu Mo returned to his residence, he was successively congratulated by several disciples who got along well on weekdays. After the greeting, Chumo carefully recollected senior brother Lu's comments and explanations, and competed with him in the 2 battles. Confirmed, consciously gained a lot. So he swallowed a blood-purifying pill and practiced with a spiritual stone in his hand. Chapter 279 Chapter 279 Swordsmanship in 1 more update, please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. On the second day, Chumo woke up early in the morning and realized that there was a bit of spiritual power in this bloodline, and he was far away from him. The 8th floor of the bone-burning stage is 1 step closer, and I am in a good mood. The square of the other courtyard was already crowded with people, and when they saw the big contestants of their respective teams, they shouted in unison for help. Way. In the 3rd round, Chumo met a disciple of the 8th floor of the bone-burning stage, Yuan Zan of the 17th team. Of the team who had been cheering for Chumo quite frustrated. Chumo has been unhurried and very indifferent. Yuan Zan was 21 years old, and he held a top-ranked soldier in his hand. He was also very curious about Chumo. The 16 or 17-year-old boy in front of him was so calm in front of him. Does he have the confidence to beat himself? Yuan Zan smiled, and the two saluted each other. The inner disciple in charge gave an order. Ming, stabbing Chumo's throat. As soon as you come up, you will seize the opportunity, and the first shot will be the ultimate move, without the slightest temptation and hesitation. Chumo did not go straight to its front, but took a step back. Yuan Zan's offensive was faster than one move, one sword was better than another, and it stretched endlessly, like a flowing river. At the same time, the fingers of various spells in the left hand are also constantly pinched, and the mouth keeps reciting words, spells one after another. One hit Chumo. Chumo was in a hurry for a while, and he was hit by spells several times in succession, but fortunately, his spiritual power was activated. The shield is strong and blocks most damage. In the later stage of bone burning, one step is a hurdle. Even if Chumo has the realm of swordsmanship, he has no choice but to have poor mana. Distance. Spell has not reached the art state, and can only be beaten passively. Chumo gritted his teeth. For the sake of the generous rewards of the sect, he did not care too much, and urged the shield to the strongest. The body jumped up. Yuan Zan sneered and said, I've been waiting for you for a long time, so what if you have an amulet? He thought that Chumo was a shield issued by a talisman. He hid a talisman in his hand, and a few water swords flew out of it, smashing the golden light of Chumo's body protection. Move, it will collapse at any time. At the same time, the top-level magic soldier in his hand stabbed Chumo with a move of 7 stars Chi Yao. Chumo resisted with all his might, diffusing 5 of the swords, and the other 2 struck the golden light of his bodyguard. The silver light vibrated for a while, shaky. Yuan Zan performed another, giant wood technique. Chumo continued to urge the energy shield, and the giant wood smashed the golden light into pieces. Ask for flowers. Chumo made a direct move. 3 Yang Kaitai, the 3 swords in a series pierced out 3 sword chi. The sword move is natural, and there is no life. A stringent counterattack in the past. Yuan Zan snorted. This is the swordsmanship reaching the skill realm. Sure enough, the moves are sharp and fast, but the lack of mana is in vain. Yuan Zan struck 2 swords in a row, cutting off the 2 sword chi, and at the same time, a yellow light appeared in front of him, which was an ordinary high-grade talisman. Earth Wall Technique. Chumo's 3rd sword chi hit it, but it only shook it. Chumo looked at it, and was quite annoyed. These guys are better than Fu Ce and richer. Okay, then compare it well. Raise your left hand. A falling stone technique. A fire crow strike. A water binding technique. Bang. Bang. Yuan Zan was also beaten by these spells again and again, and he was in a state of embarrassment. Opportunity was rare. Chumo immediately pursued the victory. The swordsmanship in the art world struck one after another, and the spells in his left hand also. with the right-hand swordsmanship. One after another, it is actually quite smooth, and it has to catch up with the speed of the sword. Chapter 280 Rewarding Magical Instruments. Chapter 280 Reward Magic Weapon, second update, please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the magic realm and rewarding a bronze mirror of the defensive magic weapon. Just as Chumo was using swordsmanship and spells at the same time, the sound of the system sounded again. You want to claim your reward now. Receive it. Ding! The reward has been distributed to the host's storage bag, please accept it. After this sentence, the system disappeared again. The inner disciple Lularong, the leader of the team in the central arena, saw that Chumo instantly took the initiative, and at the same time the left hand. The spell was also extremely fast, and could not help attracting the attention of several leading inner sect disciples. Notice. It's rare to understand the realm of magic in the fighting method. An inner disciple said. Swordsmanship 14. Both spells have reached the realm of art. This battle is not a good match. Another way. The team leader Yuan Zhan had a bad face. He snorted, his face was calm, but his eyes kept beating, his eyes flickered, and he didn't know what to think. Chumo took the initiative and realized the magic, art realm, and his morale was high for a while, and he kept attacking. Yuan Zhan's cultivation base was one level higher, so he tried his best to support him. Yuan Zhan was angry and annoyed now. The original form was very good, but in an instant, the form suddenly deteriorated. It seems that the method of pressing the bottom of the box is going to be used. Yuan Zhan originally wanted to rely on this method to fight with the forge in the later fights. The masters of the 9th floor of the bone stage are competing for strength, and now they don't care much anymore. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, a silver long sword floated above Yuan Zhan's head, and in the silver light, a sharp. The breath pointed directly at Chumo. Chumo suddenly felt that his face was cut by a knife, it hurt. The magic weapon, it is the magic weapon. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, Yuan Zhan smiled fiercely, and the mana was continuously input into the long sword. Chumo saw Yuan Zhan bring out the magic weapon, his face was solemn, but he was not panic. I also got the magic weapon reward just now, I am afraid of a ball. While Chumo attacked Yuan Zhan with a spell, preventing him from inputting spiritual power into the magic weapon, he also secretly used the spell. Inject the power into the bronze mirror of his magical instrument. Stalemate between the two, all the disciples in the audience held their breaths, and even the inner disciples in the central arena had a few. Bit turned his attention. The blink of an eye, the silver sword above Yuan Zhan's head turned into a brilliance, which flashed in the eyes of everyone. Hit Chumo. Everyone felt sorry for Chumo. They thought they would enjoy a successful leapfrog challenge. Unexpectedly, Yuan possessed the magic weapon. Just when everyone thought that Chumo would definitely lose, they only heard a loud bang. The disciples thought it was the presiding senior brother who blocked the attack of the magic weapon. When they turned to look at 850, they saw Chumo. A bronze mirror in front of him stood in the air, blocking the silver flying sword. Artifacts, see artifacts again. Actually both sides have magic weapons, which is wonderful. The emotions of the disciples in the audience suddenly rose, and even Lularong was stunned and delighted. Happiness. Yuan Zhan thought that the victory was in his hands, but unexpectedly, Chumo also had a magic weapon, which was actually a defensive magic weapon. Damn it. Yuan Zhan cursed secretly, took back the silver flying sword, injected his spiritual power into it, and prepared for the second blow. Disciples in the bone-burning stage have no spiritual consciousness, so they cannot attack and defend freely with remote control instruments, and cannot freely change. Dragon Ball getting stronger from signing in Chapter 281 to 300. Chapter 286 Top 16. Chapter 286 Top 16, 5, please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Qian, on the other hand, looked at the opposite side blankly. At this moment, Chumo fell down on the ring, and started as if there was no one else around. Consolidate cultivation. You fail like this. Between the rise and fall of the rabbit, it was dizzying, and everyone in the audience just quietly watched everything that happened. It was only then that there was a loud bang. Turn defeat into victory, defeat the strong with the weak. This is the result. Everyone just felt that it was unexpected, but they felt that everything was reasonable. All of a sudden it is a combination of pride. Never give up, this is the way to fight. This is the mentality of the strong. When everyone was in the stands again, Zhang Qian had walked down the stage sadly. Whoosh, several figures swept up to the stage. It was Yao Yang, Du Feng, and 3 people who formed horns with each other. Chumo surrounded him to protect the law. As soon as everyone looked up, they realized that at some point, Lu Lurong, the inner disciple of the 7th team, had also stood there. Over the arena. In the central arena, the real person Zan Mu said with emotion, "The disciple has such a spirit, why is the sect unhappy tilde?" The real Xuansu next to him said, "That girl is also insisting, not bad." Zan Ce said, "There are dozens of battles in 2 days, but it's not just these 2 that are good." The 3 of them looked at each other and laughed. In Chumo's room, where the second-level disciples of Wuji Biyuan lived, a pair of eyes suddenly appeared in the dark room. Open in. Chumo stretched out his finger, a flame flashed, and he bounced on a lamp, and the dark room became bright. Stand up. The house is not big, only about 10 feet long and wide. The furnishings in the house are extremely simple, and there are only a few necessities of life. It can be seen that Chumo used to focus on hard work. Half a month has passed since the big competition, and Chumo's 8th layer cultivation of the bone-burning stage has also been completely consolidated. Recalling what happened in the big competition, Chumo still has lingering fears. On that day, he luckily broke through to resist Zhang Qian's attack at the last moment, although he finally defeated Zhang Qian, but the spiritual power he had just accumulated was also exhausted. Without the guidance of spiritual power, the cultivation base that originally broke through is like a building built without cement, immediately facing collapse. Once the cultivation base collapses, it will fall back to the 7th floor at light level, or be seriously injured and will not heal for several years. That's why Chumo fell to the ground without even looking at the result after sending out the last sword blow. And desperately run the tactic. Fortunately, it was not too late. Senior brother Lu, who led the team, took out a precious and top-quality recovery pill. Avoid the repair base collapse. It's just that Chumo can no longer participate in the competition in the central ring, and can only abstain. In the next half-month, Chumo began to retreat at his residence, recovered from his injuries, and continued to stabilize his cultivation. Chumo was deeply afraid that this breakthrough would leave some dark wounds, which would affect the improvement of his cultivation in the future. After combing through his body several times, he made sure that Wang Ma Zhao, was not affected. After half a month, Chumo left the customs, and his cultivation base was not only stabilized, but also the foundation was consolidated again. Although Chumo stopped at the top 16 this time, although he felt a little regretful, but after thinking about it, he originally came from. He couldn't even pass Zhang Qian's level. Now that I can get the reward of the top 16, it is already a big profit. Thinking of the reward, Chumo felt excited and took off a small and delicate blue cloth bag from his waist. Chapter 287 _ Chapter 287 Fei Dun Magic Tool, 6th update, please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. This is the storage bag. Chumo has seen it on Li Sheng and Zhang Qian respectively in the competition. There is a space in the small cloth bag, which can put a lot of things, and it is easy to access. Chumo's eyes were hot when he saw it. He thought that after the competition, he would buy one in the market. No. Thinking of the rewards of this competition, they were all sent with a small storage bag attached. This time, I saved another spirit stone. He injected spiritual power into the storage bag, and the storage bag could be used as long as the spiritual power was injected into it. Of course, if you reach the foundation building stage, you can also use your divine sense to draw an array on the storage bag, only the storage. The owner of the bag can use 723. Now Chumo can only use the storage bag in the simplest way. Crash. The rewards of this competition were all poured down in front of Chumo. The disciples who participated in the later stage of the bone-burning competition had 20 spiritual stones, and the top 64 were rewarded with 40 spiritual stones. The top 32 will be rewarded with 20 pills. After Chumo entered the 8th floor of the bone-burning stage, the blood-purifying pills he used before. The effect is not very obvious, just replaced it with more abundant spiritual power, which is more suitable for the 8th layer monk to use. Of blood essence. As for the reward for entering the top 16, Chumo specially asked for a magic weapon for Fei Dun. He already has. I got a bronze mirror for defense, but I just lacked a magic weapon for flying away. Being able to fly is the most basic means of life-saving. However, Chumo always felt that Zongmin suddenly expanded the scope of rewards and the intensity of rewards this time, but he has not been willing to pay attention to it. When a disciple explains the reason, there is always a purpose. He kept such an eye. Chumo didn't believe in what the disciples of the other courtyards practiced hard. The results were gratifying, and the sect deliberately expanded the rewards. What? Speech. Although there have been rumors that in recent decades, Wuji disciples have progressed faster in practice than other sect disciples. The strength gradually became stronger. But even if this is the truth, it is only better than that, and it is far from enough for the sect to increase the rewards to such a degree. This point. However, these things are far from the point where Chumo can touch it at this BJEB level. Chu now. Mo can only use every opportunity to increase his strength. As for accepting these rewards, Chumo can't care about what he will pay. This time, the 7th party team made a big progress, which made the team leader Lu Shishang win a lot. After Chumo stopped in the top 16, Yao Yang and Dufeng entered the top 8 and were rewarded by the Foundation Establishment Pill. Dufeng encountered an opponent who was already at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of bone burning, and was using a low-level defensive method. After obtaining the weapon and a mid-grade magic weapon, Dufeng was still defeated and stopped in the top 8. Yao Yang was the Guangyu who eliminated the first team of the 5 shows, and entered the semifinals. But unfortunately, he couldn't go any further. At this point, all the disciples of the 7th team have lost in this competition, although Lu Lorong has nothing to do with Yao Yang. Entering the finals, it is a pity that Chumo could not enter the quarterfinals. However, the 7th team still ranked 3rd among the 20 teams, and received a bet of 80 middle-grade spirit stones. After deducting the cost of 20 yuan, he made a net profit of 60 middle-grade spirit stones, which is equivalent to 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. This is also a lot of wealth for the inner disciples of the Foundation establishment period. Lu Lorong, who is in a good mood, has been promoted to the 3rd level for the 7th team after Chumo's retreat. The disciples' cultivator talked about his cultivation experience for a few days, so that the disciples of the 7th party have learned a lot. Thank you for visiting the 5G Shao. Chapter 288 Chapter 288 King of Buyuan, 1 update, please subscribe. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the top 16 task and getting the sign-in gift package. Do you want to open the gift package immediately? Turn it on now. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Puchuo Dan, which can enhance your understanding and achieve twice the result with half the effort. Chumo is very happy for this reward. Since it is a cultivator, what is the most important thing? Talent. Comprehension. Talent can make people practice very fast, and there is not much bottleneck. But understanding is different. In the later stages of cultivation, it is often the level of understanding that is relied upon. In addition, there are many magic powers in the back, and it requires a strong understanding to comprehend. Use it now. Ding! Congratulations to the host's comprehension reaching the top genius level. I hope to continue to work hard. Chumo felt a chill in his mind, as if it was difficult for him to understand this savvy thing. On this day, after Chumo finished his training, he was stopped by senior brother Lu, who was the leader of the team. He had reached the 8th level of the bone-burning stage, and as a rule, he had to be taught by the team leader for 3 days alone. Before, because he needed to recover from his injuries and consolidate his cultivation, he never received individual guidance. Now that he is doing well, even if senior brother Lu doesn't call him, he can't wait. The 7th team will be promoted to the 3rd level disciple team in the second half of the year, so Lu Lorong is still the leader. Moreover, the 7th party team performed better this time, and some disciples may be supplemented to those with fewer advanced disciples. Square team. But it is only a small part, and it is impossible to be a disciple in the later stage of bone burning, unless Lu Lorong has a problem in his mind. Question. Now Chumo is still the 10th brother among the 3rd level disciples, but he has been tacitly regarded as the 2nd ranked by the 7th party disciples. The 3rd master of Yu Yaoyang and Dufeng. Even if he is not Chumo's opponent now, he didn't say anything about it. After all, in the big competition, Chumo was Zhang Qian, whose cultivation level was 2 levels higher than his own. This incident caused a sensation in the entire Promise Courtyard, and was especially appreciated by Master Zhan Mu. Even if someone disagrees, they will not come forward to challenge Zhang Liang at this time. Now there is a saying among the disciples of Wuji Biyuan, 4 heroes, 5 shows, and 7 heroes, which is aimed at the busy. In the top 16. Chumo was one of the 7 heroes, which surprised him for a while. It is said that the evaluation of the 4 heroes, 5 shows and 7 heroes, is very particular. The 4 heroes are naturally the top 4 in this competition, and Yao Yang is one of the 4 heroes. The 5 shows are the 5 youngest among the top 16, and 4 of them are women. Dabi was the only 4 women who entered the round of 16. In this regard, was very upset, and personally found the only man in the 5 shows, one who just reached the bone-burning stage. The monk on the 9th floor defeated him in public and won him the title of 5 show. Then, 5 shows became 5 beauty. The rest as Heing, and some good people also ranked Chumo first in Heing. Ellipsis. For flowers. Chumo is naturally dismissive of this, but there is nothing he can do about his reputation. Chumo still respects this inner disciple, senior brother Lu, especially after entering the late stage of bone burning. Brother Lu's 3-day explanation is rich in content. Yes, Chumo has a greater understanding of this world of immortality. Very rewarding, even a little shocking. On the first day, senior brother Lu taught the cultivation experience, various problems that will be encountered from the 8th to 9th layers of the bone-burning period, and various situations to be aware of. Senior brother Lu, I explained it, including various preparations for the foundation period. If it is said that the gap between the monks in the bone-burning stage is not too obvious, the foundation building stage is a watershed. The difference lies in the exercises that each cultivator cultivates, the cultivation resources he possesses, and the wisdom to face difficulties. Determination and courage. Even include luck. This is a road of rapid progress, and a little laxity and hesitation will bring about the consequences of the road of cultivation. Narrow, or even cut off. After the explanation on the first day, Chumo always had a question echoing in his heart: what exactly is cultivation? The Dragon Ball world is about Qi, and this world is about spiritual power. In fact, they are almost the same. But in the Dragon Ball world, his strength has improved rapidly, and there is no bottleneck. But cultivating immortals is different, pays attention to Taoism and naturalness, and comprehends all things in the world. Corpse. 0. Chapter 289 I8 for longevity. Chapter 289 I am for longevity, second update, please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Chumo thought about it for a whole night, and thought about thousands of reasons for cultivation, and finally stopped. He hesitated, his eyes became clear again. When Brother Lu asked the next day, Chumo only had 2 words, longevity. Senior Brother Lu said, is this the only reason? Are there other reasons? Chumo shook his head and said, in the beginning, there were many complicated thoughts in my mind, no matter which one was the same. A viable reason, 7 and 80, can be thought of in the end, only this one is the most practical and the most immortal. All other reasons will fade away with time, only this reason will last forever. Brother Lu laughed, ha ha, for a while, what a good one that lasts forever and can be taught by children. After all, looking at Chumo's eyes was a little complicated for a while. There is joy, there is jealousy, there is memory, and there is bitterness. But Chumo didn't know that this was a state of mind test of the Wuji Academy for the 8th level disciples who had reached the bone-burning stage. Test. The purpose, origin, and reason of each monk's practice are different. Even each monk has a lot of thoughts. Now the cultivator may not be aware of it, and even feel that it is making a big fuss, but with the improvement of cultivation. With the growth of the state of mind, every thought will turn into an obsession, and every obsession is for future practice. Fetters. Thousands of years later, the reason for the practice of the past may be shattered with the passage of time, and it may be unrealistic. These thoughts are too entangled. It will even turn into a demon, threatening the life of the monk. Only by establishing an unchanging and stable cultivation idea can a monk go further. A guarantee. Chumo didn't know this. Maybe after many years, with the improvement of his cultivation, he will wake up to today's Lu. Brother, the significance of this question. The content of the second day is about the experience of the bone-burning stage monks in the foundation building stage, and the precautions. There was even the cultivation method of the bone-burning stage, which made Chumo a little stunned. Lu Lorong looked at Chumo's expression and said with a smile, why, do you feel that cultivation is difficult now? Chumo nodded and said, although I was determined to go on no matter how difficult it was, I didn't expect to cultivate like this. Process. Lu Lorong said, do you know how many chances are there for a cultivator in the bone-burning stage to enter the foundation establishment stage? Chumo said, 1%. Lu Lorong asked again, does Jindan cultivator know? Chumo shook his head. Lu Lorong continued, there is not even 1 in 1,000, and the Jindan stage is also in crisis. Every step is related to the ultimate achievement of the practice, and even I know very little about it. Our Promise sect plus the disciples of other courtyards, there are hundreds of thousands of outer sect disciples. But the disciples of the foundation building period are not enough. Thousands. This is because the lifespan of the monks in the foundation establishment period is more than double that of the bone-burning period. Jindan period real people have a lifespan of 500 to 1,000 years, accumulating up to now. It is said that they don't care about dozens. As for, even I have never seen the legendary ancestor of the legendary god turning stage. Just know this faction 5.9 can. There must be such power. Hearing this, Chumo couldn't help feeling emotional. Dragon Ball world belongs to the two-dimensional space, and people there live for hundreds of millions of years. And the attack power is very powerful, destroying the planet is a trivial matter. But according to the system, in the three-dimensional world, even if he still has all the energy, he may not be able to destroy it. A hill here. He has to work hard to cultivate. Wong, remember me. Chapter 290 _ Chapter 290 Big waves wash the sand, 3 shifts, please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Seeing Chumo's expression, Lu Lorong knew that he was already absent-minded, and said, I am here today. I'm tired too, you just need to keep in mind everything that has been said today. Seeing this, Chumo immediately retire. On the third day, the content explained is the world of people in the cultivation world, as well as the matters needing attention in the cultivation world. The situation of the world, etc. Some even Brother Lu knew very little. On the contrary, the more Chu Mo listened, the more questions he had. In the end, Lu Lorong refused. Not embarrassed to stop Chu Mo's question, he said, "The world of practice is vast, and even I can't fully understand it. You can only give the basic things to you, and you will understand and experience it yourself in the future." After the explanation, he took out 2 jade slips and said, "These 2 jade slips, one records what the cultivation world can do. All kinds of heaven and earth treasures used. It is all summed up by the seniors of the sect who have traveled the world over the years. Although it is not complete, it is. It is enough for the monks who are waiting for the bone-burning stage. The other piece is the customs of the cultivation world recorded by the predecessors of the past dynasties, and it is essential to go out and travel." Chu Mo took the 2 jade slips and said in deep thought, "Senior brother, does the sect need me to wait for the disciples to go out to perform duties? Otherwise, how could you make such thorough preparations?" Lu Lorong was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, "You are smart, but you are not entirely right. Zongmen have always been rules. When the disciples reached the 8th level of the bone-burning stage, they all had to travel outside. Although there are no other hard rules for this, I also try to be fully prepared for the sect disciples to go out. It is so. There is nothing special about you waiting this time. After all, you are waiting for the future expectations of the sect, maybe one of them. It is the master of the future spiritual transformation period, the pillar of the sect. Although there are other things this time, the specific situation is not very clear. You can wait for the news of the sect." Lu Lorong's remarks confirmed what Chu Mo was thinking, but Chu Mo's doubts were even deeper. After leaving Lu Lorong's yard, Chu Mo couldn't help laughing when he recalled what he had just said. This kind of thing is that even the inner disciples like Lu's senior brother don't know much, and it is obviously planned by the real person. Even, it is a more powerful means. What can a little bone-burning cultivator be able to do? Let these characters count. Even if it is a bit of a care, with one's own cultivation base that is obediently obedient, how can he jump out of him? Their chess game. All he can do is to work hard to improve his cultivation until he can decide his own destiny. 3rd-level disciples seldom cultivate in other courtyards, and most of them have to travel outside to gain knowledge and find opportunity, complete the sect mission and so on. Even if the disciple's cultivation base has not reached the 8th floor of the bone-burning stage, after 1 year of cultivation, he must receive the sect. 480 plans for your future cultivation path. This is also the reason why, apart from the year-end competition, there are few 3rd-level disciples in the Wuji courtyard. The Promise sect has a long heritage and knows the truth that it is difficult to raise pillars in a greenhouse. So give the disciples freedom and space, and let them fight on their own. After all, the inheritance of Zongmen depends on the elites. After being warned by Brother Lu, Chu Mo has been traveling for the past 6 months in addition to practicing hard. Prepare. After the cultivation reached the 8th level of the bone-burning stage, Chu Mo began to refine the talisman. Many guys have talismans. What he took out was just rubbish prepared before. Chapter 291 Making Talismans. However, his comprehension has soared now, and now he can learn a school talisman. Sure enough, he, who was unable to succeed before, succeeded not long after. The feeling of making the talisman is endless. With the success of his talisman, low-grade talismans rarely appear, and most of them are middle and upper-grade talismans. It is a top-quality talisman, and it is also made every 3 to 5. Now Chu Mo has replaced all his reserves with a superb talisman. However, he didn't want to reveal the secret of his ability to make talismans, because the power of the best talismans is almost as strong as that of building talismans. The ordinary spells in the early stage of the foundation are almost the same. If the sect knew that he could make the best talisman now, it would be difficult. It is guaranteed that no one will lead his cultivation path to a special refining talisman. But he didn't want to. It's a pity that Dobby didn't make it to the top 8. The reward for the top 8 is a foundation establishment pill. How much is this? Expected. Chumo has always been brooding about the foundation pill. The increase in the level of refining talismans originally meant that the number of spiritual stones in Chumo would increase greatly in the future, but due to the medicinal pill was replaced with the blood essence pill with better effect, and the price was naturally more expensive. Although there are big rewards, plus the benefits of the 8th floor disciples during the bone-burning period, the spirit stones in Chumo's storage bag, the number has only increased slightly. The growth of the cultivation base is quite gratifying. In half a year, Chumo's cultivation base can be said to have grown steadily. However, it is impossible to enter the 9th floor in a short time like the 7th floor. After all, his accumulation in the 6th layer of the bone-burning stage was extremely strong. At the end of the month, at the Square Market Fair, Chumo wore a mask and set up a street stall in the Square Market to sell talismans. Now Chumo's talisman is also well known in the market, and in the past 6 months, Chumo has begun to reserve extremely. The quality talismans are for their own use, and the number of high-quality talismans on the stall has greatly increased. This also attracted many cultivators to buy it, and it was often sold out just after he put it on. Sure enough, as soon as Chumo put it up this time, he was surrounded by cultivators in 2s and 3s to buy it. At this time, a big man in his 30s who came from the east of Fengshi came directly to Chumo and walked to the street stall. He squatted down, took a few high-grade talismans and looked at them, saying, "Brother, you have a very high level of talisman making for a long time." After all, he just looked at Chumo, and didn't say whether he would buy it or not. Chumo frowned and looked at the other party, but did not deny that the talisman was made by himself. "Who care?" I calmly said. "Dare to ask friends, but want to buy a talisman." Big man. He smiled and said, "Brother, let's discuss. I want to buy all your talismans. What do you think?" Chumo was stunned for a moment and said, "Of course, these talismans are worth a total of spirit stones." Seeing that Chumo didn't understand what he meant, the big man hurriedly said, I didn't make it clear. It means that I want to invite my brother to be a full-time talisman master of Tonglimeng. My brother's future talisman is all-inclusive of Tonglimeng. There will be no missing brother Lingxi, Dujiao. What do you think?" Chumo did not expect that these things would make him meet. The Promise sect has a long heritage and great strength. The surrounding square market has become a gathering place for various loose cultivators. These loose cultivators are mixed, good and bad, and they form gangs. Chumo has not seen this before. This is the first time that I have encountered it. It's just that this full-time talisman master, if he encounters a group with more correct behavior, is also quite respected, and his income. Money. Shu Wang. Remember me. Chapter 292. Not interested. If you encounter some gangs with evil intentions, once you enter, you will be controlled by them, or you will become a. The slave monks who made the amulet were killed and looted, and the secret of making the amulet was robbed. As a disciple of Wuji Biyuan, Chumo naturally didn't have the idea of doing loose cultivation, and immediately refused. Not interested. Face changed, and he said, "Why, do fellow Taoists look down on me in the Tongwei League? I have 10 loose cultivators in the Tongwei League. 8 people, all of them are above the 8th floor of the bone-burning stage, and the alliance leader is a master of the foundation building stage." The words were already threatening. However, who is Chumo, who will care about this? Moment, he said coldly, "I am a disciple of the Promise sect, and I am not interested in joining you." Heard that Chumo was a disciple of the Promise sect, 370 feet's face froze immediately, and he said embarrassingly, "The original. I'm a disciple of the big sect, and naturally I don't like the small alliance of loose cultivators, so I said goodbye. After all, turn around and leave." Chumo didn't take it seriously, and continued to use the remaining talismans. Sold out, and then exchange the spiritual stone you have for training of medicinal herbs and some training supplies. I went to the market and bought some sundries. Recently, the disciples in the later stage of bone burning in the other courtyard were going to hold a small exchange meeting. Chumo's fame has increased greatly now. Also included in the invitation. Chumo is also very interested in this trade fair. He agreed, so I have been accumulating BHFD stone, in case you come across something you like, but can't afford to buy. Although Chumo didn't hold out much hope for encountering what he was excited about. However, Chumo still inquired about the situation of the Tongwei Alliance from the surrounding monks. After all, the Tongwei Alliance, just now. The big man came directly at him. Obviously he knew something about him in advance. However, the people here don't know much about this Tongwei League. It is said that this group of cultivators is in the low-level scattered cultivation, with a high level of cultivation and a fighting spirit. In exchange for hunting and killing monsters, exploring and seeking strangeness in exchange for cultivation resources, he made friends with the outer disciples of the Promised Sect as soon as he arrived. Su quickly gained a firm foothold among the scattered cultivators near the Promised Sect. Chumo didn't care too much, it was enough to understand it. Insufficient strength, rubbish is just rubbish. After walking around in Fangxi, Chumo left Fangxi without finding anything useful. However, he didn't use the flying escape magic tool either. That thing was a waste of spiritual power. It wasn't the end, he didn't plan on it yet. And he is not ready to show off as a nouveau riche, so naturally he can only use lightweight techniques to show off to others. Run in the direction of the courtyard. However, on the way back to the courtyard, we had to pass through a forest. After Chumo entered, he took out a talisman from the storage bag and slapped it on himself, and his figure was in a trance. Disappeared without a trace. Invisibility charm, the simplest invisibility charm that can be refined during the bone burning stage, it can only cover up the figure. If the foundation building cultivator was here, he would be able to find his location in the blink of an eye. Even an experienced bone-burning cultivator can find Chumo's traces through clues. Chumo disappeared for a while, and saw the figures of two monks walking through the rocks and trees. The shape is hidden and strict, but the speed is extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he came to the woods where Chumo was. The two stopped, and one of them was the big Han cultivator whom he had just seen in Fangxi. The other was thin, like a bamboo pole. Tall and thin cultivator looked to the left and right and said, "When the person walks here, the traces disappear, it seems that he has seeing us, wiping away the traces we left behind as we walked." Chapter 293 1 Kill 2. The big Han cultivator said fiercely, "You're young, but you're smart. I've inquired, this kid is in the workshop. The Fu policy drawn in the city is quite famous. I plan to capture this kid to draw the Fu policy for us. By the way, I asked under the situation of Promised Sect, unexpectedly let him slip away." The tall and thin cultivator frowned and said displeased, "Don't talk nonsense, I'm just hired to beat you. That's all. This time, if there is no urgent need for someone who is proficient in making talismans, how can you start with the disciples of Wuji sect, Wuji? Zong is not what we, Tongwimeng, can afford." The big Han cultivator smiled shyly and stopped talking. The tall and thin cultivator carefully looked at the traces around him and said uncertainly, "Maybe this person did not leave, only it's just hiding in the woods with an invisibility talisman." The big Han cultivator said disapprovingly, "Even if he is next to him, that kid is just a bone-burning period. It's just a little monk on the 8th floor. After only a few years of cultivation, I dare to give you and me an 8th level cultivation base and a 9th level cultivation base. Cultivation of two cultivators who often fight on the edge of life and death." As soon as the Dayan cultivator finished speaking, he felt a wave of spiritual energy behind him, and turned his head to look in horror. I saw a sword energy suddenly appear, turning into a size of several feet, and with the momentum of lightning, it was directed at the big man. "The monk is coming!" Tall and thin cultivator secretly shouted, "Not good," and quickly shot out a high-grade talisman to attack Chumo, who showed his figure. He picked up a magic formula in his hand, and said something in his mouth. At the same time, a flying sword instrument flew out from the storage bag, and a steady stream of mana was injected into the flying sword. Pointing at Chumo, there is a tendency to kill Chumo with one blow, which is exactly the way to surround Wei and save Zhao. A red light flashed on Chumo's body, and a top-quality talisman turned into a Vajra shield, protecting Chumo in front of him, and at the same time spiritual power. The shield walked around the body, and another top-quality talisman turned into 3 sharp swords and flew towards the Dayan cultivator. Chumo is determined to kill one person first. Dayan monk is indeed a person who has been on the edge of life and death all the year round. He picked up a bottle-shaped magic weapon, and a huge wave spewed out of it, rushing towards the sword energy. It's just that the sword chi still broke through the huge waves under the unintentional calculation. "Ask for flowers." There was a loud noise of "dang," and the bottle-shaped instrument was knocked and flew away. Affected by this, the big Han cultivator vomited a mouthful of blood. Came out and was seriously injured. 3 sharp swords flew through the air, and the big Han cultivator didn't care about the mana disorder in his body, so he took out a high-grade talisman. He slapped on himself and turned into a wooden wall in front of him. At the same time, he took out a stick-shaped magic soldier, which had not yet been used, only the wooden wall in front of him had been pierced by a sharp sword. The 3 swords were inexhaustible and stabbed directly at the big Han cultivator. Face suddenly turned white, and he exclaimed, "Superior talisman." The long stick smashed 2 sharp swords, and the third stabbed him in the heart under the horrified eyes of the big Han monk. "Wear a pair." The tall and thin cultivator felt bad when Chumo still attacked the big Han cultivator despite his own offensive. But the arrow was on the string, and he couldn't allow him to think too much. The explosive inflammation technique in his hand turned into a fireball and flew towards Chumo. When the big man's cry for help came, and the slender monk's heart sank, but the flying sword in his hand was still closely followed by him. After that, attacked Chumo. Factory. Chapter 294. Want to leave, it's too late. Vajra shield, transformed by the top-grade talisman on Chumo's body, was hit by the top-grade talisman of the tall and thin cultivator. Another explosive flame, in the art realm, it dissipated. The spiritual shield blocked all other attacks. Immediately afterwards, I saw a bronze mirror turned into several feet in size. With a loud noise, it stubbornly resisted the flying object. Swordsmanship. In just an instant, the big Han cultivator died. 30 inches. Only Chumo and the tall and thin cultivator are left, and the hunter and the prey have changed their identities. The tall and thin cultivator stared fiercely at Chumo, wishing to swallow his flesh, and said, "You, so young, so good. Tight calculations, such a cruel heart." Chumo smiled indifferently, and said, "If it wasn't for that, wouldn't it be the one lying down on the ground?" Okay. The tall and thin cultivator is awe-inspiring. After all, this is the location of the Promise sect. The opponent is not weak, and the killing intent is now. Gradually retreat, the meaning of retreat will be born. So he said, "Your Excellency's means have been taught, and the Tongwei Alliance will have a report." Having said that, he pulled away and wanted to leave. "If you want to go, how can it be so easy?" Chumo snorted coldly, and the magic soldier in his hand attacked the thin and tall cultivator. The tall and thin cultivator did not show weakness. He resisted Chumo's attack with a magic soldier in his hand, and scolded at the same time, "Boy, don't. Saying that you only have the 8th level cultivation base, even if you have 2 magic weapons, you can't stop me if I want to leave." Chumo didn't answer. He directly waved a sword energy and slashed at the tall and thin cultivator. The tall and thin monk scolded secretly, and the flying sword magic weapon also flew into the air, resisting the sword energy. The two fought for a while, and the tall and thin cultivator had already decided to retreat. This kid from the Promise sect is really an evil sect, with strong mana, and only the cultivation of the 8th floor can be compared with his own 9. The cultivation of the layer is opposite to consumption. Moreover, the position where the two were fighting was near the Promise sect, and it was not certain which monk of the Promise sect passed by. It's about to end. The more slender and tall cultivator thought about it, the more he wanted to retreat, and he wanted to retreat several times. However, Chumo is stalking and stalking. He seems to have the idea of a thin and tall cultivator, and is also waiting for the Wuji cultivator road. Pass. It seems that it is impossible to retreat completely, and the tall and thin cultivator is determined. After I made up my mind, dozens of talismans flew out of the storage bag, including upper, middle and lower grades. Smashed to Chumo. He beat Chumo into a frenzy. He added 2 superlative talismans to himself, and then hitted one after another. Shen, this barely blocked the attack of the tall and thin cultivator. Chumo looked up and saw that the tall and thin cultivator had quickly retreated in the direction he had come from. Chumo flicked a top-quality talisman into a fine needle of cow hair and flew towards the back of the tall and thin cultivator. The tall and thin cultivator threw out a spell to resist with his backhand, but people didn't stop. Even if they were injured, they had to leave this place. Inside, a few thin needles that were not blocked by the spell were pinned to the back of the tall and thin monk. The tall and thin monk groaned on his feet. The next one stumbled, then dashed faster than ever. Chumo 1.3 looked at the tall and thin cultivator who was running farther and farther, and snorted, "Did you run?" A small boat suddenly appeared under his feet, which was the flying escape artifact that Chumo obtained in the competition. The mana was surging, and the boat flashed with white light, and it was already half the distance from the tall and thin cultivator. The tall and thin cultivator was secretly cursing Chumo when he suddenly felt a wind in the back of his head, and when he looked back, a sword chi covered him. I took the sky above my head and chopped it down to myself. Thanks for visiting the 5G Shao. Chapter 295 Killing the Enemy and Harvesting. Chumo looked at the tall and thin cultivator who had been cut into 2 pieces by himself, and then took the tall and thin cultivator's storage bag in his hand. An earth magic will be smashed down half a foot of earth and buried together with the lanky monk. He took the big Han cultivator's storage bag in his hand, and then a fireball burned the body. Chumo took out a jade bottle from the storage bag, poured out a recovery pill and swallowed it, almost consuming it. The exhausted mana quickly recovered. Chumo looked up and looked around. The woods were silent in the evening, and then he ran to the other courtyard without looking back. Go. After Chumo disappeared into the woods, 2 people appeared in the sky, and the 2 stood in the air. Symbol of. The 2 looked at the messy forest, 17 smiled at each other, turned and flew towards the mountain gate of the Promise sect. When Chumo returned to the residence in the other courtyard, he couldn't wait to open the storage bags of the 2 of them. Looking at the pile of items in front of him, Chumo's mood was instantly refreshed, and the fatigue from the previous fight was swept away. It seems that the loose cultivators are not necessarily those who are shy in their pockets. Judging from the behavior of the 2 of them, this Tongwei alliance has not done much for fear of killing people and stealing goods. The first is the Spirit Stone. The 2 have more than 300 Spirit Stones in total, and 2 of them are middle-grade spirits. This surprised Chumo, who was the first to own a mid-grade Spirit Stone. With the growth of Chumo's cultivation, his net worth is also gradually expanding, but at the same time, the consumption of various cultivation is also. It's a rising tide. Chumo worked hard to cultivate the talisman technique, but it was only a small amount of savings. These more than 300 spirit stones were undoubtedly a windfall. The second is medicinal pills. There are 2 bottles of blood essence pills in Dayan Cultivator, a total of 28 pills, which happens to be Chumo. More than a month's amount. Saved another spirit stone. A tall and thin cultivator is a 9-layered bone-burning stage, and the most suitable medicinal pill is the bone-burning stage, which is also a total of 4 in 2 bottles. 10. Bone-burning pill is a better bone-burning pill than pure blood pill. Chumo can actually use it too, but with his bone-burning pill. For the cultivation of the 8th level, the huge medicinal power of the bone-burning pill is difficult to absorb completely, and it will waste part of it. The frugal Chumo will definitely not accept it. There are several other medicinal herbs to treat injuries and restore mana. It seems that the healing and magic pills that need to be prepared for this outing experience are available. In order to save a considerable amount of spiritual stone, Chumo's small abacus was crackling. Again, it's a magic weapon. One is the jade bottle instrument of the Big Han monk, and the other is the flying sword instrument of the slender monk. Chumo said nothing, just picked it up and started refining, although his current mana couldn't make the 4 magical tools used together. 743. But when it comes to fighting skills, it is ever-changing, so how do you know when to use that magic weapon? This battle in the woods is a testament to that. When fighting against the tall and thin cultivator, although he is powerful, he can attack too. In the next time, the thin and tall monk's flying sword has been sacrificed 3 times. If it weren't for this, he would have completely suppressed the tall and thin cultivator, and he would have used his own flying escape tool there. The ones that take up the most space are some spiritual grasses for alchemy, or raw materials for alchemy, and the valuable items of hunting monsters are also a spiritual stone. Perhaps selling to this faction in exchange for some contribution value is also a good choice. Wong, remember me. Chapter 296, Foundation Building Materials. A sect also needs to be managed, especially a sect that has been passed down for thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years. Her various systems are even more perfect, and contribution value is a common method. Disciples can obtain some things that are not available outside or whose value is much higher than their own price through contribution value. This can not only benefit the monks, but also strengthen the sect. Chumo even saw 2 kinds of 500-year-old blood essence grass and hyro that are needed to refine the foundation pill. Rattan. It is said that 24 kinds of spirit grasses of 500 points are needed to refine the foundation pill, as long as a disciple collects all 8 kinds of them. In exchange for a foundation establishment Dan. It is conceivable that when Chumo saw these 2 kinds of spirit grasses, this was a quarter of a foundation building pill. Of course, Chumo can also be exchanged for contribution points, but not everything can be used for contributions. In exchange for value, the establishment pill is one of them. These elixir related to the rise and fall of sects can only be exchanged for raw materials, which is different from the square market. There are also a few jade slips, all of which record spells, knowledge, etc. Chumo roughly glanced at them. Chumo used it to rub it on the Wujizong jade slip given to him by senior brother Lu. Usefulness. However, a jade slip inside caught Chumo's attention, and it recorded a lot of information about Wuji according to time. In the case of Zong, most of the people involved were disciples in the bone-burning stage. The few senior brothers in the foundation establishment period have heard more than they have seen. It even recorded the situation of the great comparison of Wuji Biyuan, and even the fact that he was called Qi-Ying. There are records of love, and many things are not known by Chumo himself. Chumo remembered that in the woods, the Big Han cultivator said that someone hired Tongwimeng to inquire about the situation of the Promise sect. The next surprise, is it possible that someone is going to be detrimental to this faction? Afterwards, this idea was overturned. How could it be possible that only the information of these bone-burning stage disciples could have? What is it for? The foundation of a sect is still in those Jindan real people, the ancestors of the gods, even if they are teachers in the foundation building period. Brother, it's just some branches and leaves of the sect. However, Chumo thought about it. If someone really calculated the faction, even if the unlucky ones were just some bone-burning younger brothers. Son, but you are not a disciple of the bone-burning stage. This matter still has to be reported to the sect, just don't confiscate what you got from killing yourself. In Chumo's memory, he lived in the Wuji courtyard when he was 6 years old. It has been 10 years since then. The sense of belonging is naturally strong. Even if he originally had a different soul from others, he is still a person who knows how to know. The people of the Entu newspaper. Chumo finished sorting out the harvest this time, and after finishing the practice the next day, Chumo explained what happened yesterday. Originally, I told senior brother Lu, and at the same time handed the jade slip that recorded the situation of the Wuji sect to senior brother Lu. Senior brother Lu Zhao was noncommittal after hearing what Chumo said, and took over Chumo's jade slip without even looking at it. Said directly. Fly Camp Dog Go's generation has done a lot of work. For some trivial matters, don't worry about them, concentrate on cultivating them. Practice, prepare for the experience. Chumo nodded and was about to quit when he was taught. At this time, something flew out from Chumo's belt, which was Chumo's identity inscription. Brother Lu took the card in his hand and threw it to Chumo, saying, "I'll give you a credit and leave it." Chapter 297 Experience. After Chumo came out, he took a look at the nameplate, and there were 10 more contribution points on it. A joy in my heart, 20 contribution points can be exchanged for a low-level magic weapon. This is a half magic weapon. It's just that I already have 4 low-level magic weapons. If I want to change them, I have to change to middle-grade magic tools. I'm ready to forge. It is used at the 9th level of the bone stage, but it requires 50 contribution points. From senior brother Lu's tone, Chumo felt that the sect already knew about it. But I'm not sure, the mental calculations of these big men are not something I can figure out now. It's a pity that I was worried that the benefits from this killing would be confiscated, and I didn't think about any of these senior brothers. He is aloof, how can he see these things of his own, but he is petty. After Chumo came out of senior brother Lu, he went to the alchemy room and exchanged the dozens of spirit grasses he had obtained for tribute. Contribute value, and then go to Chi-Lien Pavilion to hand in the ore and monster raw materials, so that your contribution value suddenly reaches 410. It's almost 10 o'clock before you can change to the middle-level magic weapon. I think of the 3rd-level disciple I met in Fangxi, and it took a year to achieve the contribution value of 50. In the end, I have to sell the spiritual stone of the magic weapon in exchange for it, and I only have 1 day to get there. Arrive. It seems to be the answer to the saying, a horse without night grass is not fat, and a person without windfall wealth is not rich. In the blink of an eye, another half a year has passed, and the time for experience has finally come. In the past 6 months, due to the more abundant supply of spirit stones, Chumo finally consolidated his cultivation base in the calcined bone. The middle of the 8th floor. Cultivation is like this. The more you go, the more difficult it becomes. After you break through the 8th layer of the bone-burning stage, you don't dare to have any threads. Without slack, the medicinal herbs and spirit stones are used for full-load cultivation. In a year, it has only been from entering the 8th floor of cultivation to the middle stage of the 8th floor. In the past, the disciples were trained by themselves after selecting tasks from the sect, either alone or in groups. Travel. Most of them hunt sea beasts in the sea, or hunt monsters in the island, or collect spirit grass and ore. Wait, there are so many different types. This time is different, led by inner disciples, except for the brothers above the 8th floor, bid J, of the bone-burning period of this team. In addition to the sun, he also gathered enough disciples from the outer door of the 8th floor of the bone-burning stage to make up 20 people to form an experience team. 20 experienced teams left in turn from the teleportation array in the other courtyard, and all the disciples did not know their own. What is the training mission? When Chumo came out of the teleportation array, he was already on an island, and the sound of the waves not far away was faint. Can be heard. 21 people from the 7th party, together with senior brother Lu, were guided by the disciples of the Wuji sect who had been waiting on the island for a long time. Rested overnight. The next day, everyone gathered under a rock on the island. Brother Lu and Brother Du, who had been waiting for them last night. It was only announced to them that this time the experience mission. Looking at the eager expressions of the disciples under the rock, Senior Brother Lu showed no expression on his face, cold. Said, "This is the Zon level island on the border of this faction, Xuanhua Island, opposite the place 500 miles away. It is the destination of the 7th team's training." An outer sect disciple who was familiar with the ground immediately reacted and whispered below, "Xuanhua Island. That's not the origin. A Zon-level island in the southernmost part of the sect's sphere of influence, and within 500 miles to the south, you will reach the sphere of influence of the Xuanling sect." Why? Chapter 298 Flying Magical Instrument. Speaking of this, the disciple's face couldn't help but change color. Could it be that this training mission is going to be done on the site of the Xuanling faction? Isn't the two factions going to go to war? The Xuanling faction is now the biggest force in our northern sea area, so this training may not be easy. Exclamation mark quote. HMPH, what are you afraid of? The Xuanling faction has been in decline a lot over the years, and the faction is not necessarily afraid, Listening to the discussions of the people around him, Chumo was also a little puzzled. Could it be that the sect really wants to sway the Xuanling sect, Tiger? Must. Brother Lu looked at the expressions of the disciples, his face was still cold, and then said, "It has been found out that there is a called Tongwimeng. We're instructed by the Xuanling sect to spy on secrets in the sect, and repeatedly conspiracy to loot and kill disciples of this faction." Speaking of this, Senior Brother Lu's eyes swept over Chumo inadvertently, and then said, "Flee after the incident. The border sea area between Zixuanling sect and this faction is now hidden in Xuanling sect's Zon-level island, Xuanqi Island. Strict. Those who offend Miwuji will be killed and eliminated. Jia Fan Duangguang is being watched by the low-colored Scissor Chao Dao, who leads Xuanqi Island, kills the monks of the Tongwimeng, and maintains the respect of this faction. The task of this team's training is to occupy Xuanqi Island, capture and kill the Tongwimeng monks, and maintain the respect of this faction. The disciples have been cultivated and educated by the Promise sect since childhood, and they have a strong sense of belonging to the Promise sect. Even Chumo asked Master Lu. The blood boiled when the brother said a few words with a fierce expression. Seeing the high morale of the disciples, Senior Brother Lu looked very relieved, and pointed to Senior Brother Du next to him and said, This is the sect's resident senior brother on Xuanhua Island. This task is led by Du Senior Brother and myself, and all the disciples are united. Work together and swear to kill the remnants of the Tongwei League." On the boundless sea, a magic weapon like a big ship quickly swept across the sea and disappeared in a blink of an eye. No trace, only a white watermark was left on the sea. The large vessel of the magic weapon that Senior Brother Du took out really surprised the disciples in the other courtyard. Although this magic weapon is only of the middle grade, this kind of large-scale magic weapon that can carry many people is very rare. Ordinary is a top-quality magic weapon that may not be able to be exchanged. Senior Brother Du looked at everyone's envious expressions and smiled helplessly, saying, "This is what this sect is preparing for this experience. The magic weapon, this senior brother is not generous enough to have such a magic weapon. Ask for flowers." The big ship did not choose to fly in the air, it was too fast but too much mana, not to mention the immediate. There is a fight coming. Sailing at sea, although the speed is half slower, but only 500 miles of sea area, it is also in a blink of an eye. Unlike everyone's nervousness before the battle, although Chumo's face is calm, he has too many doubts in his heart. Consider. The Tongwei Alliance is just a loose cultivator gang, with a number of only 20, and the leader's cultivation level is only in the early stage of foundation building. The rest are in the bone-burning stage. Such a group of people, Even if they were lucky enough to rob a few Wuji sect disciples, how could they succeed several times undetected by this faction? After finding out, how can they escape the pursuit of the Promise sect and come to Xuanqi Island? To know the location of the Promise Biyuan, it is not elsewhere, it is the sect of the Promise sect, and the masters are like clouds. How much energy does it take to escape under such a behemoth? How can the people of this sect be sure that the Tongwei League is hiding in Xuanqi Island, and they have to risk the cultivation world in the Northern Sea area? The danger of Niuer's Xuanling faction as an enemy. Mouth. Network. Remember me. Chapter 299 Chess Pieces. Chumo's heart moved, unless this is the intention of this faction, but what is the purpose of this faction? Does this faction really have the strength to challenge the Xuanling faction? Chumo felt that his head was too big. Thinking can only be based on the consciousness of being a chess piece. I'm afraid even these two senior brothers are just pawns. Seeing the calm faces of senior brother Lu and senior brother Du, 217 inches, Chumo decided to go all out to prepare for landing on the island. Let's fight. Looking at the expressions of the two senior brothers, this mission should not go wrong. Fortunately, Chumo had already had a hunch that this time the preparations were sufficient, so he touched his storage bag. I can't help but feel a little bit of pain. It seems that this time the belongings will be difficult to guarantee again. I hope I can gain something. Fighting is deadly, even for monks. As for Chumo's own safety, just kidding, how could he die? Chumo didn't even think about it. Chumo gradually calmed down and ran the bone-burning stage transformation spiritual art, trying to adjust his state to the best possible state. Okay. A towering shadow in the distance is getting fresher and fresher. The place of this experience is about to arrive. On Xuanqi Island. A fight is coming. Although the size of Xuanqi Island is comparable to that of Xuanhua Island, most of Xuanqi Island is a mountain peak that penetrates into the sky. So there are many cliffs. Looking at the island that was getting closer and closer, while everyone was marveling at the magnificent scenery of Xuanqi Island, senior brother Lu frowned. Wrinkling his head, he said, "They found us." Brother Du, who was amazed at the range of senior brother Lu's powerful consciousness, also noticed something later and said, "Zhao." The guy in Lingqiao was also clever and hid directly in the Guardian formation on the island. Except for mortals on the island. Those with cultivation bases are also concentrated there, and it seems that they are not completely unprepared. Senior brother Lu smiled, hee, and said, "I didn't plan to make a sneak attack, so that's fine." The two looked at each other and smiled, and flew to the island in unison, followed by the disciples. Some fly in the air with the help of magic weapons, some run on the ground with the help of divine runes, and some simply use lightweight. They ran to the island together. Chumo added a divine talisman to his body, and after running over a mountain pass, he saw a blue light in the distance. The curtain is like an upside-down big bowl, covering a piece of building in it, which is the island protection formation of Xuanqi Island. Chumo, who was running, suddenly felt the vibration of spiritual energy around him, and saw a giant axe rising to several feet in the air. The small, 3-foot-long axe blade flashed with cold light, and with a whistling, it slashed towards the light curtain. Seeing that the giant axe was about to slash on the light curtain, a small orange flag suddenly flew from the formation. The sky also rose to the size of 10 feet, and the flags were fluttering. A stream of yellow sand suddenly flew out from the yellow flag, and it scoured the giant axe continuously, cutting down on the giant axe. Falling speed, and trying to push the axe out of the range of the formation from the side. It's just that this giant axe came to take advantage of the situation, and its power was huge. Before the yellow flag pushed the giant axe away, the giant axe had already. The blue light 0.6 scene swayed for a while. This was because the power of the giant axe was reduced a lot. Sand's push did not hit the center of the formation. At this time, a flying sword was also sacrificed, flashed in the air, and appeared above the formation, and the light curtain suddenly appeared. Then an iron umbrella flew out. Only a loud, ding, sound was heard, and Chumo's ears were numb. Sparks fly on the umbrella. Phaegian returned without success. Thank you for visiting 5G Small. Chapter 300_. This time, Chumo could see clearly that it was senior brother Du who did it. Then the giant axe just now should be brother Lu's magic weapon. The people in the formation dealt with it properly, and it seems that there are also 2 monks in the Foundation establishment period. At this time, the disciples of Wuji sect had also arrived. No need to order, they all offered up their own magic weapons, magic soldiers, talismans, etc., and rushed towards the formation. Various weapons also fly out of the formation to intercept, but the area of the formation is huge, where can. With all aspects covered, there are still a lot of magic tools smashed on the light curtain, and the color of the light curtain gradually begins to fade. Only a voice in the formation could be heard shouting angrily, Du Zichao, you came to attack me Xuanqi for no reason. Dao, can't you provoke a war between the 2 factions? Brother Du laughed twice and said, Zhaoling Chao, Tonglimeng, endangers my Wuji sect disciple, you actually dare to take it in privately, is it the idea sent to you by Xuanling? A stout voice came from the formation, your promised sect spit blood, I'm, Tonglimeng. It's just a dozen or so loose cultivators, how can you provoke the tiger beard of your Wuji sect, really want to add a crime? No worries. Hearing a sneer, senior brother Lu said calmly, joke, this faction has solid evidence, where is it? Let you deny it, you are Zhang Zhihei, the boss of the Tongwei League, I will let you know the prestige of my Wuji sect today. Yan, Zhaoling Chao, if you insist on protecting the wanted people of this faction, don't blame me for being merciless, and you will have your own identity in the future. Send your elders to talk to your Xuanling faction. While speaking, the movement in his hand was not slow at all, the giant axe attacked 3 times in a row, and both times hit the light curtain. Zhaoling Chao knew that the Tongwei alliance was their fault, but Wu Zhizong was just taking advantage of it. I am afraid that today's affairs will be difficult to be kind, and I will no longer argue with the Promise sect, but only instruct the disciples of Shudao to resist. The Promise sect attacked. Chumo used the flying sword captured in the last battle of the woods, and the flying sword escaped an interception. The weapon took advantage of the trend to knock a top-grade magic soldier into the air, and then hit it on the light curtain. The tip of the sword was only 3 inches deep before it was bounced back, and the 2 brothers who led the team raised their hands to shine the light. The curtain wobbled, in stark contrast. The foundation building stage is already so much higher than the bone calcining stage, what will happen to those Jindan real people fighting against each other? Although he has experienced Dragon Ball World, Chumo also hopes to gain stronger strength in the 3-dimensional space and time. Chumo couldn't help but think about it. As for the ancestor of the gods, Chumo has not thought about it. At this moment, only Zhaoling Chao of the Xuanling faction in the formation could be heard screaming, and the magic weapon that was constantly resisted in the formation was heard. The magic soldier suddenly changed his direction, no longer entangled in the attack of the Promise sect, but aimed at the disciples of the Promise sect. Come. 280 This incident happened suddenly, and many disciples were in a hurry for a while due to their negligence. Several disciples could not resist and were injured. Chumo even saw 2 disciples who were stationed on the island following senior brother Du. He fell to the ground and saw that he was dead. Chumo was also taken aback, although he had reservations, but after all, the foundation was deep, and a flying sword made pure. If you are familiar with it, the attack speed is much faster than that of monks of the same level. Even the 9th floor cultivator is nothing more than that, so he avoided the magic weapon that was attacking him. After this counterattack, Chumo was also noticed, and 2 magic weapons attacked Chumo at once. Wong. Remember me. Dragon Ball getting stronger from signing in Chapter 301 to 328. Chapter 301 Discover the Mine. Fortunately, Chumo responded in a timely manner. The flying sword in his hand danced violently, and a whip-shaped magic weapon was opened. At the same time, from the storage bag, he raised the bronze mirror of the magic weapon on standby at any time, blocking the sneak attack of a ball magic weapon. The change in the attack method of the Schwanling faction has brought a lot of trouble to the Promise sect. Fortunately, the Promise sect occupies a large number of people. The advantages. Even if the Schwanling faction has a favorable location, it can only be pressed and beaten, and it is only a matter of time before the formation is broken. The Schwanling faction only hopes to use the advantages of the formation to consume a lot of the mana of the disciples of the Promise sect, in order to regain some. Disadvantage. The disciples of the Promise sect originally had some ideas of retaining their strength, but the counterattack of the Schwanling sect angered the disciples. At one time everyone did their best. Chumo also threw out a handful of the talismans he had saved during his usual practice, turning them into various fireballs, winds, etc. Blades, golden swords, giant trees, and big stones smashed onto the light curtain, among which were 2 high-grade ice knife charms. For a time, the monks around him all looked at him. The limelight is a little big, and the impulse is the devil. Chumo scolded secretly. The color of the formation became lighter and lighter, almost transparent, and finally shook under the attack of Senior Brother Lu's giant axe. With a flash, like a blister, it burst with a bang. Chumo quickly sorted out the objects on his body, and it's time for a short battle. The moment the formation was broken, 2 rays of light flew out from it, and the 2 senior brothers Ludu, who were standing in the air, flew to greet him. Suddenly, the bombardment of various spells and instruments collided, making it deafening. Fortunately, the 4 of them fought farther and farther, and gradually left the sky above Schwanchi Island, which made the disciples breathe a sigh of relief. Everyone shouted and rushed into the buildings on the island, each looking for their opponents, catching them and fighting. Chumo was originally angry and wanted to find the cultivator who attacked him with the ball bead magic weapon to settle the account. Made him speechless was that there were only a few disciples of the Schwanling faction, and the Tonglimeng, loose cultivators who escaped did not. There are more than 30 people, and there are more than 40 people in the Wuji sect plus the disciples stationed on the island of Xuanhua Island. Chumo is looking for someone to take revenge on purpose, and avoided the first battle, so he has no opponent now. Seeing his teammates fighting the enemy bravely, Chumo was thinking about which disciple of his own sect to help bully the less when he suddenly saw. I saw a figure passing by behind an attic. Of course Chumo won't let it go, but seeing the other party's actions are secretive, his heart is moved now, and he doesn't make it public. Quietly followed behind the man. The man in black in front was obviously very anxious. The attic was built at the height of the mountain, and the man in black was facing the distance. Run down a cliff. When I got to the cliff, I turned another corner. At the end of a piece of artificially leveled land was a mine. Dozens of mortal miners sat at the entrance of the cave, apparently knowing what was going on outside. There is some worry in the expression, but the battle of monks generally does not involve mortals, so there is no running around, just sit back and wait for the results. The man in black was overjoyed when he saw that the miners didn't escape, Wang Ma Jiao, but he hurriedly asked. Where are the spiritual stones that I got in the past 5 days? One of the miners, a man who looked like a leader, hurried forward and handed over 2 storage bags, and the man in black couldn't wait to get the leader snatched the storage bag from his hand, opened it, and with a happy expression on his face, turned around and left. When the man in black turned over the cliff and was still immersed in the joy of the windfall, he suddenly felt murderous. A chill came from the top of my head. Chapter 302 A Spirit Mine. Looking up, a black object smashed down. Before the man in black showed despair on his face, he was directly smashed into the soil 3 feet deep. Chumo was also a little surprised. This person was actually not guarded at all. How many spirit stones can make a cultivator? Soldiers lose their vigilance in crisis. Chumo took back the bronze mirror. This thing can be used for defense, and it can also be used to smash people. It is definitely good for killing people. Thing. It seems that in the future, when his cultivation base is high, he will also need to upgrade this magic weapon to suit his own needs. Chumo took the 2 storage bags and the 160 black monk's own 3 storage bags in his hand, looked at. There was no one around, so he quickly checked the 3 storage bags. In the bag of the black-clothed cultivator, there is a Jade Rui low-level magic weapon, more than 60 spirit stones, and 2 bottles of the bone-burning stage. The 9th floor used medicinal pills to increase cultivation, as well as several jade slips and a piece of land on Mysterious Island and its surrounding waters. Picture. The rest are some spiritual grass, spiritual wealth and other sundries. When Chumo opened the remaining 2 storage bags, Chumo didn't have time to rejoice, and knew that the matter was serious. The spiritual stone inside is not less but too much, more than 1,800 spirit stones. Chumo Gang could hear clearly in the corner. This is 5 days of production, and on average, more than 300 can be dug out a day. Lingxi. This is a small spirit mine. Spirit mines are to monks what gold is to mortals. As far as Chumo knows, in the cultivation world, 95% of the spiritual minerals discovered over the past tens of thousands of years are microscopic. Type mine. More than 3% are small-scale mines, medium-sized mines, large-scale mines and even legendary giant mines do not add up. 2%. Only 12 large mines have been discovered, and only 6 giant mines have been discovered. For a small mine, a sect with the ancestors of Washan was required to send Jindan real people to fight to the death. The medium-sized mines can only be the ancestors of the gods who are shirtless, and the result is often 2 or 3 martial arts. Cooperative development. Only one big faction can dominate a medium-sized mine, just like the Xuanling faction in the northern seas. Large mines and giant mines, Chumo has never heard who they belong to, or which region they belong to. This kind of spiritual mine must be developed in cooperation, but how many sects to share, I don't know. Those with an average daily output of less than 200 spirit stones are all micro mines. Less than 500 are classified as small mines. No more than 1,000 upwards, it is a medium-sized mine. As for the output limit of large mines and giant mines, Chumo doesn't know either. The ancestors of the faction can understand. Chumo didn't know why such an important ore vein, the Xuanling faction only sent monks from the foundation building period to guard it. Maybe you don't want to be noticed. The Promise sect should also not know this news, otherwise it would not have attacked Xuanqi Island so rashly. You must know that if there are several small islands, it is just a matter of sitting down and wrangling. At most, a few disciples at the foundation building stage would be forced to sacrifice their lives, but this small ore vein can make the 2 factions completely collide. No matter what the purpose of this action by the Promise sect, there must be a Jindan real person behind it, and the matter of the spirit mine cannot be concealed. Just let the faction take measures in advance. Otherwise, this group of people will definitely let the Jindan real person from the Xuanling faction come out in the Promise sect. Killed my mouth before my hands. Network. Remember me. Chapter 303 The Battle of the Foundation Establishment Period. However, the spiritual stone that I have obtained cannot be handed over in vain, so I have to find a way. Chumo, who wanted to understand the cause and effect, had to prepare a set of rhetoric to hide this windfall. As the so-called urgent need to generate wisdom, he quickly smoothed out the traces of the fighting technique, and Chumo pretended to have just discovered this place. Turning around the corner of the cliff, I saw the miner at the entrance of the cave, with a strange look on his face, and asked, "Hey, where is the place to live?" "Of course there is a mine. May I ask you, what kind of mine is produced here?" "The next thing is simple. Chumo, who has more hearts, will return to the island of the Xuanling faction on the way back." The station was scraped again. Unfortunately, these disciples stationed on the island must have destroyed their respective homes before the Wuzhizong attacked. The bottom is packed, nothing is left. Chumo just found dozens of centennial spirit grass in a place that looked like alchemy, and it is estimated that it is worth a lot. Hundreds of spirit stones. There was even a 500-year-old spirit grass needed to refine the foundation pill, which made Chumo very excited. Back to the front of the formation, the Promise sect already had the upper hand. Chumo helped a few senior brothers to clean up the remaining enemies, and then the disciples of the Wuji sect looked at the sea in the distance, and Brother Lu and Brother Du joined forces to fight against Zhao Chao of the Xuanling sect and the same Wei Alliance. Alliance advocates ambition and harmony. Looking at everyone watching the battle in the sky with reverence, Chumo was absent-minded, the younger brother of the bone-burning period. Z didn't cultivate spiritual consciousness, so he couldn't benefit from the fight between the two sides. He was just watching the excitement. Too large, home to watch with relish. With a move in Chumo's heart, he took out the map he got from the black-clothed cultivator, and placed it in an unobtrusive place. Place to look. It doesn't matter if you look at it, it immediately aroused Chumo's curiosity. On this map, the directions of Xuanqi Island and the miniature islands and sea areas within its jurisdiction are marked in detail, as well as the origin of various spiritual minerals, spiritual grass, spiritual valleys, spiritual materials and other things needed for cultivation. Chumo looked up alertly and looked around, and found that everyone was still admiring the battle between the four masters of the Foundation period. So he quietly found the corpse of a Xuanling sect disciple with a body similar to his own. He ripped off his clothes, burned the corpse with a fire, and used a disguise technique to cover his face. Rong Nong was blurred in the eyes of mortals, and then he ran to the rest of the island according to the guidance of the map. Go. Ask for flowers. The reason why each sect wants to expand its sphere of influence is to increase its cultivation resources. In addition to some spiritual mines and spiritual grasses, other renewable resources must be cultivated. Therefore, within the sphere of influence of the sect, every appropriate place should be used to cultivate these cultivation resources. Source. And the local resident brother is to guide the local mortals to cultivate these things, so as to share this with the sect. Resources, while keeping the place safe. 10 miles east of the cliff facing the sun, there are 3 acres of spiritual fields, and 300 caddies of spiritual valleys have been harvested. The output of these things is almost. It's low. Chumo ran to the next place while thinking about it. The Lingmu garden located 18 miles southeast has just handed over 10 spiritual trees, and the rest are not good enough, bad luck. 20 miles to the south, on the mountainside of the mountain, there is a copper concentrate mine. 100 rough ores were harvested. There is a Lingsao garden under the mountain in the west. Dozens of 100-year-old Lingsao are harvested, most of which are after refining and calcining. Only one 500-year-old spirit grass is used for refining pills by monks in the common foundation building period. Sun. Bu. 0. Chapter 304 Abundant Harvest. The Lingxi mine in the north has been scraped by itself, and there are still some fragmentary places that have not been gone. If it is scraped hard. Too obvious. It's suspicious, and there won't be anything good if you think about it. Besides, the battle between these 4 people will also be divided into high scores. Now, this Zhao is not a spirit stone mine, and the rest is probably worth nearly 1,000 spirit stones. Thinking that Zhao himself almost got 3,000 spirit stones, Chumo felt a burst of excitement. 980, seems. The pace of entering the foundation building stage can be accelerated. This time, Chumo deeply realized the consequences of low cultivation, and he even had the least right to know. No, I can only work hard after others, I am afraid I don't even know why. Xuanqi Island is 60 miles in diameter, and it took Chumo a lot of time to come down this trip, waiting for Chumo to arrive soon. When the Xuanling faction was stationed, there was only a loud noise in the air, followed by 2 screams. Immediately afterwards, the voice of the Tongwei League, Advocate Shihei came from afar. Lu Lurong, you actually entered the foundation building. Later, Despicable. After Chumo returned to the station for a while, Senior Brother Lu and Senior Brother Du both returned. Senior Brother Du looked tired. The color is obvious, but Senior Brother Lu is not in the way. It seems that the cultivation bases in the middle and later stages of the foundation establishment period are also very different. Seeing that everyone was there, he asked, the enemy can be wiped out, how about the casualties of the disciples of this sect? Senior Brother Yao Yang stepped forward and said, there are only 2 people who have practiced secret techniques, and if they want to come, they will be disabled. All the people were slaughtered. 5 of the disciples were killed and 13 were injured. Most of them were the last enemy who jumped over the wall and lost too. The result of injury. Senior Brother Lu sighed and said, I think it's you who finally felt that the victory was in your hands. Everyone inevitably reciprocated, but it was Lu Shishang who said it right. Brother Lu went on to say, in the battle of life and death, no matter when, where, or whoever is, one must go all out. Proud, do you think it's too late to die? Senior Brother Du, who was on the side, looked at Senior Brother Lu with already quite annoyed expression, and hurriedly said, but after this time, you should also have a longer memory, and you need to remember it in the future. The disciples quickly said yes. Senior Brother Lu continued. Then Zhao Chao has been killed by Senior Brother Du and Senior Brother Ben, and Zhang Zhihei relied on it. The blood spirit escaped from a serious injury, and it is difficult to heal without years of careful recuperation. This experience can also be said to be completed. Most of the time. It's not early, rest early today, keep your spirits up, and go to Xuanqi Island tomorrow. The various miniature islands under its jurisdiction will expel or kill the disciples of the Xuanling faction. In the future, this mysterious island will be our Wuji sect's jurisdiction. All the disciples looked excited, and they all resigned, each finding a place to rest, not to mention. Seeing the 2 senior brothers walking towards the attic, Chumo felt that the matter of the spirit mind should not be known to everyone, so hastily and slowly followed, and waited for the 2 brothers to enter the attic for a while before slowly approaching to meet. I only heard Senior Brother Lu say from the building, come in. Chumo entered the building and saw that the 2 senior brothers had already sat cross-legged on the 2 futons, looking at Chumo with a smile. 1.4 Chumo was shocked and thought that the 2 knew what they had done. I only heard Senior Brother Du laugh and say, when Brother Lu and I returned to the attic, we found that you were hesitating behind me. Have something to say. Only then did Chumo know that his own affairs had not been exposed, so he took a sigh of relief and thought about himself before. The rhetoric to the 2 people. Wong. Remember me. Chapter 305 What? Small spirit mine. Brother Lu was taken aback. Brother Lu is silent. What kind of face is that man? Can you see clearly? Senior Brother Du is obviously out all year round, but he is calmer when things happen. The man was dressed in black, the clothes of the outer disciples of the Xuanling faction, and he was extremely fast. After disappearing, it was only after the turn that it was discovered that the place was actually a spirit stone mine, so the miners were imprisoned in the cave. He didn't dare to make a sound, and hurriedly reported to the 2 brothers. Brother Lu also recalled his previous shock at this time. You did a good job, it's just that this matter will never be seen again in the future. Not to be advertised. Chumo quickly said yes. Brother Du smiled wryly again at this time. I'm afraid that the other resource places on the island are also almost wiped out by those 19 people. Chumo couldn't help but tremble again. Senior Brother Lu continued, that's just some extravagant wealth. As long as the garden is not damaged, it will be fine, and it will be restored. But it's a matter of time. 10 times of these things can't compare to the spirit stone mine. Maybe it's a big basket. Exclamation mark. Senior Brother Du nodded and said yes, saying, thanks to the fact that Ku Zhenren is sitting on Xuanhua Island, we need to quickly spread the letter, and we will not be left or right. After 500 miles, you will arrive in an instant. Senior Brother Lu said solemnly, I am afraid that this matter is also out of the control of Master Ku. I am afraid that Uncle Ku will also report it. Brother Du shook his head and said, that's not something we should worry about. Fortunately this raid went smoothly. There are a few alive, and the message is not as fast as I wait, just to get the first move. After all, he took out a talisman, and Chumo knew that it was a sound transmission. However, it is a talisman that can only be refined during the Foundation establishment period, and the surface of this talisman is more mana-flowing, and its color golden yellow. It should be from the hands of real people of Jindan period. Sure enough, after senior brother Lu said a few words to the talisman, he threw the talisman out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Film. Just when Chumo stepped back, he found a place and took out the map to examine it carefully. Suddenly a dazzling red light flew from the north, and instantly came to the sky above Xuanqi Island, a burst of coercion overwhelming the sky. The cover of the ground covered the entire Xuanqi Island, and then it seemed to find something, and it was closed at a touch, and then a red light. After a flash, he plunged into the attic. There was a commotion among the disciples, so Chumo knew that it was Ku Zhen who was the finale of the operation. People have arrived. Just now in the attic, Chumo already knew that this action was as he had guessed, that the promised sect was. Come prepared, a few spies are just an excuse. However, the appearance of the Lingxi mine seems to have unexpectedly made the whole incident more complicated. After a while, the two senior brothers hurriedly flew out of the attic, summoned the disciples and said, Junjun Ku has an order, all the brothers. Sub 660 set off immediately and quickly attacked the sea areas and islands under the jurisdiction of Xuanqi Island, and encountered any Xuanling cultivator. Soldiers are killed without mercy. If there is any loss, especially when encountering the Tonglimeng Alliance Advocates' ambition, quickly send a signal, I will. Afterwards, senior brother Du arrived. The disciples responded with a bang. This time, everyone did not dare to neglect, and all of them sacrificed their magic tools to the fore of Xuanqi Island. Zhou Fei. The direction Chumo chose was the southeast. There was a miniature island 100 miles away from Xuanqi Island. A miniature mine with an output of around 60 spirit stones. According to the rule of the Xuanling sect, which is collected every 5 days, that is 300 spirit stones, which are the most important except for Xuanqi Island. One of the places. Chapter 306 Go to Hell. I just don't know how the monks stationed there are, so Chumo put a recovery pill in his mouth, secretly said. Even when the 9th level peak foundation is about to be established, we have to fight. The islands in the sea are divided into 4 levels. The ones with a radius of about 10 miles are called miniature islands, and the ones with a radius of about 50 miles are called miniature islands. On the right is the small island. The medium-sized island is 100 to 200 miles in diameter, and the large island is about 500 miles in diameter. Round, the giant island is about 1,000 miles in a radius. The Promise sect belongs to the North Sea faction, and there is only a large island as the base camp of the Promise sect. It is about 700 miles away, but there is a large spiritual vein on Wuji Island, which was cultivated by Wuji sect for tens of thousands of years. But it is enough for the current development of Wujizong. Chumo used the flying dungeon magic weapon, the little spirit boat, and it took only a stick of incense to arrive at this place called Wangyu. Island of Miniature Islands. Chumo deliberately flew to a high place to overlook the island, and found that the island was relatively calm. Because it was night, mortals. There are only a few fishing fires left in the place of residence. Chumo pondered for a while, then took out the clothes of the Xuanling sect disciple and put it on his body again, facing the map. Go to the marked place. He knew that the residence of the disciples on the island was definitely not too far from the Lingxi mine. Just when Chumo was still half a mile away from the distance marked on the map, suddenly a stone in front of him passed. Come with a cold drink. Who are you and what are you doing here ? Chumo secretly said that he was lucky. If it wasn't for the Xuanling faction clothes he was wearing, that person would hide behind the stone on the 8th floor. Attack yourself. Chumo pretended to be anxious and said, Senior brother, it's me. Senior brother Zhaoling Chao has an urgent matter, so he ordered me to come and inform senior brother. Hurry to Xuanqi Island. Oh, the man replied, and then said, do you know what it is? Chumo scolded secretly, and then wrote, Brother Zhao said that the Wuji sect might come to attack Xuanqi Island, causing the surrounding. Senior brothers stationed on the island quickly returned to help, and senior brother Zhao had already sent the cultivators from the Tongwei League to report back to this faction. The man behind the stone finally came out and said, I told you that you were so anxious and rushed straight to my station. So it is. Chumo looked at the cultivator walking towards him and was secretly proud, but when he heard what he said, his heart instantly tightened. Said, it turns out that senior brother has been following me. The man shook his head and said, it's a warning talisman scattered around Wangyu Island. Move the talisman, I will know. Looking at the cultivator who approached, Chumo said with a smile, so that's the case, I thought you came to the foundation, brother. You have cultivated your divine consciousness. The man turned his head away and smiled bitterly. It's so easy there, I finally collected a few refining plants. Hidden spirit grass, I don't know when the rest will be gathered. When Chumo heard this, he was overjoyed and said, if this is the case, then you should die. Before he could finish speaking, a sword light had already slashed past, and the cultivator was caught off guard and paled in shock. He only had time to throw a handful of top-quality magic soldiers and exclaimed, you are not a disciple of this sect, what are you, alright? People, Chumo said sternly, the one who took your life. While speaking, without allowing the cultivator to catch his breath, 2 more top-quality talismans were typed out. The monk's magic soldier was cut off by Chumo's sword, and he made a half-foot-long mouth on his body that avoided the key point. Sun just took out a tower-shaped magic weapon, but before it was sacrificed, it was knocked down by 2 blood talismans in a hurry. The power of the Taoist talisman is second only to the blow of a master of the foundation period, and its power is powerful. Wong. Remember me. Chapter 307 Killing the Enemy and Harvesting. Chumo stabbed again with a sword, forcing him to be unable to take out the magic weapon from the storage bag, and could only pinch with both hands one after another. Tactic, cast 4 or 5 spells in an attempt to slow Chumo's attack. Chumo took a picture of a top-quality defensive talisman on his body, and then he activated the spiritual shield to stop the defense. Just a blind attack. The cultivator saw that the spell hit the opponent, but it didn't work at all, so he couldn't help but cursed in despair, the best talisman. Lu, you are so despicable. I don't know whether to call Chumo despicable for using the best talisman, or scolding Chumo for coaxing and attacking himself as despicable. As soon as he finished cursing, Chumo already took his head with another sword. 603 pillars of blood that spewed out. Even though he already had several lives under his command, Chumo was still a little uncomfortable. Ying picked up 2 storage bags from the monk, and Chumo left here quickly. I went to another place on the island to collect dozens of caddies of spirit grains. At that time, it would be no use to go. Chumo simply turned around and flew towards another island. On the way, Chumo took a look at the loot. There were 160 spirit stones in the bag where the spirit stones were stored. The monks can share 2 levels from the resources provided on the island. I think the monks have already taken their share. 60 caddies of Spirit Valley are only 20 spirit stones. The cultivator's own storage bag is something good, and the tower-shaped magic weapon is actually a middle-level defense. The magic weapon, this made Chumo slap his tongue. Fortunately, he was quick-witted at that time, and without waiting for him to make sacrifices, he blasted the magic weapon out with a talisman, otherwise this would happen. Fighting is hard. This time, I solved the problem of changing clothes on the 9th floor of my bone-burning stage, and now I can use the mid-grade magic weapon. But quite reluctantly. This is because of the fact that his mana is stronger than ordinary people, otherwise, don't even think about the middle-level magic weapon. A low-level attack magic weapon mace, looks very mighty. Hunzu pill, this is better than the pill that Chumo has seen before. Medicine is much better. The 3500 Kadi refining spirit grasses used to refine the foundation building Dan, although there are 2 that Chumo has obtained. But this does not affect the exchange of foundation establishment Dan in the Promise sect. Even if there is only one of the 24 kinds of 500-year-old spirit grasses required for the foundation establishment pill, as long as 8 of them are enough, it can be exchanged for building kitten. There are nearly 200 spirit stones, and the guarding spirit stone mine is really poor. The best medicinal herbs are used for cultivation, and it can save money. Such a large sum of spirit stones. Then there is a jade slip for making talismans, which can make early warning talismans, which are rare in the bone calcining period. I want to come to this Xuanling cultivator's talisman level is not low. Chumo put the jade slip on his forehead and looked at it. Most of the talismans in it were made by Chumo. A cultivator's summary of the experience of making talismans, and then there is the method of making early warning talismans that makes Chumo salivate. Chumo no longer has the heart to count the other spiritual materials. There are 16 miniature islands under the jurisdiction of Xuanqi Island. After Chumo came out of Wangyu Island, he flew to the east again. It is the farthest miniature island among the islands under the jurisdiction of Xuanqi Island, Wangli Island. This time, when the disciples of the Xuanling school were purged, the Wuji sect had an absolute advantage. It can be said that there are more wolves and less meat. Everyone knows this is an opportunity to make a fortune, and no one is left behind. Except for Wangyu Island, there are no islands with more oil and water than Wangli Island. Just wait for Chumo to find others. I am afraid that there are only some leftovers left, so I might as well go to Wangli Island to try my luck. Say. Chapter 308 Fighting. According to the hints on the map, this Wangli Island is one of the more desolate among the 16 islands. It can be used as a spiritual valley base. Fortunately, there are several places where spiritual energy gathers, and 5 acres of spiritual fields have been opened. In 3 months, a crop of 500 caddies of spirit grain can be ripened, and more than 100 spirit stones can be earned. Chumo can be said to be rich and powerful now, but he still can't bear the meat on the mosquito's legs. In the time of a cup of tea, Chumo rushed to Wangli Island and quickly swallowed a recovery pill to restore the mana in his body. In just 2 days, I was about to eat the Fuyuan Dan as a jelly bean, and the battle was really a flower Lingxi. Like running water. The person guarding Wangli Island is a disciple of the 8th floor of the bone-burning stage of the Xuanling faction. Chumo said nothing. Be careful. Sun is a flying sword stab, go. The disciple hadn't yet realized why this scholar wanted to kill him. In a panic, he could only use one. A lazy donkey rolled to the side, but Chumo still pierced his shoulder blade. There is no suspense next. This Xuanling sect disciple is seriously injured, no matter if it is cultivation level, whether it is a magic weapon. Still wealthy, can't compare with Chumo, can only usher in the fate of falling. After this period of training, Chumo's ability to scrape has really become proficient, and it only takes an hour. The 5 acres of Lingu, which is divided into 7 or 8 places on the island, were harvested cleanly. From the fallen disciple of the Xuanling school, Chumo did not gain much. After all, he was only a. The disciples of the 8th level cultivation base were also sent to this remote island to plant the Spirit Valley. People who are welcome. There are only dozens of spirit stones in the storage bag, and there is only a low-level flying knife in the magic weapon, but unfortunately there is no time. If you use it, you will be killed, and Chumo will be cheap in vain. Some medicinal herbs are also common, and they have the same cultivation as Chumo, but they use the net that Chumo has already eliminated. Blood Dan. On the contrary, the 100 caddies of Lingu in it are not bad. There are other spiritual materials and sundries, and they are not worth much spiritual stones. Chumo is too lazy to count them, so he puts them back together into the storage bag. The night of running around and fighting made Chumo feel very tired. Chumo decided to take a rest on Wongli Island, so as to recover the spent mana and exhausted spirit. For flowers. 2 hours later, the sky was already bright, and the mortals on the island had already started to manage their own daily life. Little did he know that Huang Li Dao had changed his family. Chumo let out a long sigh of relief, slowly withdrawing his work, feeling the increasingly deep mana in his blood, and felt a little in his heart. Somewhat excited, fighting really is an effective way to progress. The cultivation base in the middle stage of the 8th floor has reached its peak. It seems that after this mission is over, I can break through. Broken to the end. At this moment, only the sound of rumbling thunder was heard in the distance, and Chumo was surprised. The air was unpredictable, but the thunder sounded strange. Chumo, who didn't intend to ignore it, had just practiced for a while, when he was interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. I could only hear a calm middle-aged man's voice saying outside, "Report to senior brother, I went out to fish on the island." Fishermen were suddenly attacked by sea beasts. The fishing nets of several fishing boats were bitten by sea beasts, and smaller fishing boats also. After being knocked over, more than a dozen fishermen were buried in the belly of the fish, and they also asked their senior brothers to help. Small. Chapter 309_. Chumo originally planned to return to Xuanqi Island immediately, and didn't want to meddle in this business, but after thinking about it, Xuanqi Island immediately. Under the rule of Wuji sect, he can also establish some reputation for this faction in advance. Chumo came to the harbor with the middle-aged man. When everyone saw that the senior brother on the island had changed, they didn't dare to say anything more. Instead, he cheered for his arrival. Several fishing boats outside the harbor have sunk, and many, 107 inches fishermen who fell into the sea have been rescued. Many were dragged into the water by the sea beasts, and there were several blood-stained marks floating on the water. The fishing nets scattered by the boat were dragged around by sea beasts, and the islanders gathered on the coast were mixed with exclamations. Crying. Chumo was so flustered by the cry that he set up a small boat and made a white wave on the sea. In the blink of an eye, he was outside the harbor, and Chumo threw 2 flying swords, 1 flying knife into the sea, and 3 magical instruments. After puncturing back and forth, the sea surface was immediately dyed red by the blood of the sea beast, and the corpses of huge sea beasts floated up. Chumo threw a few ice thorn talismans and golden saber talismans at several fishing boats running around, and the golden saber talisman was cut off. With the rope of the fishing net, the ice thorn talisman pierced into the sea, carrying another blood flower. When the fishermen on Wongli Island saw Chumo's gestures, they made a catastrophe invisible. Loudly sing praises to Chumo. The fishermen on the rescued boats were even more grateful to Chumo, which made Chumo at a loss for a while. Come. Chumo wanted to show his prestige for the Wuji sect, and shouted, "I am a disciple of the Wuji sect, starting today." Since the beginning, Wongli Island has been under the rule of Wuji sect, and this faction will naturally protect the people on the island. The islanders really didn't have any dissatisfaction with the change of court, they just responded in unison. At this time, another muffled thunder sounded in the distance, and Chumo realized that it was not the thunder before. I am afraid that someone is fighting, and these sea beasts are probably also frightened by the fighting, fleeing everywhere. Huang Li. The fishermen of the island were devastated by pond fish. Chumo's mind was agitated. Who else would be able to fight at this time? He quickly used a loudspeaker technique. He shouted to the fishing boats outside the harbor, "Quickly return to the fishing port. Everyone on the island will go home, be careful." Where did everyone dare to question Chumo, and they all returned to sailing. Just as everyone on the island had just been evacuated, a group of people in the distance. The blood light quickly flew towards the direction of Wongli Island. After the blood light, an escape light chased after Zero. When he got close, Chumo found that the monk in the bloody light was Zhang Zhihei, who had escaped before, and the elusive monk behind him. There was also a loud shout. In front of you is junior brother Chu. Quickly block that, Tonglimang, remnant. It was senior brother Du Zichao. Chumo felt bitter for a while, that Zhang Zhihei was a master at the early stage of foundation building. It is not something that a monk of the 8th floor of the bone-burning stage can resist. Fight hard, and get seriously injured once. As long as you can resist a little, the 0.6 senior brother Du will be able to come. Seeing the blood light getting closer and closer to him, Chumo raised his right hand, and a sword chi flew up, facing the flying blood. Light cut through. At the same time, a bronze mirror floated on top of Chumo's head, and at the same time, his left hand only had time to take a palm of the top-quality King Kong blood talisman. In the bloody light not far away, the Tongwei League, Alliance Advocate Zhihei shouted in exasperation, looking for death. Chapter 310 Island Protection Formation. An unstoppable mana surged in, smashing the sword chi away. The brilliance of the bronze mirror on the head flickered, and the golden light flickered. The flickering Vajra talisman instantly became transparent. Chumo's chest felt stuffy for a while, and the mana in his body couldn't be raised for a while. Fortunately, there was still a spiritual shield to block it. He took a few steps back in a row before he regained his strength. Chumo was terrified by Zhang Zhihei's blow, and almost suffered internal injuries, a seriously injured foundation building cultivator. Is it so great too? How did he know that Zhang Zhihei was in shock and anger? He originally thought that with a single blow, he could kill this. The little monk on the 8th floor of the bone-burning stage was beaten to death by vomiting blood. But I didn't expect that this cultivator's cultivation was so deep that not only was he unscathed, but he really blocked himself. Brother Du, who was behind, originally called out in a hurry for 20 minutes, but he didn't expect that Chumo would really put Zhang Zhihei blocked it. Just as Zhang Zhihei was having a meal, senior brother Du's top-grade flying fish sword stabbed in front of Zhang Zhihei's back. Zhang Zhihei had no hope of escaping, so he had to turn around to fight. Chumo knew that he had broken Zhang Zhihei's good deeds, worried that he would jump off the wall, and worried that he would be punished by Master Du again. The brother ordered to block the enemy, and he had already retreated far away. Chumo was thinking too much. Zhang Zhihei had already reached the end of his force. He used the blood escape technique twice with injuries. It's already run out of oil. After a while, Chumo heard a scream in the air, and Zhang Zhihei was beheaded by brother Du with a sword. Chumo hurried up to meet him, and reported to senior brother Du what had happened from yesterday to the present. After listening to senior brother Du, he praised a few words, and then briefly told Chumo about the killing of Zhang Zhihei. It was because a disciple who had trained yesterday was on a miniature island and happened to meet Zhang Zhihei, who was hiding here. The disciple released a signal before he died, and it happened that senior brother Du was the closest. In the battle, Zhang Zhihei was seriously injured, and he was already invincible, so he had to use the blood escape technique again to escape. But this time, brother Du was already prepared and chased all the way, but was blocked by Chumo in the end, and he died. At the end, senior brother Du took out a jade slip and said, "It records Zhang Zhihei's secret blood escape technique. This secret technique is quite good for life-saving. You can block Zhang Zhihei's blow this time, saving this senior brother. A lot of hands and feet, this jade is easy to hold." Chumo was very excited. The secret technique can be more powerful as the cultivation base grows. Although there is always a certain price to pay for the use of secret techniques, every secret technique is a means of killing enemies and saving lives. Yijua is not overwhelmed. In the last upgrade competition, the top 8 were rewarded with a secret technique, and Chumo felt that he did not participate in the 16 competitions. Eitsubitu has always been brooding, and now he has a lot of balance in his heart. Senior brother Du looked at Chumo's excited expression, and then said, "Elder Ku 160 has an order, and all the disciples have completed it. After the mission, you must return to Xuanqi Island as soon as possible. Come back with me." The flight speed of the foundation building period was really impressive. Chumo took the light of senior brother Du and took a quarter of the time before. I returned to Xuanqi Island in a short time. There have been many changes on the island at this time, and the Island Protection Formation was launched by the Promise sect. It got up, and some changes were made to make it more powerful. From time to time in the sky, the Wuji cultivators of the foundation building stage flew by, and the entire Xuanqi Island was filled with a chilling air. The disciple who was originally excited to complete the training mission was also affected by this atmosphere and put away the excitement on his face. Love. Chapter 311 7 Real People. Chumo found the other members of the 7th team, and knew from the who returned first that there were 3 more members last night. Daochu Zhenren came to the island in a hurry, and then a dozen monks from the foundation establishment period came to bring everyone to the island. Shocked. Is it really going to start a war with the Xuanling faction? Senior brother Yao Yang said in confusion. Who knows, we won't be able to use us in this battle. Continued. Chumo knew the reason, but he wasn't stupid enough to explain it. While everyone was talking, I saw that 3 other real people from the Jindan period flew from outside the island, landing on the attic. In the middle, everyone was stunned and looked at each other. 7 real people of Jindan period. After a while, they said with a wry smile, it seems that something big is going to happen. Everyone is silent. Sure enough, in the afternoon, senior brother Lu came to inform that the training mission was completed ahead of schedule, and all the disciples quickly returned to nowhere. Extremely different. Try to understand the experience of this experience and improve your own cultivation. In addition to the disciples stationed on Xuanhua Island, a total of 40 people participated in this experience, waiting for everyone to return to Xuanhua Island. There were only 32 people left, and half of them were wounded. Chumo, who returned to the other courtyard, plunged into his own training room and began to retreat. This time Chumo did not say yes. Among the 40 disciples, the one who has gained the most is also one of the richest. More importantly, his cultivation was about to break through in the past 2 days of practice. The 3rd-level disciples are no longer forced to practice daily by the leading senior brothers, and the time can be freely controlled. 7 days later, with a sufficient supply of medicinal pills, Chumo finally entered the late stage of the 8th layer of the bone-burning stage. Start to slowly accumulate mana and advance to the 9th floor of the bone-burning stage. After leaving the customs, Chumo sorted some sundries obtained in the experience and processed them in the market. Although the spiritual grasses, spiritual materials, and miscellaneous ores that have been used for decades are not valuable, they are better in quantity. Chumo got 220 spiritual stones, and then added a lot of pure blood pills for cultivation, as well as recovery pills. Recovering the magic power, healing pills, and daily practice supplies, such as the rejuvenation pill, spent the spiritual stone in hand. All clean. At this time, the teams from other square teams began to return one after another. It became lively, and at the same time, various experiences and knowledge were circulated in other courtyards. After another 7 days, Chumo dealt with hundreds of caddies of Spirit Valley in the market, and exchanged 3 caddies of spirit for 1 spirit stone. Chumo got more than 300 spiritual stones. In addition to buying medicinal pills and talisman paper, I also bought 20 blood spirit pills that can replenish blood essence. The more than 300 spiritual stones in his hand cost 200 in a blink of an eye. At this time, there were rumors of Wuji sect's experience in Fengxi and other courtyards, and almost all of them were based on the Xuanling sect and its affiliates. The force is the object of experience. 20 teams and the experienced disciples of several other sects captured the Xuanling sect, Feiyu sect, and Qinglang sect. 17 small islands of the 5 sects and their affiliated islands, and 3 other small islands, Jiao Wangjiao, that were not captured. They also caused heavy casualties to the monks stationed on the island. At the same time, Wu Zhizong accused the Xuanling faction in the Northern Seas Alliance of instructing its disciples to use the identity of loose cultivators to organize, become, are 5 organizations including Degree League and Common Religion Society. Sneak into the scope of other sects of Promise sect to spy on intelligence, hunt and kill his disciples, the evidence is conclusive. At the same time, 7 sects, including Kanghai sect and Yujian sect, have also produced relevant evidence to echo Wuji sect. Chapter 312 Warning Sign. The Xuanling faction naturally strongly refuted, saying that this is the Wuji sect thief shouting to catch the thief, and it is the invasion of the Xuanling faction and other 5 sects. Excuse. He also called on other sects of the Beihai Sea Area Alliance to jointly condemn the criminal acts of the Wuji sect and other sects. For a time, disputes between various sects in the North Sea waters erupted one after another. The various disturbances did not have any impact on Chumo, and he was still quietly carrying out his own cultivation. It was as if he was out of touch with this world. In addition to going to the market every 7 days to deal with the income of this experience, and when buying training supplies. Apart from inquiring about external current affairs, I did not waste any more time. Another 7 days passed, and Chumo processed a batch of upper middle grade talismans, and then added more than 440-300 pieces of refined talismans. The copper mine was sold to Duobao Pavilion, and nearly 200 spirit stones were obtained. Since there are enough training supplies, this time I didn't buy anything. At this time, the west and east of Wuji sect and its affiliated forces were attacked by Xuanling sect in revenge. Since the Promise sect was well prepared, although both sides suffered losses, the 10 small islands occupied by the Promise sect alone were not lost. Only in the north-south direction facing the Wuji sect and the Xuanling sect, the 2 sides remained strangely calm. At the same time, the upper echelons of the 2 factions continued to escalate in the North Sea Alliance. Both sides form gangs, CAD-F. Although the Xuanling faction is the traditional leader of the alliance, the power is tyrannical. However, this time, Wuji sect had the upper hand in morality, and won the sympathy of the neutral faction, and it did not fall behind. After another 7 days, Chumo received a letter from the disciples of the other courtyard and the disciples of the outer sect who participated in the training. An invitation to a trade fair. This fair is mainly to exchange knowledge and promote cultivation, and it is planned to be held in a month. Chumo thought about it and decided to take a look. At this time, news came that, in fact, as early as the 2nd day after Xuanqi Island was occupied, Wuji sect and Xuanling sect had already. After fighting at the junction in the north-south direction. The 2 sides fighting should be real people of Jindan period, so neither side made a statement. Another person said that there was a tsunami and thunder in the waters where the incident occurred. The celestial phenomenon that can be caused. Someone put forward corroborating evidence that the 7th team of Wuji Biyuan, which captured Xuanqi Island, was in a hurry in the afternoon of the 2nd day. After the trial ended, he returned to the other courtyard. What is the reason for the 7th team to complete the trial 7 days earlier than other trial teams? There is also a legend that the Xuanling faction sent 2 real people of Jindan period to the sea area of Xuanqi Island that day. However, some people saw that when the 2 returned, their faces were pale and withered, and they were obviously seriously injured. Son. What kind of power caused the 2 Jindan experts to be injured? Then at least 4 Jindan real people with similar cultivation bases must be surrounded. Attack can do it. The strange calm in the southern sea area should be due to the fact that both sides are dispatching troops. As one of the parties, Chumo naturally understands the truth of the matter more than most people, but that is more. Just understand. Although the Lingxi mine was an accident, the 2 sides obviously have a deeper layout and backup. However, Ziping feels that the 2 sides will not fight, and most of them are settled through peace talks, although I don't know the reason. But judging from the peaceful expressions on the faces of the brothers in the other courtyard, without the solemnity of the war, my own opinion. The law should not be wrong. Another 7 days passed, and Chumo happily looked at a set of excellent warnings that had just been made in front of him. Symbol. This early warning symbol is extremely difficult to make, and it is the first time that Chumo has successfully made a top-quality set after obtaining the production method. Fulu. Chapter 313 Blood Shield Technique. This set of talismans consists of a mother talisman and 8 child talismans, which can monitor the general situation of 1 mile around you. Although it is not as detailed as Divine Consciousness, there are also some special features that Divine Consciousness cannot reach. It's a pity that this kind of child-mother warning sign can only be made in the bone-burning stage, otherwise, you will have spiritual consciousness in yourself. Later, Zai has a more advanced production method, and the two complement each other, which is a good choice. At this time, there were rumors that the two factions and their allies were fighting against each other in the east and west. Send a party to take back 3 islands. However, the Xuanling faction still firmly occupies 14 small islands, of which the Promise sect alone occupies one of them. 9 islands. There are also rumors that strange things have happened in the southern seas. One day, the sky is clear and cloudy, but the sky is not clear. The clouds of silk, the fishermen who went out to fish did not encounter the wind and waves, but the sea beasts that make trouble from time to time. But there was not one, and the fishermen had a lot of harvest that day. After another 7 days, a blood shadow suddenly flashed in the woods in the back mountain of the courtyard, revealing a 17. The 8-year-old young man came. It was Chumo. Chumo's face was extremely pale, as if he was recovering from a serious illness, but his expression was very excited, finally practicing this blood escape. These days, in order to make up for the blood essence and blood consumed by the bone-burning stage escape technique, the blood spirit pill is almost vomiting. At this time, both the Wuji sect and the Xuanling sect suddenly lost their voices, and even the affiliated forces of both sides also disappeared. Quiet, for a while, the Beihai cultivator who was concerned about the situation of the two factions was a little overwhelmed. When Chumo thought about that day, the Promise sect mobilized 7 Jindan real people in an instant, so fully prepared and determined. The attitude is completely okay till let the other party throw the rat taboo. It seems that 80% of the dispute is to be resolved peacefully, but the Promise sect will probably not let go of the spirit mine, so. In other respects, the Promise sect is afraid to take a step back. After another 7 days, Chuming really sorted out all the magic tools on his body, and there are a total of low-level magic tools: copper mirror, flying knife, mace, jade rui, flying sword, jade bottle, 7 swords instruments, a middle-grade instrument, Junshin pagoda. After consideration, Chumo excluded the 4 magical tools of flying knife, mace, yuri and flying sword. After sacrificing the remaining 4 magic tools, I decided to buy a mid-grade flying sword magic weapon for myself to break through. Prepare for the change after the 9th layer of the bone-burning stage. For flowers. At this time, the news of the peace between the Xuanling faction and the Wuji sect had already spread out, occupying the place of the moral Wuji sect. The second must take the occupied 14 small islands as a fait accompli. The Xuanling faction, while striving to shirk its responsibilities, must also rely on its own strong strength and alliances to give. Promise put pressure on. Now the focus of both sides is on these 14 small islands. After another 7 days, Chumo spent 2 months digesting the results obtained from the 2-day experience. The result naturally made Chumo very satisfied. At the same time, the sect's rewards for this experience were also based on their respective teams. The contribution and the performance of each team member were posted. Under the circumstance of concealing the cultivator who was killed outside the Lingmine cave, Chumo killed 2 disciples of the Xuanling faction and got the 20 points of contribution. Assisted his teammates in killing 3 Xuanling sect disciples and got 15 contribution points. This report card can be said to be excellent. After all, Wuzhizong captured Xuanqi Island with superior troops. It is naturally not easy to take the lead in a siege that can carry people. Zhang, thank you for visiting the 5G Small Network. Remember me. Chapter 314 Trade Fair. At the same time, there are 2 hidden rewards to help senior brother Du kill Zhang Jihei, discover and report the news of the spiritual mine in time. The former one was also concealed by senior brother Du for some unknown reason. Each of these 2 contributed 20 points to Chumo. Value. The Tongwei League incident to senior brother Lu before, Chumo's contribution value has now reached 80. 5 o'clock. In order to participate in the trade fair between the other courtyard and the disciples of the outer sect, Chumo sorted out his 930 home. And there are about 3,200 spirit stones, which is the result of consuming a lot of spirit stones in the past 2 months. 5 500-year-old spirit grasses were used to refine the foundation establishment pill, and 1 500-year-old spiritual grass was used to refine the foundation building stage medicine pill. 4 unused low-level magic tools. There are a large number of medicinal pills in the bone-burning stage, 3 of which are the most excellent muddy pills used in the 9th layer of the bone-burning stage. Blood Dan. About 100 pieces of the best blood talismans of various colors have been accumulated in the past 2 years. There are also 50 excellent talismans, 100 high-grade talismans, as well as 7 sets of high-grade warning talismans and 2 sets of top-grade warning blood talismans. A few other sundries for practice. Chumo can be said to be well prepared for this trade fair, just waiting for that day to come. The 12 saber teeth of the late First Order monster Fengtooth fish are used for refining medium and low-level magical tools. I want to use them. In exchange for 2 bottles of cultivation medicine pills used in the 8th or 9th layer of bone burning. Chumo watched a disciple from another courtyard on the stage show off what he had gained in the experience, and at the same time exchanged his. The things that need to be cultivated can't help but shake his head in disappointment. Chumo had some hopes for this trade fair, so that he could exchange some of the things he needed. However, this fair of nearly 100 people has so far reached 1/3 of the monks, showing. All of them are things that Chumo doesn't like or doesn't need. No wonder there are a total of 145 disciples from other courtyards who came back alive after participating in this training, together with the outer disciples. But only 10 people attended the fair. In particular, some of the well-known and powerful 9th layer disciples in the other courtyard and the outer sect did not come. It's not that these things are bad. Those who can come back alive from this trial have nothing to gain, and who will. Bringing out something that shouldn't be on the table to be ashamed. However, Chumo is now rich, and he has already paid attention to these things that are precious to ordinary high-level disciples. West scoffed. When ordinary high-level disciples of bone burning are still looking for a low-level magic weapon, a bottle of medicinal herbs, and dozens of spirit stones. When he was thinking about it, Chumo had already aimed at the middle-level magic tools and the higher-level things such as Jiden. Just as Chumo was about to leave early, a well-known 9th layer bone-forging disciple walked up. When I went to the stage, I took out a 500-year-old spirit grass that was used to refine the foundation building pill, and immediately attracted all the brothers in the audience. Sub exclaimed. Chumo also sat up straight and listened to the person's request. 500 years of Lingsao Feng Shikao is needed to refine the foundation building pill, and I want to exchange it for the medicine pill required for the 9th layer of calcined bones. The more advanced the better. An acquaintance outside disciple couldn't help but ask, Senior Brother Shu 3.4, why did you take out this spirit grass? Enough for 8, but you can exchange for the foundation Dan from this faction. Senior Brother Shu looked at the audience and said with a smile, the matter of establishing the foundation Dan has already taken hold, and now it is time to cultivate. Hope to improve as soon as possible. Senior Brother Shu enjoyed the envious gaze from the audience, and was also a little proud, and then said, is there anything I want to exchange? Remember me. Chapter 315 Only then did everyone in the audience relax, which shows the status of the foundation establishment pill and the foundation establishment stage in the minds of the bone-burning stage disciples. Hi. The people who reacted to their own family assets, to see if they could win this precious spirit grass. Senior brother, I don't know if I can exchange the spirit stone for it. Senior brother, can I exchange it for something of similar value? Senior brother Shu frowned and said, I am sorry, I only need to change the pills, and I don't need spirit stones and other items. Brother, I have 3 bottles of 21 blood purification pills here, a total of 30 pieces. If there are not enough, I will use spirit stones to make up. How? After the disciple who spoke, he quickly borrowed spirit stones from the disciples who were familiar with him. Returning the blood purifying pill, that's the pill used for the 6th and 7th layers of bone burning. Brother, I have 3 bottles of blood essence pills here. How about adding 6 bottles of blood purifying pills? Although the disciple who speaks is worth a lot, but the medicine pill is not enough, and he needs to borrow it. Sorry, at least it should be the 6 bottles of blood essence and blood used in the 9th layer of bone burning. That said, it's really a bit tasteless. As soon as senior brother Shu finished speaking, the chaotic scene suddenly became much quieter. Only a few people are still borrowing pills from the surrounding disciples, hoping to raise the required amount. Senior brother Shu looked at the chaotic scene under the stage and was a little disappointed. It was not that no one could afford this spirit grass. The key is that there are not so many medicinal pills for a while, and even if someone collects them, I am afraid that in the future, this person himself will affect his cultivation because of insufficient medicinal herbs. Senior brother Shu, what do you think of this medicinal pill? This is a 17 or 18-year-old disciple who stood up and threw a jade bottle to senior brother Shu. Senior brother Shu received it, opened it, his eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, I don't know how many jewelry brother has. This kind of medicinal pill, if the quantity is sufficient, will be exchanged with the junior brother. Chumo smiled slightly and said, I was lucky enough to get this bottle, but I can add 3 more bottles. How about the essence and blood pill in exchange for senior brother's fragrant grass? Brother Shu heard that there was only such a bottle, and his regret was beyond words. But hearing that Chumo was able to come up with enough blood essence pills, he was satisfied, so he said, in this case, this spirit grass belongs to the younger brother. Everyone in the audience saw that Chumo had changed to Ling Sao, and they were surprised that Chumo was rich and wealthy, and at the same time, they also used Chumos. I was surprised by what kind of medicinal pills were given, but 1 bottle was worth 3 bottles of blood essence pills. That bottle of medicinal pill was naturally the most excellent muddy blood pill in the bone-burning stage. Chumo ignored everyone's discussion, went forward and exchanged spirit grass with senior brother Shu, and whispered to Shu at the same time. Senior brother asked, I wonder if senior brother still has the spirit grass for refining the foundation pill, and I can exchange 6 bottles of blood essence pills for it. 917 Although brother Shu was surprised by Chumo's generosity, he could only helplessly smile when he heard the words, saying, these spirits. The grass is so good, I only collected 3 plants before I went down, because there are already foundation building plants. Dan's method, so 2 of them were exchanged for magical instruments and medicinal pills, this is the last one. Chumo was helpless and had to go back to his seat. Chumo easily obtained 5 spirit grasses for refining the foundation pill, so he did not think that these spirit grasses. How precious! The crazy level of the process of trading spirit grass shocked Chumo, only then did he know his own. The true value of 5 spirit grasses. But now there are 6 plants in hand, and Zuji Dan is close at hand. .net. Remember me. Chapter 316_. After the Lingsao turmoil, the fair finally got some improvement, and many valuable things were placed by everyone. The disciples on the stage and off the stage were also vying to compete, and the atmosphere suddenly became warm. Chumo finally felt that he had opened up some horizons. There are indeed many people who have gained a lot from this experience. Chumo also. A lot of interest has been raised by some items, but unfortunately these items are still not used by Chumo. Finally, it was Chumo's turn to come to the stage to present the treasure. Everyone looked at the disciple from the other courtyard who had exchanged Fang Shikao. Want to see what exciting things he will come up with? Chumo originally came for the middle-level magic weapon, but more than half of the transaction has passed, and it just appeared. The exchange of some low-level magical tools made Chumo a little disappointed. At this time, if you want to go to the stage to exchange for a middle-level magic weapon, do not. As for whether it can be exchanged, the limelight was too great, so Chumo changed his plan. After Chumo came to the stage, he took out a wooden box directly from the storage bag and opened it, revealing a stack of talismans. Said, 50 high-grade talismans, I hope to exchange for the same value of fine iron. Exclamation mark quote. Chumo's transaction is considered a big deal. After all, these 50 high-grade talismans are 150 spirit stones. It was saved by Chumo for a long time. Even if you buy an ordinary middle-level magic weapon, it is only 100 to 150 spirit stones. As soon as Chumo's words were finished, everyone in the audience was puzzled. At most, refined iron is only used to refine intermediate-level instruments. That's all. There are so many talismans. An ordinary middle-level magic weapon is enough. Why should I change so much fine iron? Does this person want to learn the art of refining? Chumo just waited quietly for everyone in the audience to make an offer. He naturally had his own ideas, and he got the latest. The landslide is made of part of refined iron, and he wants to upgrade it to a middle-level magic weapon. Coupled with its own attack characteristics, it will undoubtedly take a lot of refined iron to upgrade it to the middle level. Originally, Chumo had a lot of copper concentrate, which was barely enough to improve the landslide. But Chumo considered that all the raw materials for landslide were iron ore, so he felt that he should continue to use iron. Spirit-like ore has improved well. Chumo waited on the stage for a while, but no one came forward to make an offer. Although many people in the audience were interested in these 50 talismans, Chumo pointed out that he wanted to concentrate iron ore, and let him. These people are quite helpless. At this time, I just heard a rude voice from the audience say embarrassedly, "Hey, I don't know this teacher. Brother, can I exchange it for black iron ore?" When everyone in the audience heard the mysterious iron ore, they were once again clamoring. Dissuasion of the people around him, he quickly said, Wanted. A simple-looking, bearded young man stood up and threw his storage bag to Chumo. He smiled and said, "Although there are not many, but your talisman is not enough." Clear eyes with this honest face, nose, is still very deceptive. The cultivators around him saw that this companion did not make trouble, and no longer discouraged them, but just looked at Chumo. What should I do? Chumo looked at the black iron in the bag, and it was almost the same to upgrade the landslide to the top grade, so he pondered for a while. Said, "What else do you need?" Eyes lit up, and said, "The magic weapon, the low-level one is fine, but you must take advantage of it, and add some spiritual tools. A stone will do, and so can a talisman." Chapter 317. Senior Sister, Please Stay Away. Chumo looked at the monk who was half a head taller than others, smiled slightly, and said, "What do you think of this magic weapon?" A mace flew out of Chumo's storage bag, and the bearded cultivator reached out and took it. The bearded monk was overjoyed to see this mighty magic weapon, and he couldn't wait to wave it in his hand. Twice, the cultivators around were so frightened that they avoided them and cursed loudly. The bearded cultivator ignored these people and just said, "Excellent, excellent, the quality is also considered in low-level magic tools. Layer, that's it." Chumo then said, "I'll add 50 spirit stones, can you see enough?" The cultivator was getting familiar with the magic weapon in his hand. Hearing that, he just said, "Enough is enough." It made the monks who came with him quite helpless. Oh. Chumo unexpectedly got something more satisfying, walked off the treasure table, and the trade will continue. At this time, the fair has entered the second half, and the monks who have good things continue to exchange for themselves on the treasure table. The monks in the audience also snapped up the things they needed. There was even a phenomenon of competition raising prices, which made Chumo very interesting. A small trade fair for outer disciples is so intense, Chumo heard that sometimes there will be the auction of the bone stage monks, where the things are more precious. How intense will it be? After that, Chumo spent 50 spirit stones in exchange for a stack of hundreds of talisman papers. The advanced talisman paper made by paper monks can improve the success rate and grade of talisman drawing. Chumo also worked with him. A long-term partnership has been negotiated. When the fair was about to end, a female cultivator took out 2 bottles of thick blood pills, claiming to exchange for the best talisman. This makes the trade fair reach the highest level. Thick blood pill is a kind of medicinal pill between essence blood pill and muddy blood pill. A good thing that scholars are rushing for. However, the female cultivator pointed out that only the top quality talisman was exchanged, and nothing else was exchanged, which made the cultivators present complain. Carry the road. 2 bottles of thick blood pills are enough to replace 30 or 40 high-quality talismans. How can ordinary monks in the bone-burning stage have such a multi-purpose talisman? See Sita, it is a bone-burning monk who specializes in making talismans. I don't know how long it will take. Can save so many superb talismans. The transaction did not succeed in the end, and the female cultivator was quite disappointed. When she was about to step down, she glanced at Chumo, because only there was Chumo who traded a lot of talismans at the fair, even though they were only top-grade ones. It's not that Chumo is not tempted, but he has already made a lot of limelight at the trade fair this time. If I go to exchange for these 2 bottles of thick blood pills, it will inevitably make people interested in it and attract coveted. Chumo pondered for a while. After the trade fair ended, he didn't leave in a hurry, but waited for others to leave. Most of the time, I walked in the direction the female cultivator left. Chumo's speed was a little faster, and he caught up with the woman after a while, and there was no one left or right. So he stepped forward and said, "This senior sister, please stay." The woman turned around and saw that it was Chumo, and also guessed Chumo's purpose, but still asked, "What do you have?" Thing. Ha ha, Chumo smiled and said, "Senior sister has already guessed it, and I want to exchange for the thick blood pill of senior sister." The woman received the affirmative information, her expression lifted, and she said eagerly, "How many supernatural talismans do you have?" Chapter 318 Fighting to Win the Island. Chumo did not answer directly, but said, "Senior sister's 2 bottles of thick blood pills are worth 170 or 80 spirit stones. Left and right, different top-quality talismans can be exchanged for 30 and 40 pieces. It's just that the best talismans below have been accumulating. For personal use, they made blood talismans, so they could only be exchanged for 25 blood talismans for senior sister." Woman heard the words, meditated for a while, and said, 25, barely enough, so let's do it. The 143, exchanged talismans and medicinal pills. The woman looked at Chumo and said, "Junior brother looks young. I didn't expect that the skill of making talismans is superb. My name is Hua Shangrong. I don't know the name of my brother. If you need it, you need help from your brothers and sisters." Chumo smiled and said, "My name is Chumo. If senior sister needs me in the future, you can find me in the 7th party of the other courtyard." Hua Shangrong suddenly smiled and said, "It turns out that he is the head of the famous Heing, among the 3rd-level disciples." Name. Chumo didn't know that his reputation had actually spread to the outer disciples, so he said with a wry smile, "Senior sister, don't. I want to make fun of it, but I just got lucky and won a few games in the big competition, so I let all the brothers take this. A nickname, really ashamed tight." Hua Shangrong looked at Chumo's embarrassed expression, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chumo, who had returned from the trade fair, threw himself into intense training again. In this trade fair, although Chumo's spirit stone did not spend much, but other items were handed over. change a lot, and the harvest is naturally not small. Especially getting 2 bottles of thick blood pills, which is equivalent to the value of 40 blood essence pills. What's more, these 20 thick blood pills can be consumed in only 20 days, while the essence and blood pills with the same effect can be consumed in just 20 days. But it would take Chumo 40 days to run out. That is to say, the efficiency of Chumo's cultivation with the thick blood pill will be doubled, and the effect will naturally increase greatly. In the blink of an eye, another half a year has passed. Chumo is almost 18 years old, with the help of sufficient spiritual stones and medicinal herbs. Next, Chumo finally reached the pinnacle of the 8th layer of calcined bone, and touched the barrier of the 9th layer of calcined bone. In the past 6 months, the biggest thing is that the Wuji sect and the Xuanling sect finally joined the many sects in the Beihai Alliance. A settlement was reached under mediation. After investigation by the Xuanling sect, they finally figured out the truth of this spy case. Due to the lack of cultivation resources, Cultivator Chi supported some loose cultivation organizations to pass the illegal way access to training resources. For this reason, the Xuanling sect said that due to its poor management, the loss to the 5 sects including Wuji sect was profound. Sorry. Xuanling faction has imprisoned several, behind-the-scenes, main messengers, worked as a handyman for 30 years and cancelled the inner disciple. Sub-identity penalty decision. Wu Zhizong and others expressed their approval for the investigation of the Xuanling faction, but stated that the occupied 15 small islands should be used as compensation from the 5 factions such as the Promise sect. The Promise sect will legitimize a fait accompli. However, the Xuanling faction relies on traditional forces and years of business relationships to unite most of the North Sea Alliance sects. 3.4 inches fighting and seizing the island, on these 15 islands. So-called, fighting to seize the island, means that the 2 sides send each other 15 disciples of the foundation building stage to draw lots to fight the law. The fighting method is based on an island as a bet, and the winning party gets the ownership of the island. Under strong diplomatic pressure, Wu Zhizong and other 5 factions were forced to agree to fight to seize the island, but Wu Zhidao strongly. It is requested that Xuanqi Island be excluded from the list of fighting the island. Chapter 319 Prepare to break through. The reason is that the geographical location of Xuanqi Island is special, and it is the direct connection between the sphere of influence of the Xuanling sect and the Promise sect. The strength of the Promise sect is far inferior to that of the Xuanling sect, and it needs to strengthen its defense in depth. This time, many sects began to support the Promise sect again, so that it would carry out certain checks and balances on the Xuanling sect to maintain the stability within the league. When the news came, all the disciples of Wuji sect were filled with righteous indignation, especially the disciples of Wuji Biyuan who participated in this experience. Sun. The island they captured at the cost of dozens of disciples has become a battle for the 2 sides. On the face of it, they see this as the weakness of the sect and the injustice of the Alliance 22. Soon, an inner disciple who led the team from another school, inadvertently, said regretfully, "Who made our sect weak? As for Wei, this way you will have no say in the league, and you will be bullied if you fall behind." After these words came out, after being induced by people with a heart, the disciples of Wuji sect shared the same hatred and hatred. The spearhead directly aimed at several sects headed by the Xuanling school. The enthusiasm for cultivation is high, and the progress of the cultivation base has greatly increased. During this half year, the 7th team has 4 more disciples of the 7th layer of bone burning were added, and 2 more disciples of the 8th layer of bone burning. Also entered the 9th floor of the 2 people, Yao Yang and Dufeng are about to reach the pinnacle of the 9th floor of the bone burning, 2. People have foundation establishment pills and have already begun to prepare for the foundation establishment period. From Chumo's point of view, the turmoil outside seemed as if both parties had already arranged to act. When everyone thought that the Promise sect had failed in this challenge to the authority of the Xuanling sect in the North Sea Alliance, Chumo, however, believed that the Promise sect had made a successful attempt to shake the status of the Schwanling sect. Although the Schwanling faction forced the Promise sect to make concessions, they had no choice but to accept the reality of fighting to seize the island. It seems to have won, but the target of the Wuji sect's concessions is the occupied island of the Schwanling faction. Moreover, this concession, the Schwanling faction may not be able to get too many benefits from it, especially if it has a small. The Schwanchi island of the type ore vein was excluded from the list of fighting and seizing the island, and was legally occupied by the Promise sect. The other sects in the alliance are still very willing to see a Schwanling faction that is checked and balanced, rather than a single family. The Schwanling faction. Sure enough, another month has passed, and the result of the fight to seize the island, under the supervision of many sects in the North Sea Alliance, came out. 14 fights, the Promise sect won 9 times, and even went to Schwanchi Island. In this conflict, the Promise sect won 10. The actual interests of a small island. From Chumo's point of view, although this fighting method is small in scope, it also reflects a problem from the side. That is, the strength of the monks in the foundation building stage of the Promise sect is generally higher than that of the monks of the Schwanling faction. Although this is only a test of a dozen people, one cannot help but draw such a result. Perhaps this is also one of the reasons why the Promise sect dares to challenge the Schwanling sect. Chumo finally came to his own conclusion from the dazzling game between the two sides in the Bahalian 820 League. But it's just my opinion. He laughed at himself. These things are naturally planned by the ancestors of this faction, and he is still breaking through. Cultivation matters. In the training room, Chumo sat there quietly with a muddy blood pill. Chumo has reached the pinnacle of the 8th floor for almost a month, although the 9th floor of bone burning is just around the corner. But Chumo just couldn't pierce this layer of window paper. Chumo decided to try it with a muddy blood pill. P.S. Dragon Ball new book. Passing the super bloodline. Welcome everyone to give pointers. Remember me. Chapter 320, the 9th floor of the bone burning stage. All along, Chumo has been reluctant to use the muddy blood pill to cultivate, because he has the bloodline of the Super Saiyan. His cultivation base is far deeper than that of a monk of the same level, even several times. However, there is still some unnecessary waste in using the muddy blood pill, this time in order to break through to the 9th floor. Got it. Chumo put the muddy blood pill into his mouth, the pill melted in the mouth, and turned into a powerful spiritual force in the abdomen, then absorbed by the blood vessels. Cooperating with Chumo's continuous operation of foundation and spiritualization practice, it was completely integrated into the blood, and the original bright red. His blood suddenly became a little brighter, and the beating of his heart became slower but stronger. Under the dual action of the heart and spiritual power, the rushing blood slowly widens the blood vessels in the body, and at the same time the body. Many places in the body where the blood vessels are not connected are also unclogged. Driven by the blood, the strong spiritual power penetrated into all parts of the body, transforming Chumo's body. More robust, some impurities that were previously impossible to remove from the body were eliminated from the body. The 9th layer of calcined bones. Chumo finally reached it, and he was only one step away from the foundation building stage. Chumo looked at the Tianling Mountains, where the Promise sect was based, and said secretly, it seemed that he had to make a plan for himself, adding, "I'm almost ready to enter the foundation building stage." Chumo, who has reached the 9th floor, suppressed his joy and spent a whole month consolidating his newfound strength. The cultivation base that just broke through, with the help of the remaining 2 bottles of muddy blood pills. Chumo quickly consolidated his cultivation and made great progress. The 9th layer of calcined bone is an important transition period between the period of calcined bone and foundation building. If a mortal wants to become a monk, he must first stimulate his own blood and spiritual veins. Legend has it that all the creatures in this world are descendants of the 7th patriarch of Kashan, and they all possess 7 kinds of blood spirits. Only when these 7 blood spiritual meridians are stimulated, one can breathe out the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and gradually strengthen the blood spiritual meridians in the body. This is the bone burning period. After the monk reaches the 9th level of bone burning, the 7 blood and spiritual veins in the body will be fully stimulated. At this time, the monks are facing the foundation building period. The so-called foundation building is to choose any one of the 7 blood vessels in the body for cultivation, and expel the others. The spiritual power of the 6 bloodlines occupies the dominance of the bloodlines in the monk's body, reaching the foundation building stage. After that, the spiritual blood of the same bloodline is used to make up for the lack of his own bloodline, and finally, the cultivator's body is completely eliminated. The entire blood vessels fuse into the blood-spirit vessels, which is the process of cultivation in the foundation establishment stage. Chumo reached the 9th level of bone burning, which meant that he had to choose one of the 7 bloodlines as his own. The main bloodline of the basic stage is also called the foundation bloodline. Although Chumo has not made a decision in his heart, he should first raise his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of bone burning. After obtaining the foundation establishment pill, consider the advanced foundation establishment period. On this day, Chumo finished his practice, and in the market, he made the talismans that he had recently refined. Sold out in the market. Then I bought 3 bottles of blood essence pills in the pill sales room of the Wuji sect, and sold the 180 pieces of spirits from the talisman. The stone was gone in a blink of an eye, and he still had to add dozens of spirit stones. After entering the 9th layer of bone burning, the medicinal herbs used for cultivation increased greatly. In particular, Chumo has been using the thick blood pill and the mud blood pill, which are more advanced than the blood essence pill, although the blood essence pill. Spend less. Chapter 321 Mission on the Island. But the thin spiritual power content greatly slowed Chumo's cultivation speed. Even so, the monthly cost of medicinal pills has skyrocketed. If it wasn't for Chumo's wealth, he would. Selling talismans, like the vast majority of monks, will face the lack of cultivation resources. This is also the result of the improvement in Chumo's level of refining talismans, especially when he bought it at the trade fair. The high-quality talisman paper made it rare for Chumo to fail to draw talismans after entering the 9th layer of bone burning. Alchemy is really a lucrative industry. After returning to the Promise Courtyard, Chumo was notified to go to Lu Shi's 693 brother to receive his training this year. I went to Brother Lu's training room. Chumo realized that it was not only himself, but also the other 8 disciples of the 7th party who had reached the 8th floor. After everyone came to Chi and bowed to Senior Brother Lu, they only heard Senior Brother Lu say with great joy, "Chu Moxiu is home." However, I have reached the 9th level of bone burning, which is very good. In this way, my 7th team has 4 brothers from the 9th level of bone burning. Sun has not lost to the first team. Everyone was very surprised to hear that Chumo's cultivation base had grown so rapidly. Brother Lu didn't say much about this. CCEB directly announced this year's training mission to Xuanqi. A 3-year residency mission on the island. The 3rd-level disciple of the other courtyard will perform various tasks of the sect in the last 3 years. The conflict between the Profound Spirit sect and the Promise sect has eased, and the mysterious island has also been captured by the Promise sect. The 16 miniature islands under the jurisdiction of Xuanqi Island need the disciples of the Wuji sect to be stationed in the bone-burning period. The 7th team was more familiar with this generation of seas because of their participation in the Xuanqi Island raiders last time, so this. The task will first select the 7th team. After coming out from Senior Brother Lu, Chumo felt that this mission might have some twists and turns, and the Xuanling faction was flat. After a big loss, a small mine was lost. Chumo didn't think that the Xuanling faction would give up on Xuanqi Island, and he had to prepare more. After all, in 3 years, no one can say what will happen. Because Chumo and others will set off for Xuanqi Island in 3 days, Chumo's time is relatively tight. He came to Fengxi again, and first came to the training equipment pavilion of the Promise sect. Chumo already has 85 contribution points in his hands because of previous missions, which is enough to exchange for one piece. The reason why there is no exchange for the magic weapon before is because the magic tools in the refining pavilion are relatively simple, not. It is as varied as in Fang City. Although the quality is guaranteed, it does not have a particularly prominent presence in the same level magic tools. This time the task is urgent. Chumo has no time to go to other places in Fang City to find and exchange the hand tools, so he can only come here. The refining pavilion can be exchanged for a common intermediate magic weapon transition. The exchange value of intermediate level magic tools should be at least 50, and those with better quality or special functions are even more expensive. To use nearly 100 contribution value. Chumo took a look at it, and finally felt that the most practical thing at present was Phagian. So he spent 65 contribution points to exchange for a flying feather sword, and looked at Chu Moyao who only had 20 contribution points left. Shaking his head, it's really expensive. But thinking about how this magical weapon has to sell for 200 spirit stones outside, Chumo still feels that he has earned it. Chumo passed by the pill-selling pavilion of the Promise sect, thought for a while, and decided to go in and have a look. The medicinal pills in the elixir shop are mainly aimed at the disciples of the bone-burning stage and the low-level monks of the foundation-building stage, and the medicinal pills are also relatively large. Zonghua, Shu, Wang, remember me. Chapter 322 Buying Medicine. Chumo took a look and found that only the blood essence pill was suitable for him on the list for sale. He was a little disappointed and planned to leave. Open. Seeing that Chumo was about to leave, the guys in the pill sale pavilion asked casually, "This senior brother, isn't there a suitable one?" Medicine. Chumo was going to leave, but after hearing the question from the man, he said, "I just want to exchange for something more suitable than the blood essence pill. The medicine pill of the 9th layer of bone burning, but I don't need it here." Guy smiled and said, "These things are not without them. Our shop owner has some doorways, because the number of limited, they are all sold to some cultivators who have friendship or power, and ordinary cultivators can only exchange money here. Change the elixirs specified in the faction." Chumo suddenly realized that the Wuji sect has a great business. How could they not be able to refine these things? The essence and blood pills are better. But it's just a bone-burning medicine pill. Where will it enter the eyes of the alchemist of the Promise sect? It's just that the Promise sect also wants to make a profit. Compared with other bone-burning medicine pills, the blood essence pill is undoubtedly the most suitable. The elixir, the doorway in it is not enough for outsiders. Chumo looked at the man's half-smile expression, and as soon as his mind changed, he understood, and handed $10 in his hand. Lingxi smiled apologetically. "I don't know about these things, please give me some pointers." The guy generously accepted the spirit stone and handed Chumo the list of several medicinal herbs. It seemed that it was early. Ready. As expected, Chumo saw some high-grade medicinal herbs at all stages of the bone-burning stage. Among them, it has the name of Haushuiden. Overjoyed, Chumo hurriedly asked his buddy, "Little brother, how do you sell this thick blood pill?" Guy looked at it and said, "Each piece of thick blood pill has 4 contribution points, and a bottle of 10 pieces can be discounted for you. Price 35 contribution value." When Chumo heard it, he couldn't help but say, "This is indeed a bit expensive, and 4 contribution points can almost be exchanged for 12 yuan. The spirit stone is gone, the auxiliary effect of the thick blood pill is only twice that of the blood essence pill, and a blood essence pill is also in the market. But about 4 spirit stones." The guy swung his hands and put on a look that I was helpless to, and said, "Senior brother, this is not rare. Why is it expensive? It's sold in bottles here. Besides, it is necessary to guard against sect investigations, and manage up and down. All these need to be. I want a spirit stone." Chumo looked at the man's half-smiling expression and knew that although this was true, it was probably more watery. Ask for flowers. Maybe this is a way of making money tacitly approved by the sect. It's just that now people are under the eaves and have to bow their heads and look at his remaining 20 contribution points, Chumo thought. After thinking about it, he took out a jade box from the storage bag, handed it to the man, and said, "Look at how this empty grass can. How much contribution value do you get in exchange?" This spirit grass is Chumo's harvest on Xuanqi Island. Chumo just knows that this empty grass is at the foundation stage of refining. A kind of herbal medicine. But it was not clear what kind of medicinal pills were refined, and the jade slip handed to him by senior brother Lu did not specify. The guy opened the jade box and looked at the spirit grass inside and a magic weapon connected to the jade slip on the counter. A magical instrument is a small device for mortals to check the contents of jade slips. After identifying it carefully, the man said, "It really is 500 years of empty grass. This is the pill used for cultivation in the foundation establishment period. Yaoshuanyudan's necessary spiritual grass, according to the exchange rate of the sect, can contribute 15 points to the senior brother. P.S. The new book, Dragon Ball, Beginning Fishing Chuanchao Bloodline, welcome to take care of you. Wong, remember me. 0. Chapter 323 Pavilion Master Shoe. In addition to the previous 20 o'clock, it happened to be the price of a bottle of thick blood pill. Chumo's heart moved, and said, "If. How many spirit stones can be exchanged for one plant for refining the spirit grass of the foundation pill?" Man's eyes lit up and said, "Senior brother, has the spirit grass for refining the foundation pill. That one plant can be exchanged for 35 points. Contribution value, and the sect is open to purchase. How many are collected? More than 4 plants, but also more per plant. Add 5 contribution points." 213, looking at the look of hope on the man's face, Chumo secretly scolded the profiteer. He was not stupid, shook his head. Said, "Where is such good luck? Just ask casually." With a look of disappointment on his face, Chumo took out his nameplate and said, "I can only buy a bottle of thick blood pill first." The guy looked at Chumo's regretful expression, chuckled lightly, and said, "Senior brother, we can do it here too. Purchased with spirit stones." Chumo was shocked when he heard the words, but he was too concerned about the medicinal pills and forgot to work around it, so he hurriedly asked, "Using the spirit. How is the price of stone calculated?" Seeing Chumo's eagerness to ask, the guy knew that it might be a big client, so he said, "Brother, let's take it a little one. To call my pavilion master." After the guy walked into the stage, he followed behind a middle-aged monk and walked out. Guy introduced, "This is my pavilion master, surnamed Shu." Chumo knew from the powerful spiritual power fluctuations around him when the other party appeared, that this was a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage. So he hurriedly stepped forward to greet him and said, "Junior Chumo has seen senior brother Zongman." Pavilion Master Shu smiled slightly and said directly, "Little brother wants to buy thick blood pill." Chumo said, "Exactly, how dare you ask senior brother how the price is? If it is suitable, this junior would like to continue here in the future." "Buy." Pavilion Master Shu said calmly, "The thick blood pill needs 110 pieces of spirit stones. How much does the little brother plan to buy?" Quote. Ordinary bone-burning monks have limited spiritual stones and lack of cultivation resources, making it difficult for even sect disciples to do so. To a full supply of common medicinal herbs. Moreover, it is a relatively high-level medicinal pill, and disciples with background often do not need to buy it here. Therefore, Pavilion Master Shu only came out for a scene because of his responsibilities. Chumo saw that Pavilion Master Shu didn't care. He just thought that he was a master of the foundation building stage and naturally didn't look down on his own business. But he still said respectfully, "The junior needs 3 bottles of thick blood pills every month, because the junior has a sectarian mission. In my body, I only have time to rest every 3 months, so I want to buy 9 bottles of Hao Shui Dan each time and trade for 3 months. Once. Pavilion Master Shu was also surprised when he heard Chumo's purchases, so he looked at Chumo and said, "Little brother." Sure enough, it was extraordinary, but after all, the number of these medicinal pills was limited, and most of the places were reserved, which could only be provided every month. Ying little brother has 2 bottles of thick blood pills, 3 months is 6 bottles, if there are more, even I am powerless. Chumo was also quite sorry to hear that, and was about to agree when he suddenly remembered something, so he asked, "I don't know. Senior brother, is there a bloody pill in this 2.4? Pavilion Master Shu was also stunned for a moment. Yes, but yes. He pondered for a while, and then said, "Ben is a little difficult, but after the long-term purchase of the little brother. In terms of quantity, I will fight for the little brother and supply 1 bottle every month, but the thick blood pill can only be used every time. 1 bottle less per month." Chumo heard that he was overjoyed to have Hunzu Dan, so he hurriedly Chen Xie. Chapter 324 Luxurious Cultivation. Shuzhe decided to make a big deal, and he was also happy, saying, "Remove a bottle of thick blood pill and exchange it for contribution value. Take 1 bottle of Hunzu Dan, 180 spirit stones, 3 bottles of 540 spirit stones, plus 3 bottles of thick blood pill, 303. 10 spirit stones, a total of 860 spirit stones. The little brother can give 850 spirit stones." After Chumo thanked him, the man was very quick in his hands and feet. Blood pill handed over. After Chumo paid for the spirit stone, he looked at the jade slip and the magic tool used by the counter staff to identify the spirit grass, and said, "The juniors may gain some benefits when they go out to practice, but the juniors are 23 years old and have little knowledge, and many spirit grasses do not know. I don't know if this little brother's jade slip can let the junior print a copy, and the junior is willing to exchange spirit stones." Pavilion Master Shu smiled, ha, and said, "The jade slips prepared by this sect for the disciples of the bone-burning stage are indeed a bit crude, but it also has the meaning of inspiring disciples to explore and seek knowledge, and to use their own strength to complete them. But it's little things. The little brother only cares about the rubbing. Just remember to come to this pavilion to exchange the contribution value for the harvested spirit grass. This pavilion will definitely give it to you. Little brother fair price." Chu Morian said, "Certainly," and left the pill pavilion. Looking at Chumo who was walking away, the young man said in a low voice, "Grandpa 6, now our medicine pill supply is not enough. There is a big missing piece, and it will be difficult to make up for it in the short term. What should the monks who made the reservation ask?" Pavilion Master Shu heard the words and said indifferently, "They dare. A group of loose cultivators, only a few dozen spirit stones per month. Small flowers, if you buy 3 or 5 grains, you will be distressed to death, and you will continue to negotiate the price. There is such a big deal there. Comfortable. The guy thinks of those high-ranking monks in normal days. For a few spirit stones, they talk to me, a mortal. After a long time, I often still beg softly, and I can't help shivering." Pavilion Master Shu took out a list, pointed at a few random names, and said to the man, "These people will come next time. Now, I told them that the alchemy furnace of the sect alchemist was blown up, and the supply of medicinal herbs has been suspended recently. If you don't accept it, just blast it out the door." After coming out of the pill sale pavilion, Chumo was in pain and happy. The happy thing is that the cultivation will not be because of the ineffectiveness of the pills. Foot and reduce speed. The painful thing is that Chumo calculated, his current net worth can only maintain this kind of extravagant cultivation. A year's time. Chumo shook his head painfully and decided to leave this matter behind for now. There is still a year left anyway. Just think of a way to get the spirit stone yourself. Well, get the spirit stone. Why not, earn the spirit stone? Chumo thought that he still had a lot of things to continue to prepare for Walingshi, and finally decided not to dwell on this. Some questions that make oneself feel that there is a problem with the path of life. Once you have solved your own cultivation problems, you have to make some plans for your own tasks. This 3-year trip to Xuanqi Island, it is very likely that he will be sent to a small island, even in Xuanqi. Stationed on the island, they will also be entrusted with tasks such as cultivating and excavating spiritual materials. Either way, I have never experienced it before. Therefore, you must prepare in advance, otherwise you will suffer losses due to improper operation. If the benefits you get are damaged, and you even have to compensate for the losses yourself, it will be frustrating. Wang. Remember me. Chapter 325 The Monk Family. The cultivation of lingu is a task for every disciple. Chumo bought some good lingu at the lingu store. Seeds are said to be able to increase production by 2 layers. 20 caddies of seeds cost Chumo 20 spirit stones. In the spirit beast shop, Chumo bought a first-order low-level monster beast-seeking mouse that could sense the spiritual power of the surface. In the land of a spiritual vein of the Promise sect, he bought some mountain spring water containing spiritual power. Chumo decided to dilute it. After that, it is used to water the spirit valley or spirit grass, spirit materials, etc. Then I bought talisman paper, spirit ink and other supplies that were enough for me to practice for 3 months. It's about preparing everything you can think of. 3 days later, the teleportation array on Xuanqi Island flickered, and one by one silhouettes walked from the teleportation array. Came out. It was the 9 disciples of the 7th party who had reached the 8th floor of bone burning, and 1 or 2 put together by several other parties. Among the 10-person team, there were Lin Sheng from the 1st team, Leng Qian from the 14th team, and several other 3rd-level disciples. Fierce man. The Promise sect has built a small teleportation array on each small island to connect with the nearby medium-sized islands. Because of the spiritual mines on the island, Xuanqi Island also established a transmission channel directly with Wuji Island. Xuanqi Island's attention. Brother Lu, who led the team, flew to the attic on the island as soon as he left the teleportation formation. Chumo knew that Brother Lu had lost his visit. Ku Zhenren, who lives on the island. Since the discovery of a small spiritual mine on Xuanqi Island and a battle with the Xuanling faction, Ku Zhenren has been guarding it. On Xuanqi Island, the island has changed a lot due to the arrival of the real person of Jindan period. In addition to Ku Zhenren and senior brother Lu who just arrived, there are also 7 foundation establishment cultivators on the island. The atmosphere of preparations on the island is still very strong. It seems that the Xuanling faction is still obsessed with Xuanqi Island. For the 2 factions, until the discussion, the Xuanling faction can only carry out some disturbing harassment activities. There are so many cultivators on the island at the foundation building stage, and it seems that this time I really want to be a cultivator on the island. Sure enough, the next day, a few disciples of Ku Zhenren announced their arrangement to the 20 monks. Except for the 4 female disciples who stayed on Xuanqi Island, the others were all stationed on the 16 miniature islands of Xuanqi Island. Chumo's luck was not very good, and he was actually assigned to the Wangli Island that he visited last time. Lingu is a resource island, and among the 16 islands, it belongs to the last few barren islands. Several brothers and sisters who knew each other came to joke about Chumo's poor character. Chumo could only laugh at himself a few words, but instead made everyone familiar with each other. When the 16 people set off, Ku Zhenren appeared in person, and warned everyone to cultivate and manage with peace of mind during their stay on the island. And at the same time, be careful of the harassment of the Xuanling faction. If there is a situation, you should report it to the senior brother Xuanqi Island in time. When he was about to leave, Du Feng, the second senior, came to Chumo and said softly, "Wu Lin Sheng is Li Sheng. Cousin, so you went to Topaz Island. Qian Wang Hao." Chumo was stunned for a while, and looked at Yao Yang and who were not far away. The 2 were also looking at this place. Seeing Chumo looking over, both of them nodded. It seems that the 3 of them reminded Chumo on purpose. Chumo gratefully said, "Thank you," turned around and left. At the same time, he quietly glanced at Lin Sheng, who was chatting with a few other disciples in the distance, and then put the boat method. The device was placed at sea and galloped away in the direction of Wangyu Island. Thank you for visiting the 5G Small. Chapter 326_. Looking at the back of Chu Mo, who had gone away, Lin Sheng turned his head in a complicated way. This Chu Mo practiced. The speed is too fast, he has already broken through to the 9th layer of bone burning in less than 2 years. If it wasn't for my cousin Li Sheng who always wanted to ask me to teach him a lesson, I wouldn't want to mess with such a person. Fortunately, I obtained the foundation establishment pill in the big competition. In the past 2 years, I have beaten the cultivation base of the 9th layer of bone burning. About to reach the peak, when the foundation is successfully established, this Chumo has not let himself flatten and round. Lin Sheng spent a lot of spirit stones this time, and 473 asked the elders of the family to get the task of garrisoning Wangyu Island. There is a miniature spirit mine with a daily output of 50 or 60 spirit stones. The income of 2 floors can be paid in a month. That is the income of nearly 300 spirit stones. Coupled with the monthly subsidy of 50 spirit stones from the sect and the support of the family, I can definitely enter in a short period of time. Into the foundation period. Chumo was actually a little depressed in his heart. It would be hard for anyone to be tricked. I didn't even think about going to a better place. Chumo knew for a long time that the disciples would definitely pay bribes to the senior brothers who arrange the tasks in order to get the fat job. It's not that I don't understand, but I don't want to. With his net worth, if a few hundred spirit stones are smashed down, he will definitely be able to get a good island to garrison, but Chumo. I never wanted to rely on others too much, and I didn't want people to know more about myself. Chumo tried to keep a low profile, but Lin Sheng's actions actually fulfilled Chumo. Chumo, who was relieved, remembered that the senior brother who assigned the task earlier assigned Lin Sheng to Wangyu Island. It is said that Wangyu Island and Wangli Island are quite far apart. But it is mainly because the Wangli Island where Chumo is located is too remote. Compared with other islands, the islands are the closest to each other. Thinking of the miniature spirit stone mine on Wangyu Island, Chumo felt an itch. Why don't we just be honest? This is a courtesy exchange, not an obscure affair. CDAA. If it is said that he knows the sea area of Xuanqi Island, even Ku Zhenren is afraid that he is not familiar with it himself. Just when Chumo was thinking about how to calculate the Lingxi mine on Wangyu Island, an island in the distance appeared in Chumo's. In his eyes, this is where he will work, live and fight for the next 3 years. From the beginning, he was the owner of Wangli Island. Wangli Island is actually a very large miniature island, although islands with a radius of about 10 miles are generally called. It's a miniature island, but it's impossible to do this right or left. This is the case with Wangli Island. Its size is more than 20 miles in diameter, and there is a slightly towering hill in the middle. Slope. There is a lush grove above, from which 2 small rivers originate, one goes to the northeast and one goes to the southeast. Into the sea. The hillside is surrounded by relatively gentle flat land. The soil here is fertile and is the food for the mortals on the island. Planting area. Especially in the due east of the island, the land between the 2 rivers is the most flat, because the water source is sufficient. A lot of farmland was opened up. The western part of the island is relatively less populated, and there is not too much farmland, but a lot is planted here. Fruit trees. Moreover, there is also a natural harbor here, where the fishermen on the island moor their fishing boats. The islanders are still here. The wood is harvested here, transported to the bottom of the mountain, and made into fishing boats here, and the annual harvest is also good. Chumo's arrival was only to inform several leaders of the islanders, and he was in the place where Xuanling sent the disciples to the island before. Settle down. Chapter 3 Pill 27 Spirit Pet Evolution Pill. The islanders heard that Brother Chu, who helped everyone defend against sea beasts and rescued many fishermen last time, became Huang. The resident immortals on the outlying islands are very happy. They feel that Immortal Chu is not as arrogant as other immortals, and he has a good heart to help the islanders resist disaster. On that day, many islanders made gifts from their own good things and filled the place where Chumo lived. This moved Chumo greatly, and the simplicity and kindness of the islanders also made Chumo decide to serve the island in these 3 years. People do something. Chumo, who settled down, began to manage his own business for the next 3 years in addition to his practice and routine inspections every day. Small roots, base. Chumo first checked the spiritual fields on the island. The 5 acres of spiritual fields were divided into 7 places on the island. The aspect is not bad, and the scattered spiritual veins in the ground are also stable. It can be seen that the previous disciples of the Xuanling school took care of them carefully. After all, Lingtian is the only cultivator on this island. Resource. Lingu is the main food for cultivators without ideas such as bone burning and foundation building. Practicing and transforming the body helps. Especially this kind of daily food, the effect is more subtle. After Chumo used the Spirit Valley seeds he bought, he planted them in the spirit field and covered them with thin soil. Then he took out a jade bottle and suspended it in the sky above the spiritual field. Chumo made a seal and sprayed it into the jade bottle. A mist of water sprayed out, just shrouding this spiritual field within the scope of the spiritual field. Drizzle. After being nourished by the diluted spiritual spring water, Lingtian immediately felt a sense of vitality. This jade bottle is really a good thing. This low-level magic weapon was Chumo's killing of the Tonglimeng monk in the woods of the other courtyard. Of the loot to come. Although it has some defensive and offensive functions, Chumo found that this magic weapon is actually a piece with a space attribute. Sexual container. The biggest advantage is that it can store a large amount of spiritual fluid in it to keep its aura from escaping. Lose. Chumo diluted the spiritual spring water with fresh water and put it in a jade bottle, just after watering the 5 acres of spiritual fields, saving Chumo's consumption. Mana casts spells like gathering clouds and turning rain. Chumo clapped his hands with satisfaction and asked the nearby islanders to help take care of it. The spiritual energy contained in these spiritual fields has become stronger after the blessing of the water mist of the spiritual spring. When people take care of them regularly and are washed by the spiritual energy, the body will become healthy and the pain will be reduced. Ask for flowers. With the gratitude of the surrounding mortals, Chumo completed the planting of the Spirit Valley. The second thing is that Chumo has set up 4 sets around the place where he practiced. The best child mother warning sign is used to monitor the safety of the island and ensure that you have a comfortable cultivation environment. It would be great if there was a formation, but unfortunately, he has not yet reached the foundation building stage and has not cultivated his spiritual sense. Even if you put it in an array, you can't use it, and if you use it reluctantly, it will have little effect. The method will cost a lot of spirit stones, and Chumo's spirit stones can't stand the toss. The third thing is to release the spirit-seeking mouse that recognizes the Lord. Running all over the mountains and fields on Wangli Island, I hope that it can find some spiritual land and use it to open up spiritual fields. Of course, it would be better if other situations could be found. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming the island owner and obtaining the Spirit Pet Bloodline Evolution Pill. The sound of the system made Chumo a little curious. People. 0. Chapter 328. I want to get a spirit stone. However, he heard that the spirit-seeking mouse is the descendant of the treasure-hunting mouse. Perhaps this spirit-seeking mouse can be inspired to become a treasure-hunting mouse. Chumo would not be reluctant, and directly gave the evolution pill to the spirit-seeking mouse. The spirit-seeking mouse also seemed to know the value of this, nodded to Chumo, and walked in Chumo's hands intimately. Okay, this is for you. Chumo gave the spirit pet evolution pill to the spirit-seeking mouse. These, July 17 inches things, Chumo's life became regular. A fixed practice time every day, then routine inspections, management of spiritual fields, and the rest of the time or refining. Talisman. Or go out to sea with the fisherman. When the interest comes, kill 2 sea beasts to satisfy your cravings. However, most of the time, it increases the catch for the fisherman, and with Chumo to follow, the safety is guaranteed. Thanks to the fishermen, they often bring the food of the islanders to Chumo. Chumo has not been inedible yet. Even if he is inedible, Chumo will not skip meals. Food is originally a kind of enjoyment. How can we abandon it? Eating those lingu every day is too monotonous. It's a pity that the sea beasts are not sea monsters. They don't know how to cultivate, otherwise they can make some extra money. The sea monsters are just some sea beasts that know how to forge bones but have not opened their spiritual wisdom. Wisdom can be counted as a monster race, and can be regarded as a race that is the same as humans. Peaceful days always pass quickly. 3 months will soon pass, and a spirit-seeking mouse is almost chasing. In every corner of the island, there was no place where the spiritual energy gathered, which made Chumo a little disappointed. The feeling of sitting and eating the mountain is very bad, which makes Chumo always have a sense of crisis. The only thing that makes Chumo happy is that his cultivation has not slowed down because he is far away from the spiritual veins of other courtyards. Rate of progress. Although Xuanqiao bloodline is not very useful in this era, the mana reserves are several times that of ordinary people, and the cultivation speed is very fast. The degree is several times that of ordinary people. With the sufficient supply of medicinal pills, Chumo's cultivation level rose steadily. On the day of the harvest of lingu, Chumo's mood finally improved a little, and the good seeds of the 20 spirit stones really did. A well-deserved reputation. And under the careful irrigation of Chumoling Spring, the output of lingu has reached 130 caddies per mu. No matter what the harvest is, Promise Sect will receive a certain amount of Spirit Valley. Therefore, in addition to the fixed 400 caddies of 5 acres of land, the remaining 100 caddies will be divided into dividends and 150 caddies. The extra harvest is Chumo's private property. After all, it is also 80 multi-spirit stones, plus a monthly subsidy of 60 spiritual stones, and I have 3 months to paint by myself. All the upper, middle and lower grade talismans made, and after they were sold, the cost was thrown away, and there were more than 200 spirit stones in the account. In this way, it took only 450 spiritual stones for 3 months. In the eyes of other monks of the same rank, this is already very powerful. But as soon as Chumo thought that his 3 months were just for the cultivation of medicinal pills, he used 3 bottles of thick blood pills and 3 bottles of muddy pills. Blood Dan. Plus 3 bottles of blood essence pills to make up the empty amount of the above 2 pills, it will cost nearly 1,000 spirits in total. This is not the usual practice sundries and the like. Chumo thinks about it. His head is big, Lingxi. 2.9. He must find a way to get the spirit stone. At this time, Chumo no longer cares what method he uses to express himself. The thirst for spirit stones is gone. Chumo waited until he replaced the monk who was stationed on the island, hurriedly returned to Xuanqi Island, and handed in 400 caddies of lingu. Then the same senior brother at the foundation building stage reported the situation on Wangli Island, and the official business was completed.